What's your thoughts as the polls now close on the east?
Yeah, well, 52-48, the exit poll, David's done nothing to reduce the optimism. Obviously, a lot of anxiety and nervousness right now, but 52-48, Nick Rees is, you know, historically across the last couple of decades would be a very impressive result. In fact, only Kevin Rudd got 52 or over for Labor at a federal election.
Indeed, Kieran. It's the case in Australia that when the coalition wins federal elections, they tend to win big. When the Labor Party wins elections, it tends to be a much tighter result. 52-48, that delivers a result of around 83 seats to Labor. That would be in line with Kevin Rudd in 2007. So still a margin of 6-7 seats there. That still makes for a reasonably tight position in the next Parliament.
So much depends on that Queensland swing. 1.1% according to the exit poll. We have to see where that swing lands in Queensland, and does it show up in seats like Capricornia and Flynn, because on that number they'd win those, but as we know it's not going to be uniform, and Adani did hurt Labor in Central and North Queensland.
Absolutely. There's so many stories we're following tonight, but one of the big ones has got to be what's going to happen with those Queensland voters who vote for either One Nation, United Australia Party, Clive Palmer, or Bob Katter's party, and where do they go with their preferences? There are at least 8 seats that depend on that question.
3.2% swing according to the poll in this part of the world in Victoria. David, I could tell you a bit of annoyance in the Liberal ranks at just how many resources went into Kooyong. It was like a fortress around Hawthorn and so on for Josh Frydenberg. He was worried about it, but did it take resources away from seats like Higgins? If they lose that, you can expect that to be part of the post-mortem.
Yeah, indeed, and I know we saw that when we were down there for the party launch last weekend. A lot of advertising and billboards and everything going on there in Kooyong. Thank you both. We'll hear more from Kieran and Nick at the Labor headquarters throughout the night. I want to come back to our panel. Let me reintroduce them. We're joined by the team that are going to talk you through all of these results tonight. Stephen Conroy, Matthias Cormann, Peter Credlin, Richard Marles and Graham Richardson. There are, just to pick up on that point about Queensland, a few unknowns in this particular election. The Hanson and Palmer preferences, how strongly do they break in the coalition's favour? This big early vote that gets bigger every election, how do you break? Are you able to assume whether that's more Labor or more Conservative? And I think the number of young voters on the roll as a result of the same-sex marriage postal survey. Well, let's start with that. I mean, do you think that's going to make a difference? Are there more young people voting at this election than normal?
There are, and I think going back to the point I made earlier in relation to climate change, where that is the defining issue, I think that is going to be a real factor in this. And I think for that cohort, there is just a sense that the coalition are not in touch with where the country is going, but kind of they're moving ahead, in relation to both climate change and same-sex marriage. So I think it is quite a big issue.
I've got to say, I find the proposition that there's somehow more people voting than otherwise a very strange analysis. I mean, voting is compulsory in Australia, and people have to vote at every election, and I can't detect that there is a different proportion of people voting at this election compared to previous elections.
And when you come on the roll,
when it comes to young, sure.
So there's
and when you're 18, when you turn 18, you've got to vote.
This is the highest
you don't have to, but you've actually got to enrol to vote. And the point that David made was that the marriage equality survey was an exercise which essentially made sure that all those people enrolled immediately.
And you've got to assume that they're going to be on the roll.
No, this is the highest registered roll.
Well, let's just make that point.
I can remember. It's
right.
something like 97%.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit lower for young people, but the point is, yes, they are on the roll. The test will be, do they vote? That's the other thing. Importantly, I think, let's not look at them as a homogenous group. In 2013, the coalition's biggest pickup of of a vote was young men 18 to 35. So I don't think they're a uniform group right across the board. I do agree with you on the issue of climate change, but again, I don't think you can read Queensland as a whole state. It is so different north to south. Absolutely.
Look, there's no question, though, that Bill Shorten has pitched intergenerational redistribution, Richo, hasn't he, in his policy mix?
He has, but it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's a challenge he's taken on, and I congratulate him for it. And it's a risk. He's run risks in this campaign. And in my view, some of the risks he didn't have to take. He's taken them because he's a believer and he wants everyone to know what he believes in. And I think that sets him apart from a lot of modern day politicians.
So we'll see what happens with that younger demographic, but what about some of these other the early vote? 4.7 million. Is it possible to say whether that favours one side or the other, having a bigger early vote?
53-47 to the coalition. I think a lot of it's a convenience factor, David. I think also when they see very highly contestable races like in Corangamite, like in, say, Warringah, particularly if you're an older person or you've got young kids, do you want to have to walk through all of those crowds and try and get a park and all the hassle on the day, particularly if you've got a booth with a lot of activity? No, you'll go and vote at your own leisure. Or if you've got
kids, soccer and all those sort of things.
Yeah,
Stephen, you were looking at some of the breakdowns, I know, before we came on about where the early vote's been strong and where it's been weak.
Yeah, no, I mean, Flinders is an extraordinary. I mean, nearly half the people have already voted. Before today. That's extraordinary. I'm a fan of this. I think John Howard and I are on a unity ticket. You've got 4 million Australians who actually wanted to vote early, and we're going to stop them. I mean, you might argue 2 to 3 weeks.
I think 3 weeks is way too long.
So, I mean, you can have an argument there, but I'm comfortable.
It's an interesting debate.
For the Conservative side of politics, they're winning this vote. I mean, if we look what happened in the Victorian state election, Labor won a string of seats on the night that were being called for Labor, that over the next few days, as the postal votes and all the rest of the votes were counted, they came back in. And we've got to watch that tonight.
Whether it's too long or not, I know John Howard, I interviewed him at the start of this final week and asked him about it. He said, look, in a country where we mandate that you have to vote, we have to allow plenty of time. He has no problem with that. But Alan Jones is with us again. Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, but you took a view that you think there is too much or too long a period for early voting.
I think there are many aspects of the voting system that are ridiculous. Firstly, I don't think it should be compulsory. And all this business that you have to cope with at a polling station where they have these how to vote cards thrown at you, you wouldn't need that if there wasn't preferential voting. And there are many countries around the world that don't have that. And we've got all these minor parties who get there, like the Sun-Ripened Warm Tomato Party gets there with about 15 votes. And as a result, all these preferences flow. And suddenly they're in the Senate. I mean, it is absurd. Then this pre-polling is a nonsense. I mean, years ago, you had to make application to pre-poll, and there are legitimate reasons why people might want permission to vote before voting day. But that's not happening now. People just say, oh, well, too damn lazy, I'm not going, crowds are too many on voting day, and I'll go and vote. When many of the issues that are relevant to determining who should be the government of Australia don't surface until the last 10 days. And many of these people have voted prior to that, and I'm sure would think, well, if I'd known that, I would have changed my vote. I think there are a whole heap of aspects. There is a report from the Senate before the government, which was tabled in December 18, I might add far too late, 2 years after the last election, which made 2 recommendations. One was that there had to be identification of the voter before the voter could vote. That hasn't even been considered by the Parliament. And the other was that there should be electronic rolls, which means when you vote, your name is immediately crossed off. Now, in the 2016 election, there were over 18,000 letters sent out to people who had voted more than once. Now, we don't know how many times they voted. They might have voted 5 times. That's 90,000 votes. So none of these things have been addressed adequately by the Parliament. And we have to wonder whether today the will of the people is accurately reflected in the results that will be announced tonight.
All right, well, I think you've got to remember some of these people who voted twice mightn't have known they voted twice. I mean, you do get people who try to subvert the system. I can remember back as a young bloke, there was old Labor in a city bloke called Albie Sloss, who had a team of people, old ladies and things, and he had a truck full of different skirts, jumpers and cardigans, etc., and he'd get them all to vote. I mean, that's going back 50 years, but and times have changed. But there's nonetheless, you can't tell me that every single one of those people has double voted. People don't race out to vote twice.
Yeah. We need to move on. And Alan, we'll come back to you. Thank you. But we do have the very first results of the night coming in. They're not going to tell us a great deal. But let's have a look. Leichhardt, right up the top of Queensland. This is based around Cairns, of course. Warren Entsch trying to hold on to this seat tonight. We saw the Prime Minister there just yesterday on the final day of campaign. He made a dash all the way up there. So we got, looks like less than 100 votes have come in here, 0.1%. And look, Warren Entsch be happy with that first little batch that's come
Swept home all over.
And I think we also have an early batch in the seat of Eden Monaro. It's just around Queanbeyan and the outskirts of Canberra and down further south. And again, you can see here, in fact, it looks like the smallest booth possibly in the country.
That's 21 votes.
21 votes. So, look, we should explain.
Kelly's in trouble.
Yeah, Richo, the first results we see are the smallest booths to count, right?
Yep.
Doesn't take you long to count 21 votes.
No, it doesn't take you long. You don't get to see the big booths until quite later in the, there's booths that are really big, and you won't get them till 8 or 9 o'clock.
For you, we got 100 and something votes there. And,
look at that.
Sarah
Corangamite, like in Monaro, are a whole lot of little villages. So depending on where they sort of sit, they're problematic.
Yeah.
They're hard to judge.
A 3% swing. The thing to look there is the 3% swing. Because that'll be matched booth on booth. So if that was replicated, I'm saying it is.
So this little booth,
that's what you watch there.
Booth, exactly. This little booth has come in from one of these little coastal communities in Corangamite, and what you're seeing there is that the same booth 3 years ago, the primary vote there for Sarah Henderson's come down.
But we've got to remember though, Corangamite tonight, as we go into tonight, Corangamite is already in the Labor column.
Correct.
So when it comes to...
Well, it's pretty much on the knife.
It is in the Labor column.
3.
But also
the Greens
some
have come
of
down the
those
same
used
amount.
to be in Richard's seat at the last election. So let's, yes.
Yeah, but it wouldn't show the swing.
No, exactly. The swing is the swing. And I think we have something for Kennedy as well. This is Bob Katter's seat up in the north of Queensland as well. And a couple of hundred votes in there. And what do you know? And again, we're matched booths here, so Bob Katter in that booth is even more popular. Look at Labor and Liberal. They're down. So there you go. The first groups of votes in, and Indi we've got as well. This is going to be one to watch tonight. This is a genuine contest to see if the Liberals can return this to the fold after Cathy McGowan's exit as an independent and Helen Haynes standing and hoping to hold on to it as an independent. But the Liberals' Steve Martin on that early batch that's just come in is doing okay on that booth. And that's interesting. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, Peter, this is one the Liberals need to return to the fold, don't they?
Absolutely.
Indi. And the expectation is they will. Do you think it's harder for a new independent to try and cloak themselves in the clothes of the former independent?
Well, it's an interesting
Greens
test. Then is the independent basically a de facto party where you pick up another independent when you lose one? Or were the circumstances, and that was Sophie Mirabella's seat that was lost, if you remember, back in 2013, or are the circumstances of the departure of the previous incumbent from a major party such that after a time with an independent, they'll come back to the fold?
There are two reasons, I suppose, why people vote independent. One, they're jack of the two major parties, or two, they really like the personality. Cathy McGowan, I think,
and she collided with both of those reasons.
Yeah,
they wanted to get rid of
Mirabella,
and Cathy had a long association with the seat and a lot of family connection. I don't know that they like the idea of handing over the baton between independents. We'll see tonight.
Claire, we got a batch of votes in there as well, and no problem for Andrew G, the Nationals MP there. Just on the early vote, though, count, when this comes in tonight, we should explain what's going to happen here, Stephen Conroy, because in some of the early polling stations that people would have seen, in the big cities in particular, they're going to have a hell of a lot of votes to count tonight. Now, they will give progressive updates as those early voting stations are brought in, or do they wait until the very end? And
I would think that they should be trying to be as helpful as possible, given their admission midweek that they might not be able to produce results in almost any seat.
No, they did not say that. In fairness, they said in the majority they will. In a couple of centres.
In the ones that matter to decide the election, it'll be a bit later on, don't worry. I mean that's an epic fail by the Australian Electoral Commission. They've known for 3 years there was going to be a record increase. They've advertised it, and then with 3 days to go, they go, oh dear, we're not sure we're going to be able to help.
I mean, in fairness, what do they do?
Well, they could spread. The simple one is don't take all the pre-polls to one spot, spread them out into some of the other booths. So they consolidate them all.
Isn't it faster to bring hundreds and hundreds of ballots to one centre?
No, they distribute them.
And people to count them.
They take them on Thursday night, and they take them to one spot. All I'm saying is, instead of waiting at the one spot, you could distribute them round to half a dozen of the smaller booths. So as they finish, they could do some as well.
Security issues around the ballots once you shuffle them here and there, and
like they lost those votes over
well, the alternative is that they either They either employ more people, they put more security on to ensure we don't lose ballot papers, as happened in Western Australia, which is disastrously embarrassing for them. But I think it's just another epic fail by the Electoral Commission again.
Well, Matthias Cormann, you've been a Special Minister of State.
The Electoral Commission operates independently. It's not subject to...
But do you think they're resourced well enough?
Well, they're absolutely well resourced. And I mean, I'm not aware of any requests for more resources.
Here's Banks. Let's have a look at that. Banks, where David Coleman was mentioned earlier, is trying to hold on to this in this match booth. A little one that's come in and... yeah, look, he's laughing on that result.
Yeah, that's a good result.
And again, it's a match booth, so something's going right for David Coleman there.
So, a result in Corangamite, Freshwater Creek, which is near Torquay. 226 people in that booth, 3.1% swing to Labor on primary, so that's encouraging.
All right. Is that maybe the booth we were looking at?
It might be.
All right. Well, there we go. Corangamite's back up there now, and I think that's
that
the
is
same.
it.
That's the booth
same
you were
number.
talking about there.
Yep.
Right. So which booth? Sorry, where were
Freshwater Creek. So that's not far from Torquay.
Okay. And Wentworth, we've got an early number here coming in for Wentworth as well. We're going to keep focusing on this seat throughout the night, of course, as well. And Peter, you mentioned earlier this is one you want to zero in on in particular. So Dave Sharma and I'm assuming is this vote match booth based on the 2016 election rather than the by-election more recently that Karen Phillips obviously won as an independent. That's what I'm assuming, looking at that.
You'd want to hope so for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, so anyway, look, we'll see. And Macquarie, let's take a look at that. This is up in the Blue Mountains to the west of Sydney. And the Liberal vote up there, that's interesting. And
that is
Susan
interesting, yeah, because that was talked about early on in the campaign, David. It's a possible Liberal gain, and then it sort of waxed and waned a bit. That Galaxy poll that came in the last week, I think, was 4 points to Labor.
53, I think, to Labor, 47 to the Libs. So anyway, that's a very early number. These all are, but interesting to have a look at. The early ones trickling in to see whether there might be a chance for the Liberals there in Macquarie. And Menzies, this is Kevin Andrews' seat. I don't think he's been in too much danger there in the northeast of Melbourne, but it'll be interesting if the tide is changing in Victoria.
A lot of get-up activity, a lot of get-up into that seat, so I'll watch it closely. Obviously, the redistribution in that seat, he's picked up parts of Eltham, which you'd expect, and that's where you can see now a high Green vote, but I don't know where that booth is, though.
All right, so as you can see, we're starting to get some of those early results through, trickling in now from right across the eastern part of the country where the polls have been closed for half an hour. So we'll see more of those results coming in New South Wales, in Queensland, the ACT, Victoria, importantly, and Tasmania as well. And we'll bring those to you as they do. But as you can also see on the countdown clock here, in 30 seconds, polls are going to be closing in South Australia and the Northern Territory as the time zone shift. And we see 6 o'clock very shortly in the centre of the continent. Well, there are a few seats in play I want to show you there as well. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with how those seats in Sydney, Melbourne, Tasmania too. We haven't looked at any from there yet, but we'll get those shortly. But 10 seconds to go now until the close of polls and the vote counting begins in South Australia and the Northern Territory. And there we go. So that's happened now, 6 o'clock now in South Australia and the Northern Territory. Here are some of the seats worth watching in both. We'll start with South Australia, where there are two that we're going to keep an eye on tonight, and this is Boothby and Sturt. I want to start perhaps with Boothby. This is in the southern suburbs of Adelaide, as you can see. Nicole Flint is the local member there. The margin 2.7% in Boothby. Nadia Clancy trying to take that for the Labor Party. Look, Labor say they're a chance of winning this, but look, there's not a huge expectation they will pick that one up tonight, 2.7% the margin, even less expectation in Sturt. This is Christopher Pine's former seat after many years, more than 20 years as the local member. He's gone at this election. So James Stevens trying to hold this for the Liberal Party, Cressida O'Hanlon trying to take it for Labor, the margin 5.4%. But as I say, no great expectation that Labor will take it, more likely to stay in Liberal hands, even though Christopher Pine has gone up to the Northern Territory, and there are only two seats in the Territory, Solomon, based in Darwin, and Lingiari, which takes in the outskirts of Darwin and the rest of the Territory. Let's start on Lingiari because this is a really interesting one. 8.2% the margin there. Warren Snowden's been around a very, very long time in that seat and its predecessors. He's expected to hold it, but Jacinta Price has been a bit of a star pick for the Country Liberal Party, the CLP there. And we've seen her a lot during the campaign. How's she going to go? We'll keep an eye on Lingiari tonight. Solomon, well, again, Labor hold both of these seats in the Territory. As I mentioned, this one's based in Darwin. Luke Gosling, the local member there, his margin 6.1%. And Kathy Ganley, standing for the CLP, the Country Liberal Party there. We'll keep an eye on those Northern Territory seats for you tonight as well. Let's go back to Melbourne, though, and I want to go to the seat Josh Frydenberg holds, Kooyong. The margin in Kooyong is, safe enough, I think 7%. And Michael Kroger is there with us now, our Sky News contributor and former Liberal Party president there in Victoria. Michael, you're at the Josh Frydenberg event there. How safe is he going to be tonight?
Look, I think he'll be fine. He's got a big margin, actually over 12%, so he should be fine. But, I've got to be honest, David, there's tension in the air here in Victoria because of, it's not doing well here. The leadership change didn't go down well here, as everybody knows. The Julia Banks resignation and then her treachery against the party. So it's been a difficult period here, and Josh Frydenberg will win, but we're gripping the edge of our seats for quite a number of other seats, David.
Yeah, what are you most nervous about across Melbourne right now, Michael, based on the sort of information you've heard throughout the day?
Well, look, Corangamite and Dunkley, of course, because of the redistribution, they're now notionally Labor, so they're included in Labor's notional 72 cents. So if we won Corangamite and or Dunkley, that would be a tremendous result. So they're the two we're most worried about. And obviously, then you go to Chisholm. Well, this is a seat where Banks deserted us, as everybody knows, even though it's 2.9%. The electors don't like a situation where there's been a messy departure by the sitting member. You look at Emma Hassar's seat up there, and that's probably going to fall to the coalition. So the history is that where there's been some kind of problem with the member leaving, you tend to lose that seat. So Chisholm's hugely at risk tonight, and there's been tremendous union, Labor and get-up action in various other seats, Flinders, Higgins, etc. So you never want to take any of those for granted. So the three that we would be most worried about, obviously, Corangamite and Dunkley, which, as I said, are already notionally Labor, and Chisholm, David.
All right, Michael, look, thank you. We'll hear from you throughout the evening as well. Appreciate that. Well, let's get back now to the count and have a look at some of the results that are coming through now. In the first hour of counting on the East Coast, polls, as mentioned, have now closed in South Australia and the Northern Territory as well. We've got some numbers from Braddon in Tasmania, where Justine Key has mentioned the west part of Tasmania trying to hold on there. Again, these are very early numbers. Don't pay too much heed to anything below that, less than 1% of the count. But Braddon is showing that, perhaps we can just come back to the results there in Braddon. All right, and yeah, well, look, one early booth had her vote down just a touch. Let's come back up to Farrer. Farrer is the seat that Susan Lee is trying to hold for the Liberal Party, but facing a real challenge from Kevin Mack in particular, this independent, who most agree has campaigned well, is expected to do well and give her a real fright there tonight. But on this little booth that's just come in, it's only a small one, her vote's up.
So David, we got an early booth in Gilmore, a 15.59% swing against Warren Mundine on primary, but more importantly, a combined primary for the coalition of down 3.5%. So it's an early booth in Gilmore.
Yeah, we're looking at the numbers there, Stephen, that says the Labor vote up just a touch, 1%. The Liberal vote with Warren Mundine as the candidate. Wow, that's a hit.
Somewhat later figures show Labor up 3.5 though, so it's very encouraging.
It is.
And Katrina Hodgkinson, of course, there was no Nationals candidate in the last election, which is why that's not gone up or down. But and Grant Schultz coming in at the bottom there. Flynn up in Queensland. Ken O'Dowd holds the seat with less than 1%. We've got an early booth that's come in there, maybe 500, 600 votes that have come through now. And One Nation's vote, look at that.
Yeah, look,
is interesting.
I made the point all week, people were plumping very much for Clive Palmer. I think there'll be a surprise lift in the One Nation vote on expectation, because I think after the hit in the middle of the campaign on the Al Jazeera footage and other issues, people were not telling pollsters and they were looking at One Nation. So it'll be interesting to watch it.
Well, as we've watched, we've just seen it tick up a little further, the count that is. If One Nation's going to do well, clearly it's going to be in seats like Flynn, Capricornia, Dawson, Herbert as well. So this is their heartland that we're looking at right there. But Ken O'Dowd's, look, if he gets back that One Nation vote in preferences, or most of them in preferences, he'd be okay, Matthias Cormann?
Well, let's see how the vote. I mean, it's early days. Let's see how it
very
evolves.
early numbers.
And they're not necessarily that disciplined in terms of where they return.
But we're certainly hopeful that Ken will again be able to hold on in Flynn.
Chris Kenny, I think, is with us now. He's in the seat of Warringah tonight, the seat where we're all waiting to see how Tony Abbott and Zali Steggall go against each other. Chris, what have they got you out in the footy paddock there? Tell me where you are.
Yeah, hi David. We're here on the Manly Beach foreshore. Full moon has risen over Manly Beach. It's a beautiful, beautiful scene. Tony Abbott's going to be fighting on the beaches. It's a Churchillian battle for him this time around. Up over my shoulder here, you can see the building on the hill lit up. That's the former St Patrick's Seminary, where Tony Abbott studied for the priesthood before deciding on a career in politics instead. And if you look around the area here, the Manly Mall, a lot of people out and about. It's a beautiful evening. It's very calm, very friendly. But this has been a fierce battleground, as you know. Someone reported to police for stabbing at a polling booth last night in a fight against Tony Abbott's supporters. Over this end of Manly Beach, around the headland, of course, is Queenscliff Surf Lifesaving Club, where Tony Abbott is famous for running around in his budgie smugglers. But this battle is absolutely crucial for so many reasons, David, as you know. Firstly, the government can't afford to lose a prized seat like Warringah when they're trying to hold on to what they've got in New South Wales, maybe pick up a seat or two. Secondly, of course, it's a 25-year career. Tony Abbott has held this seat since 1994 when he picked it up in a by-election. He's contested it as a backbencher, as a minister, as a party leader, never got to contest it as a Prime Minister, but now he's fighting on to preserve his political career. But thirdly, I think what's being tested here is a new brand of politics. There have been a range of forces lined up against Tony Abbott, primarily, not for any new agenda, but primarily to get rid of Tony Abbott. In fact, the Vote Tony Out campaign, which has been running around this electorate all day, handing out how to vote cards, actually preferences Fraser Anning's party ahead of Tony Abbott. Get your head around that. They preference Fraser Anning ahead of Tony Abbott. So there's a real mission here from Get Up and the Greens and Labor, and headlined, of course, by the independent Zali Steggall, just to get rid of Tony Abbott. And we'll see what unfolds tonight, but it's been a brutal battleground, and we may get a result tonight, and as you know, we may not. We may be waiting on postal votes and the rest in days to come.
We will see, Chris Kenny. Thank you very much. The beautiful, beautiful part of the world there, no doubt about that. The polls look like an AFL ground to me.
They do, don't they?
Once he swung around, it's clear where he was. All right, let's get back to some of the results we're seeing, and we'll go to Braddon, and then I want to go to Page after that because I just saw some numbers coming through while Chris was talking there. Braddon in Tasmania. All right, we've got these results for you now. It's just under 1% of the count now done there, and as you can see, Gavin Pearce for the Liberals is ahead at the moment. Justine Key for the Labor Party, her vote down. These are very early numbers though, but a swing there of 5.6% away from the Labor MP, Justine Key. The Liberal vote's down. Craig Brakey.
He's an independent Liberal that's running an open ticket. So what's happening there is that there's a lot of candidates who didn't run previously, which this is going to make it hard for the comparison. So Brakey's new. One Nation, I don't think, had a candidate 3 years ago. And obviously somewhere in there and others will be United Australia Party as well. So there is a smattering of candidates there that...
I've got some reports from our scrutineers in Longman who are showing a 2.8% swing to us so far. So Longman, which is, we've put in some particular effort towards the end of the campaign because there was...
All right, we'll go to Longman in a moment. We'll go to Longman now. There we go. So we've got 0.4% count there. So again, early birds coming in. But Susan Lamb, you're right, her vote is down a touch, down about 1%. And Terry Young there, look, holding
so we've got 2 points, the 2 PP.
And lots of One Nation vote in the by-election, if you remember last time. But depending on the booths, they're all a little bit different.
I know it's very early, but it's interesting. Every early vote from Queensland has been negative for Labor.
Yeah, that's true. This is Latrobe. Now, Latrobe's one of these Melbourne seats that's going to be really interesting, and that's some trouble there for Jason Wood.
Yeah, that's
his vote down 3.7%. The Labor vote for Simon Curtis up 8.7%.
Well,
that's a great result.
Yeah, well, no, he's being hit by One Nation UAP, so again, it's down to that issue of preferences. Gilmore, 2,000 counted, the combined coalition votes still down 3.5%. So 2,000 still too early, but 3.5 down across 2,000 votes in Gilmore.
Well, that would cost them the seat. It's still less than 1% of the vote count there, so I'd tend to wait until we get closer to 5% of the vote count before getting too carried away.
Although Stephen's numbers are on much more than that.
Right. Can we... OK, so Cowper, this is the one where Rob Oakeshot's hoping to win as an independent, and look, he's not going to do it with Pat Conahan increasing his vote there by 4% by the looks of that. Still early days with those numbers, but not terribly encouraging for Rob Oakeshott on that come through. Can we come back to Page? This is in the far north of New South Wales, up on the border there with Queensland. Kevin Hogan trying to hold this seat for the Nationals, and yeah, look, his margin's extending there as well. Gee, it's patchy, Richo, isn't it?
All over the place.
It is, isn't it?
Very hard to pick it, but the early results definitely favour the Conservatives at the moment. You'd have to say Labor wouldn't be celebrating and cracking open the Dom Perignon just at the moment.
Yeah, there's not much
Should
out
I say
of Victoria.
opening a beer?
There's not much out of Victoria. I mean, this was always the case, David. Some of those seats in Queensland, that was sub 1%, were neck and neck all throughout the campaign. Now, if the swing was on, they should have been in Labor's column months ago, but they weren't. But Victoria will tell the story of whether Bill Shorten moves into the Lodge or not. It
will. I'm not sure if we've got any more Victorian seats there. Perhaps we can go back and have a look at Corangamite, Latrobe, Deakin, Dunkley, Chisholm, these sort of seats across Melbourne, whether we're getting any further updates there. So, OK, Corangamite, we've now got just over 1% count there, and Sarah Henderson looks to be in a fair bit of trouble because this is already notionally Labor. If the Labor vote's up a further 2% and the Liberal vote's down 4%.
And Damien Cole is preferencing to Labor.
Right. So who's Damien Cole? Can you tell us about him?
Damien Cole is a figure in the surfing community in Torquay, come from a pretty famous family there. They've been campaigning on environmental issues and particularly drilling in the Great Australian Bight.
Have a look at Josh Frydenberg's seat. Sorry there, Richard, but Kooyong, again, early days, less than 1% of the vote count there, but Josh Frydenberg's vote is down nearly 8%. Julian Burnside, who I must admit, I didn't think he was a terrific selection for that seat for the Greens, but he's obviously lifting the Greens vote.
But less than, it's less than the reduction in the Labor vote. I mean, he doesn't pick up.
No.
So, yeah.
But Oliver Yates is picking up 8%. Yeah. That's going to play a part. Where will the Oliver Yates preferences go? I'm assuming not to Josh.
No, to the Greens.
Where will they go?
I mean, his primary is still above 50, so at the moment he's won. It's very early, but if Burnside's going to have any chance, he's got to be able to get Josh down to about 45%.
Yeah, won't happen.
Right. And I agree. I think Josh is. If you've visited Kooyong recently, you cannot. You've never seen anything like it.
Josh has campaigned very hard.
It is unbelievable.
It is of North Korean proportions as you go through there. In terms
Dan Tian's seat of Wannon. Look at his primary vote, still up at 61%. With I guess a few
he got the safe part out of Corangamite into one, and of course through the redistribution.
Right.
Yes, it was not something that he really needed, but anyway.
And I think he got rid of Maryborough. Someone correct me, but Maryborough, which is a bit problematic, but picked up Colac.
Okay, well, yeah, he's not going to be any danger there in Wannon. Any other Victorian seats we can bring up as we look across that belt in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne? That's where Labor needs to gain tonight if they're going to win this. We've got Mallee. Again, I don't think there's going to be too much trouble for the Nats over there, but there's a Booth that's come in, just 0.45% of the vote count there now in Mallee, and Webster for the Nationals, holding up a...
There's some interesting independents out of Mildura in that race. And Webster obviously is replacing... his name's gone out of my head, the candidate who had to fall on his sword. Andrew Broad.
Yep, no, exactly. All right, so Lindsay, no, we've got nothing there in Lindsay yet. I thought we might have a number there for the Western Sydney seat of Lindsay, not yet. All right, so pretty patchy at the moment. No big swings on anywhere that we can see necessarily. Yeah, we'll come back and check some of those Melbourne seats in just a moment as well. But, yeah, very, very early days at this stage. It'll probably take another half hour, an hour to get anything serious. We can detect any major movements there.
Have we got banks? I mean, our scrutineers say a 7.2% swing on the first 1,000 votes to the Liberals in banks.
There it is. So we've got 1% of the vote count now in banks in southern Sydney. And, yes, a 7% swing to David Coleman.
That's strong, isn't it?
That is strong. And, boy, if that's the case across Sydney, and I'm not saying it will be, but that puts Lindsay in doubt there for Labor.
Macquarie.
It makes Reid a stronger hold there for the Liberals.
Do we have anything from Reid?
Let's see if we've got...
Reid's a big jump, though, 4.7. I mean, I don't expect to win Reid.
Nothing in Reid yet.
What about
Macquarie? We do
Macquarie?
have Macquarie up in the Blue Mountains, and here it is, nearly 2% of the vote count there now. And this is getting interesting. All right, so those Greens votes, 9% of them at the moment, 9%, largely go into the column after preferences for Labor's Susan Templeman. The UAP, this is the Clive Palmer candidate there, polling just under 4%. Where will they go is the question, but you'd think most of them end up in the Liberal column. Who knows?
We'll find out.
And here's the first results through for Warringah. So Tony Abbott's seat on the northern beaches of Sydney. It's only 0.5% count there now, but the Tony Abbott primary vote is down at 36.6%, down nearly 10%. Richo, pretty early number there, but on that booth.
Yeah, early number and it'll be close, but I've said before I hope, I know Labor can't win, and I hope Tony Abbott wins because he stands for something. I'm not sure what Zali Steggall stands for, but looking at her campaign opening in the park, the answer will be not very much.
Well, at the moment, she's sitting on top of that primary vote. Just one booth there, I would suggest, though, with that.
Come on, Tony.
This will be one, I think, if it stays tight, we will not know the result tonight. It'll go down. There's a lot of postal votes. Obviously, the pre-polls, they'll get into those tonight. I think there's 30,000 pre-polls, David.
Here's Zali Steggall arriving at her event. She might just make a comment here. Let's have a listen.
Sorry, it was just quite a difficult half hour, but good. It's been a big day. I've had a fantastic team around me. I mean, I can't praise all the volunteers enough, and all the AEC staff who have done a phenomenal job around all the booths. It really has been.
If you are successful tonight, you will knock out a sitting member who has been here for 25 years. How are you feeling about that?
Look, we've worked very hard for the last 4 months to make this happen. I think, look, it's democracy. It is a day. It was a referendum for Warringah to look forward to, in terms of the future. And so, from my point of view, I think that's ultimately what the people of Warringah decide.
There have been some pretty grubby tactics used during this campaign. What do you make of that?
Yeah, look, I think politics in Australia has not been at its best for the last 10 years, and I think
Zali
it's time
Steggall obviously doesn't know, as with the rest of us, what's going to happen there in Warringah, but she'll be hopeful tonight and perhaps encouraged by the... Look, what primary vote will Tony Abbott need at the end of the day to hold on, do you think?
A lot.
High 40s?
Well, he's certainly in his mid-40s, yeah.
Mid-40s?
Yeah,
I mean, previously, it was a challenge for him in 2010. This is not necessarily a new thing. It's always been a bit of a battle. Obviously, it was strong in 2013. It was tight again last time round. I'm being told there's 30,000 votes in pre-polls. There's high postals for the Liberal Party. It's going to be one of those ones I think we'll be talking about for a couple of days.
Yep. I mean, the ground campaign for Tony Abbott has been, obviously much better. I mean, and if you just look at the number of postal votes that were processed through the Abbott campaign compared to the Steggall campaign, I think you'll find that will potentially make a difference.
All right. Well, let's see if we've got any other results coming through. We'll bring up from Victoria and New South Wales, Queensland in particular, because we are now about 50 minutes since the close of polls on the East Coast. Here's Cowper, and you can see this is the seat Rob Oakeshott trying to win. We've got a few more votes in there, but still pretty early days, 1.5% of the vote count. And he's polling 21%, Rob Oakeshott, but Pat Conahan for the Nationals, be pretty happy with that primary vote.
Be.
And I think we're joined now by Rob Oakeshott. Rob Oakeshott, thanks very much for joining us there. We're just looking at some of the early numbers there coming in for you. You're sitting on about 21% of the primary vote. Look, it's early days. How do you feel? Are you hearing any further intelligence about your chances there?
No, as you say, it's very early days, and these are the smaller outer booths. We'll wait and see for, I think, when Coffs Harbour and Port Macquarie and the major centres like Southwest Rocks start to come in, we'll get a better read of what's going on. I think this is going to be a close count here. That was very much the mood on the day. There's very strong support on both sides, National Party and Independent. We'll just see how the cards fall.
I know you've been asked this a lot during the campaign, but now the campaign's done. Are you able to give us any indication as to how you might decide in a hung parliament situation who you would back?
You'd be actually surprised that hasn't been a topic of conversation up here. It has been about trying to get a Coffs Harbour bypass built. Record high youth unemployment, 23.3% on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. A small business community that is bouncing along at the very bottom, really trying hard to avoid a retail recession in our area. So these are the sort of topics of conversation on our streets.
I appreciate that.
Let's just see how the cards fall
I'm just wondering
as far as getting elected.
Can you just give us an insight? Would you look at who has the bigger vote, who had the bigger two-party preferred result? I mean, how would you approach your decision-making?
I'm not playing that game tonight, mate, so you can knock yourselves... Sorry? I'm not knocking... Look, let's see how the cards fall.
All right. All right.
Hello?
We'll let you go. Rob Oakeshott, thank you. Sorry, we've got a few audio problems there, but look, I don't think we're going to find out which way he's going to go, or indeed how he'd make his decision on which way he's going to go. Perhaps we'll check in later on.
Let's just hope he's not material to the whole question of who wins the election.
We'll see. Look,
I'll never forgive him for the 17 minutes. I'll never forgive him.
Yeah. I'll never forgive him for a lot more than just the 17 minutes. Yes.
Well,
17 days.
He does make a fair point, though, that the bigger centres, Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour, will favour him. So we'll see how that goes later on. Back to Melbourne, though. Here's Deakin Michael Sukkar's seat. Again, early days, less than 1% of the vote count, just 0.7% of the vote count there. And his margin is 6.4%, I think. And look at this early number coming through. He's sitting on less than 40% of the primary vote there, swing against him of nearly 6%, and that's going straight across to Shireen Morris largely there. Her vote up 6% for Labor. Richard, what are your expectations on Deakin tonight?
I think Deakin is a contest. I mean, I think Shireen Morris is just a fantastic candidate, and it is a big swing to get in order to win the seat. But we've been in the hump there. And I think that is it's very early days, obviously, but that's encouraging.
Even some of your Labor colleagues were saying to me there yesterday, whatever it is Michael Sukkar does, he is one hell of a campaigner.
He is one hell of a campaigner.
Sure, I think that's true.
And we are chasing 6.6. I mean, all the polls that have been taken through the campaign, and they've been taken beginning, middle and end, have shown Labor at around a 6% swing.
But if you're seeing this sort of swing in Melbourne against the government of 6% or nearly 6%, above 5%, that's quite a swing.
Labor's vote last time was very poor. I'm pleased to see the primary vote back up.
I think just on that point, remember last time the CFA suppressed the Labor vote, so I think there's partially a correction in the federal Labor vote out of here as well. But they've got all the infrastructure left from, I think, everyone talks about the campaign for state Labor down there as being, all about the Malcolm Turnbull factor, giving those big swings. I think not enough credit is paid to the professionalism of Labor's team down there, the campaign they ran, and the fact that Dan Andrews delivered, right? So some of that infrastructure is still in play.
So in the eastern suburbs there, One Labor's far more confident about winning tonight. Are they going to? Only 0.5% of the vote count here. We're looking at probably a booth or two. And Gladys Liu's vote for the Liberal Party down 2%. Jennifer Yang's up just over 1%. Who's Ian Dobby, the independent? Which side does he prefer? Does anyone know? No, everyone's gone to the books. No? Well, anyway, it's less than 2%, maybe. Won't be that influential. The Greens vote, though, they're at 7% and a bit will preference Labor largely, so that will help push up. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. The margin...
2.9% notional, so after redistribution.
Look, other than in Kooyong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't see anywhere where the Greens are gaining anything out of this election.
No, that's right. Look at this. This is Greg Hunt's battle with Julia Banks here. His primary vote at 49% is pretty strong there on that early number. I mean, it's come off, but with a 49% primary vote he should be okay?
He'll get up. I've
hope
got
so.
some numbers here from that aren't too flash for the Labor Party, I might say. 5% counted in Braddon, 5.5% swing against Labor so far, which is...
Wow.
And I've got a swing against Labor and Dixon.
Not flash. 3 booths in Lindsay, all moving away from the ALP. So,
Well, if the Labor...
early results, I'm not reaching for the champagne, I've got to say.
Yeah, well, OK. Can we go back to the primary vote there for Braddon? Won't worry too much about the two-party preferred just yet. But the primary vote, if we can... OK, we'll come back to the primary vote there in Braddon. Let's take a look at that if we can. Just see what that is showing. This is in the western coast of Tasmania. And, OK, so we now got more than 5% of the count there. So we can take this a bit more seriously. And you're right.
6.5% One Nation vote.
6% swing against Labor on the primary vote. And the Greens have gone back as well. The Liberal vote's down, but with that One Nation vote sitting at 6%, and Craig Breakey, the Independent, at 9%, he's going to be the kingmaker there, you would think.
He's not allocating preferences on
And 24.5% as a primary vote would be pretty hard to come back from.
Very hard. That is some real trouble in Tasmania there for Labor. And, of course, they can't really be losing too many seats tonight. Lindsay, you mentioned as... Sorry,
well, just on Braddon, very interesting stat. I think it's only been once in the 90s that Braddon and Bass hadn't been gained together by one side or lost together. So I'd be interested to have a look at where Bass is, because they're resourced the same way. They tend to have the same sort of, currency of issues, but they've always gone together as a job lot.
Now, what about Bass? Do we have any numbers for the neighbouring seat of Bass? No, we'll come back to that. We'll jump up to Brisbane, and this is right in the heart of Brisbane, obviously, and Trevor Evans, the Liberal of the LNP member there, his vote is down just a touch.
But on a primary vote of 53%, he'd be happy with that.
I mean, his margin is...
that was a seat that not that long ago was held by the Labor Party.
6%. Yeah,
Correct, Matthias, it was always one when Theresa Gambaro was there. That
Peter
was
Dutton's
pretty
seat,
tough
though.
for us.
Peter Dutton's, again, pretty happy with that sort of number, wouldn't he? His primary vote's up, 47%. He's sitting on there. It's gone up nearly 3%. Early days, only 1.5% of the vote count there. But Labor not making the gains there in the southeast corner of Queensland that perhaps they'd been looking for on these early figures coming in. Of course, the bigger centres, metro centres, urban centres would be better for Labor.
Looking at the primary vote for the Liberal Party, early days, okay, but so the primary vote for the Liberal Party, Luke Howarth, who's a very effective local member, going up slightly, and then you've got a 9%, 10% One Nation vote, which is not coming. It's clearly not coming off our vote. It's coming off Labor's vote.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Queensland is slowly emerging as a big problem for Bill Shorten tonight.
Well, there's no doubt about it. There's Ford as well in Queensland, and that Labor vote is coming off, isn't it, right across that southeast corner of Queensland.
And he was a real worry, Beth Van Manen. To be fair, he's a real worry. But again, I go back to my earlier point. One Nation is hard to poll.
But the 10% One Nation vote that is not coming off our vote, and the Labor vote in the 20s.
I accept that, but it wasn't showing up. One Nation wasn't showing up.
But where is that One Nation vote going to preference back to Labor if it's coming from Labor,
It
or will it
depends.
preference to?
I think you mentioned it earlier, Peter, that a lot of the punters are a bit wary of saying they're voting for One Nation.
So shy Tory syndrome. It's interesting. They're not very disciplined, and they play out differently. Spearsy, booth by booth.
All right.
But I mean, Bert Van Manen's primary vote going up when he was one of the seats that Labor thought they were going to win.
In the middle of the campaign.
All right, well, it has just gone 7 o'clock, I think. So the polls have now been closed for an hour in the eastern states. And what we're seeing there on some of those early numbers, not great news for Labor in Queensland at least. And we're looking there at those southeast corner seats that Labor may have been hopeful for actually gaining some ground. They're losing some ground on the primary vote. It is leaking to One Nation, we're seeing there. The Liberals are holding up pretty well in the southeast corner of Queensland. If anything, we're seeing some slight swings to them. In Victoria, different story. Will it translate, though, into Labor picking up enough seats in Victoria? Yes, the swing is on there towards Labor, away from the government, but we're yet to see any seats definitely changing hands in the southern state. Let's go to the Labor headquarters in Melbourne. Nick Rees and Kieran Gilbert are there. What are you both hearing and thinking about an hour into the count?
David, obviously some concern at those early numbers out of Queensland, understandably, given where those numbers are heading in Longman and elsewhere. I think it is a tale of many stories, isn't it? And we knew that was going to be the case, but you don't want swings away from you in seats like Longman. That's a worry.
Indeed, Kieran. I mean, we're expecting the results to be patchy tonight. Different parts of Australia voting in different ways, and it does look like in southeast Queensland it's going to be very, very tight. Seat of Longman, which Labor obviously picked up in the by-elections since the 2016 election, that looks too close to call to me. In New South Wales, though, in Gilmore, there's some Labor numbers coming in there, which actually shows that Labor could be in with a strong chance of picking that seat up. And also in Corangamite, which has been a seat being very closely watched over this campaign. There are some booth results coming in from the new suburbs that exist between Geelong and Torquay, and they're showing a 3% swing to Labor.
So we knew this would be the strongest states for Labor. It is proving that in the early numbers. But David, obviously everyone's still trying to look at everything as it's coming in, and at this stage, Victoria encouraging, New South Wales and the regions encouraging, but not so much in southeast Queensland for Labor.
No, indeed. You mentioned Corangamite. We just put it up while you were talking about it. Sarah Henderson in all sorts of trouble there right now, nearly 5% of the vote count. Laura Jones and Paul Murray up in Sydney at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight. Still, I guess, a fair bit of nervousness about where things are going. What are you both making of these early numbers?
Yeah, just want to pick up on Corangamite. Bad signs for Sarah Henderson early on. The booths of Torquay, Lawn both counted small swings against Sarah Henderson. She really needs to hold these areas if she's going to hold on to this seat. Now, it will only get worse as it gets closer to Geelong. So if those booths on the outer rim on the coast are looking bad, well, it's looking bad for her straight up. Now, just quickly, the seat of Gilmore, big swings, it looks like, against the Liberals and Warren Mundine in that seat. About 5 booths counted, I'm told, and the Liberals cannot get to a 25% primary on any of those, Paul.
Fascinating, though. While the air might have gone out of the room, what is in it here, but certainly those that are invested in a potentially good night here at Liberal HQ, well, a little bit of air went back in after the exit poll, and when they started having a look at, I'm not going to say Fortress Sydney, but it's going all right at the moment, particularly places like Banks, where the Liberal vote is up in parts of Sydney. Yeah. In Brisbane, they're very early numbers, but Peter Dutton is up. In Braddon, the Liberal Party is up. They are up in Bass, but not enough to flip the seat at this stage. But again, when we're talking about trying to hold things to deny Labor the relevant number of seats, before we start getting into Victoria, before we start seeing pre-poll, the fact that the vote is down in Indi, the fact that Cowper, the National Party, is doing pretty well there means a couple of things that were being counted as natural losses. There's some early signs of some strength and a vote coming towards.
And just to add to that quickly, David, the seat of Macquarie, very early swings to the Liberals. It has levelled out as a few of those other booths have come in. This is at the foot of the Blue Mountains. It's a seat that butts up against Lindsay, and it's the same kind of message that works. So if this message has worked for the Liberal Party in Lindsay, it will work in Macquarie. So a bit of a sleeper one there, one to watch. Also, just quickly, I know we're talking about Queensland, early signs in Herbert. I'm told a South Townsville booth, that area around there doesn't normally favour the Liberals, but it has this time, so good signs in Herbert.
And the Palmer vote not as strong as anyone's expecting just yet, but obviously we wait and see. But things, well, not off to the awful start that many predicted after having a look at that exit poll for the Libs.
All right, Paul Murray, Laura Jones, thanks. We'll hear more from you a little later on. Let's go to Lindsay. We were just talking about that, or hearing about that. This is based around Penrith in outer Western Sydney. Only 1.5% of the vote count there, as you can see, but some trouble afoot for Labor. Diane Beam is a former state minister trying to hold this seat for Labor. Emma Hussar was the member, but not recontesting. The Liberal vote, though, is up 8%. The Liberals, if they're going to hold government tonight, indeed get a majority. They've got to win Lindsay. And that early number is pretty encouraging for them. The preference count is next to nothing, as you can see, less than 0.1%. But you can see the swing is on that early number to the Liberals' Melissa McIntosh. All right, well, let's come back to the panel and go through some further results as they come through. Lindsay there, Richo.
I believe that Labor's not going to win either Lindsay or Banks. I think already you can see on the trends that's not going to happen. So not a great start.
Yeah, perhaps if we stay in Sydney, and we saw there Macquarie as well. Macquarie also is a Labor-held seat, as Lindsay is, but on a slightly bigger margin. Macquarie had some worrying results there for Labor too, Richo.
There's a lot of worrying results up on the screen at the moment. Mind you, this is an electorate that varies dramatically. I'm not going to get too carried away with 6% counted. I think I'm not giving up on that one, but I think Lindsay and Banks are gone.
Yeah. What about Reid? Okay, well, Banks quickly, just on Banks, this is David Coleman's seat. Government need to hold this one. Labor, may have months ago been eyeing this one off. I don't think over the last couple of weeks they would have been, but 3% count there now, and David Coleman won't be any trouble. His primary vote's up at nearly 47%, a 6% gain there on the primary vote. Labor vote's down 3%. Now, Reid, we've got 2% of the vote count in there now. This is going to be one of the ones to watch. 4.7% the margin for Craig Laundy, who's not recontesting. And we see, not much movement there in the Liberal or the Labor vote, or indeed the Greens vote either. So what does that tell us? 2% has crept in there for the United Australia Party. And is that the Animal Justice Party? Is that AJP, the last one there? 2%. So I guess they're new entrants in the contest that are on the early numbers. They're picking up a little bit, but that's going to be down to the wire, as they say. All right. So that's Reid. Do we have any further?
It's tragic for Sam Crosby. He's campaigned so hard for so long. I feel for him tonight.
He has. He's been on the ground for a couple of years, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Still, that's an early number.
Let's have a look over at Wentworth and Warringah to check in on how those two Battle of the Beach seats are looking. So much interest in these two. So Wentworth, we've now got 3% of the vote count. And look, bear in mind, don't worry too much about those swings on the right-hand side, because this doesn't factor in Karen Phelps winning it at the by-election last year. Her primary vote's worth looking at there. It's 39, 40% essentially. Dave Sharma on 37. And those Labor preferences, well, guess where they'll go? 12% will go pretty much straight across to Karen Phelps, Richard.
Not all of them. Not all of them. There would be Labor people who would prefer to have a Liberal member rather than an independent member in the Parliament.
Well, true, but I think the bulk would probably go Karen Phelps. We'll see. Warringah now, nearly 4% of the vote count, and Tony Abbott's swing has deteriorated. He's in even more trouble there. Yeah. Nearly 15% swing against him. Zali Steggall is sitting on 40% of the primary vote. That's a
very hard for Tony to come back from there. Very hard.
Yeah, Peter, what do you think? Tony's in a fair bit of trouble there.
Yeah, I think you're right when you look at that sort of swing. I mean, as I said, there's a lot of pre-polls. They're obviously being counted now, a lot of postals. I would have thought it would be a little bit tighter than this, David. Yeah. That looks like it's real trouble.
Not sure if we have any, we'll come back to Warringah, but because that's still less than 5% of the vote count, but some really early trouble there for Tony Abbott. The Central Coast of New South Wales, Dobell and Robertson. These are always two worth watching, and one is in each column at the moment. So perhaps, do we have any numbers there for Dobell or Robertson to have a look at, just to the north of Sydney there on the Central Coast? These do swing back and forth a great deal, but I'm not hearing if we've got anything there, so we might leave that. What do we have? Do we have anything? I perhaps have lost connection with the studio here as well. Okay, so we got some Robertson numbers there now. 4.5% of the vote count, and Lucy Wicks, her vote is down 1.5%. The Labor vote's down a little bit more than that, and the Greens vote's down. So once again, you see that Clive Palmer vote just creeping in there at 3% or thereabouts in a lot of these seats. And that, that she should hold on to that, Lucy Wicks. It's 5% of the vote count, but what does everyone think about that one?
Too early.
It's too early. Too close to call.
Yeah. All right, and Dobell, do we have anything for Dobell? Yes, we do. We have 7.5% of the vote count there now, in fact. And that's an interesting swing there to the Liberals. 3.5% primary vote swing to the Libs, sitting on 45%. That's some trouble there for Emma McBride and the Labor Party,
Retirees.
Yeah, it is. It is. Dobell's the kind of seat I always hope to hold. And you look at that and you can't get too happy about it. Dobell's the kind of seat I always hope to hold. And you look at that and you can't get too happy about it. I know that I can try and comfort myself by saying it's early figures, but the numbers are bad.
Yeah, they're not good. Kooyong now. Let's go back down to Victoria. We'll check out some of the Victorian seats and see whether Labor is making the gains it wants. Kooyong's Josh Frydenberg, the Treasurer and Deputy Liberal Leader's seat. His primary vote there is down 9%, and I'm assuming Oliver Yates is the one who's picking up where that's gone. Is that the way to read that? And then you've got a little bit of a swing against Labor, and look, I think Julian Burnside's swings come down a little bit, if anything. It's only a 2% lift in the Greens vote there, but he's running in second place pretty comfortably, so he'd pick up. I mean, how do these preferences flow?
Oh, obviously, Labor will go to Burnside before it goes to Frydenberg.
Yeah, but if Josh is sitting on 48.5% of the primary vote, you'd think he'd get there. This is Deakin. Either way, we're seeing swings against the Liberals in Victoria.
That swing has been reducing.
It has. And he holds the seat, Michael Sukkar, with a 6.4% margin, so he can still hold on to that.
Small number.
Yeah, but we are seeing a pretty uniform, not uniform, but a swing, consistent swing.
So there seem to be optimistic signs for Labor in both Latrobe and Corangamite.
Higgins is an interesting one. This is Kelly O'Dwyer's old seat, Katie Allen trying to hold it for the Liberals. Barely any votes counted there. That's less than 100 votes. So just a one little booth that's come in that seat of Higgins. So don't read too much into that at the moment. We'll come back to Higgins. But perhaps if we have anything now for Dunkley or Latrobe. All right, so we got now 3.5% of the vote count there. Jason Wood, his vote, again, it's a 4% swing against the Liberals. So, yeah, it is consistent.
5.6% One Nation, and he's on 48.9% there. And it's
interesting One Nation vote for a Melbourne-based seat. Would you agree? Is that a little surprising?
This covers Pakenham, which is right out in what you could consider some One Nation type of territory. So,
but you did well out there, Labor did well out there in the state campaign, so that's a bit counterintuitive.
Well, this is interesting. Dunkley, again, it's only less than 4% of the vote count there, but...
Yeah, that really surprises me.
Yeah, I thought Labor's vote would be up a bit more.
Bill Shorten didn't go anywhere near Dunkley. Scott Morrison didn't go anywhere near Dunkley.
I think everyone assumed it was in the bag for Labor.
Correct. I think that's absolutely right. It was an assumption that it was Labor's.
Mind you, if Labor's vote's on 42%, the Greens are on 10%.
That's right. And
I think Labor will still win it.
I'm surprised that Chris Cooper's held up like that.
All right, so now we're back up to Indo, and we got 12%, so this is quite serious now. We can see that Steve Martin sitting on 34% of the primary vote count there, and the Helen Haynes Independent, this was Cathy McGowan, the former Independent's seat, her vote's sitting on 32.6. It's not much changed on Cathy McGowan's.
He's in trouble on... No, it depends which booths, but he's in trouble on that.
Yeah, because I'm assuming those
53, 54%
flow through to Helen Haynes, right?
But
I'm a little surprised.
It was a very close result last time. It was a very close result last time, and I don't know that she, on behalf of the Independent, can afford any major swing.
No, but if she's picking up preferences from Labor and the Greens...
Yeah, but I think there was national party preferences in there.
Yeah, I didn't think that looked too good for Labor myself.
No, I didn't either, because if you go back to it, it had a significant, I think it was a 12% National Party vote there. That wasn't counted together because it's a three-corner contest.
Back to Braddon, we now got 11% of the vote count there now, so we're getting into pretty serious stuff here in Tasmania, and that swing against Labor is still there, isn't it? 7% swing against them. The Greens aren't going to help because their vote's down too. Gavin Pearce, I think, is looking... What do you think, Richo? Is he a chance of picking this one up?
Well, you'd have to say yes. I'd have to say he's a really good chance.
Pauline Hanson's
look at that. So this is distributed preferences. We got nearly 5% of the count of preferences there, and that's quite a swing. It's saying too close, but if he's sitting on 57% of the 2PP vote there...
Yeah, but it is less than 5%, so it only takes one big booth to overcome that.
And here's Bass. All right, we've got the first batch through. In fact, it's a decent batch. 18% of the vote count there now.
I told you they're a pigeon pair. Watch out.
Yeah, look at that. So Tasmania... Bit of trouble for Labor in the Apple Isle. The Labor vote's down nearly 5%, and Bridget Archer for the Liberals is looking good to pick that one up.
Very interesting Georgetown mayor, mum of 5, farmer, well connected in the community. That's a very interesting.
No, okay, I'm being waved at that it's we shouldn't look at Bass. Can someone tell me? Was that a problem? All right.
Very small.
So our intelligence, Bass 10% vote counted Liberal primary at 46.5 versus Labor's on 35.7. So that's a pretty promising result for us.
Well, I'm just not sure Labor can afford to lose 2 seats in Tasmania tonight if they're going to win this election.
Can't.
Anyway, let's go back up to the New South Wales South Coast seat of Gilmore. This is, a bit of trouble here for the Liberals, as you can see. Look, this Liberal vote is down 17%, but you have a National in the mix, right? So that wasn't there last time. And Katrina Hodgkinson sitting on 12.6%, you would think a lot of that would end up in the Liberal column. Grant Schultz as well was the former Liberal endorsed candidate, and he's sitting on 6%. Some of that, you would think, if not a lot of that, will also go there. The Labor vote sitting at 38% will be helped by Greens preferences. This, I think, is looking rather close. Let's have a look after preferences and see the allocation, the 2PP allocation there if we can. All right, it's only 2.8% of the two-party preferred result counted. Labor a whisker in front, but still pretty close, too close to call. As you can see, Warren Mundine is the Liberal candidate and joins me now. Warren Mundine, how are you feeling about the count about an hour or so in?
Look, we're feeling very good here. I've just come from our scrutineers and have a conversation. It's going to be very, very close. We always knew it would be close. I always said it would be less than 1% either way for the winner of this seat. And and when you consider you've got a freeway contest, you've got the independent involved in the whole process. Look, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be an interesting night, and we're feeling quietly confident.
All right, so you're still confident. Your Liberal vote, though, is down quite a bit. Do you think that'll all come back from the others in the race, the other Conservative candidates in the race?
Of course, that's what we're getting, and of course the reason that's down, you've got to admit that it was a Nationals. The Nationals weren't there before. Now it's a three-cornered contest. That was always going to happen. At the end of the day, it's we're looking at just getting over the line, but it's close. It's too close to call. Anyone calling it now, I think, is well ahead of themselves.
Do you think the Liberals and Nationals have cooperated enough in that contest?
Look, we're coalition partners. We work very closely together. Our preferences is number 2 going to the Nationals. The Nationals number 2 is going to us. Also, we know that the other Conservatives we're working with, they're preferencing us as well. So look, it's going to get right to the wire. There's not going to be an easy contest for any side. We've said this from day one, and as the campaign grew on, we got stronger and stronger in this campaign because we were well behind in the beginning, but we've dragged it back, and we'll see what happens at the end of the night.
All right, Warren Mundine, thank you very much. Very close contest there in Gilmore. We'll keep an eye on that one through the night. I'm not sure if anyone on the panel wanted to comment on just Gilmore before we move on. But
on Gilmore, there's a very important point on Gilmore, and that is that there were 49,006 pre-poll votes cast in Gilmore. I mean, that is nearly 40% of the vote in Gilmore was cast before election day. So that is going to be a very significant factor, which I think will make it impossible for us to finally determine who's won Gilmore tonight.
Let's go back up to Queensland and have a look at some of the seats there. Perhaps right up to Herbert, the seat based on Townsville. This held by Labor right on the knife edge, though. They only won it by 37 votes, Cathy O'Toole, at the last election. We got less than 2% of the primary vote count in, and so just a small batch really. But where is it going at the moment? It's the Katter Party that's picking up 9%, nearly 10% of the vote. The One Nation Party, about 9% of the vote. What does everyone think on those numbers?
It's too small.
Not much.
No.
All right.
You don't really tell anything there.
And Capricornia in central Queensland, now we've got more than 10% of the vote count there.
Well, that's a problem for Labor.
Yeah, that One Nation vote is sitting at nearly 17% there, Peter Gridlin. That's
Michelle's primary vote is essentially not shifting, and Labor's dropping.
And she'll be helped by those One Nation votes, so she'll be fine there.
That's Adani.
Yep. Let's have a look after preferences if we can. We've got the two-party preferred result now on Capricornia there yet we can take a look at because, I'm pretty sure she's extending her margin there. In fact, look at that. A swing of nearly 8% to Michelle Landry in Capricornia. All right, come back down to Victoria, and in fact, it's been called there. Capricornia as a hold for Michelle Landry and the LNP. Let's go back down to Victoria. Andrew Bolt is with us. Andrew, you've been taking a look at the results as they come through. What are you making of things where they sit right now?
I don't think the coalition should ever have got this close. If you'd looked at the polls last year, we were told that by the Victorian opposition leader at the time, Matthew Guy, after he lost the Victorian election, he predicted that Labor would be left with a 60 to 70 seat majority federally, the way things were going, and there weren't many people disagreeing with him. For the Liberals, in fact, to be this close. I mean, I did a seat rundown on the show last night to see, was there a path for victory for the Liberals? You know, and it's very narrow. It's just a minority government position. And so far, the Liberals are ahead of that on very early projections, mind, very early projections. Lots could change. But they're ahead by 3 seats. So I find that just unbelievable. You know, it's not out of the question the Liberals could win it. I still think it's a very long shot. But this is just astonishing to see this comeback from a year ago or even 6 months ago. A lot of credit to, obviously, Scott Morrison, who's campaigned out of his skin. But I also have to say this, that up till now, the electorate seems to have been focused on the coalition being disunited and a rabble and backstabbing and all that. But as the election campaign wore on, the issue became Labor. Can you trust it? I mean, that was the Liberal slogan. And I think this is a real factor here. The more that people became acquainted with Labor policies, the more they didn't like them. And even if Labor goes on to win, they are going to be living with policies that people will now live with and I think like even less.
All right, Andrew, just stay with us there for a moment. I want to have a look at the couple of those Melbourne-based seats or Victorian-based seats. McNamara, I think we've got. I'm just hearing this is... okay, there we go. Yeah, no, big swing to
It's a great result.
Labor. Well, it's a very early number, isn't it? But a 14% lift there on that early batch. That won't be a problem. But Corangamite, let's go back to Corangamite if we can. Can we just see how Sarah Henderson's holding up there? Earlier she was looking in some trouble. We've now got nearly 13.5% of the vote count and, yeah, the swing against her. Let's have a look after preferences and whether we've got a projection now on Corangamite because... oh, that's probably too close to call. But, Andrew, what you're seeing in Victoria is not what we're seeing in Queensland or indeed New South Wales at the moment. But what's your read there, Andrew, on some of those swings right across Melbourne at the moment?
Well, the swings are bad for the Liberal Party, absolutely. There was some hope that Corangamite might be saved. I'm not sure that's going to happen. A number of seats will fall. But we are facing a really torn nation in that regard. We see the coalition up in Tasmania, up a lot in Queensland. Queensland was seen as going to be a killing ground for Labor. Now it looks like it's one where they could even lose seats, like Longman even, that they won with a 30% swing, you might recall, in the by-election that saw off Malcolm Turnbull. Now it looks like they could lose that. So you've got Queensland, New South Wales and Tasmania, two of them Labor-held states, by the way, swinging, it seems, in crucial seats towards the coalition, or at least not the losses aren't there, while Victoria, of course, it's a happy hunting ground for Bill Shorten, who is, of course, also from Victoria.
Yeah, well, indeed. Let's just do a quick whip around some of those other Victorian seats. We got Kooyong here now, Josh Frydenberg's seat. The count now sitting at just over 10%. And the Liberal vote down 9.7% there, but he's sitting on 49% primary vote, 49 and a bit. He'd hold on to that if that holds up, you would think, even though it's a big swing. It'll be too close to call, I'm guessing, right now. Well, it's saying Liberal hold, there you go. OK, so look, no problem for Josh Frydenberg. Higgins, though, is the former Kelly O'Dwyer seat. Katie Allen now, the swing is not as bad as it was, I think, a little earlier. It's now only 2.3% against. Labor vote up 4.7%. That probably won't be enough. Let's see, there probably won't be enough count.
No, I think that's... I can't see how Labor wins Higgins.
No, Labor's never going to win Higgins. All the polling has shown across the whole seat that the Greens are ahead of Labor. So these are very, very small...
All right, Chisholm, let's have a look at Chisholm because this is one that Labor needs to win. And Chisholm, we've now got 8% of the vote counted there and a big swing of 6% against Gladys Liu, and some of that going to Labor, a little bit going to the Greens. And right now you'd have to say Labor's in the box seat, but it's too close right now. But Labor's getting a big swing there, or a big swing against the Liberals, I should say there. Small bit of it going to Labor. Dunkley as well. Let's see whether Dunkley is going the way. We checked in on this about 15 minutes ago. We've now got nearly 10% of the vote count there. And look, it's not much of a swing against Chris Cruther there at all, is it? 36% though.
Yeah, it's more than a redistribution than the actual politics of the ground.
Yep. Too close. Too close. Not enough there for Labor just yet, though.
In Queensland,
he's got to get a swing to him. It's not about swinging.
Right. It's no shame.
Let's go up to Queensland.
While having a look at Lily.
Yeah, someone just told me that as well. Let's have a look at Lily. Wayne Swan's former seat. And if we've got any results there on Lily, let's check out that, because I've heard the 7% swing to the Liberals there in this Brisbane seat of Lily. Do we have anything? Okay, someone just let me know if we do or not. There we go. We do. We have 15% of the vote count there, and look at that, an 8.5% swing against Labor.
And look at the One Nation.
I'll just give you a pretty staggering figure. Tony Abbott lost Mossman on primary votes, and it looks like Zali Steggall has won.
Let's have a look.
All right, well, okay, we'll come back to Queensland. Let's go to Warringah.
That's a pretty big story.
It's a pretty big story. You're absolutely right.
Scott Morrison is having a perfect evening in New South Wales.
Stephen, we've got 11% of the vote count there. And look, that swing against Tony Abbott, look, it's come back a little from the 14%, but it's still pretty disastrous territory there at 13.7%. Zali Steggall's primary vote's gone up, I think, to 44%. And let's see what the projection is. She's won it. Zali Steggall has won the seat of Warringah. Tony Abbott, after 25 years, I know, but the swing is pretty clear there, Matthias Cormann. Are you saying he can win this?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying 0.91% might be.
Yeah, but we've got later figures than that. I'm telling you now, Tony's lost, and he's a mate of mine, so I'm not crowing about it. I'm just stating a fact.
Whatever happens tonight, in terms of holding government, this is one of the most significant stories of the evening. Tony Abbott losing his own seat there of Warringah. Peter Credlin, as someone who's worked very closely with Tony Abbott, is very close with Tony Abbott over many years. What's your reaction to that?
Well, at 25 years is an incredible innings, and not many people get to be the Prime Minister of this country. I'm not going to call it over on less than 1% of the vote. Obviously, there's postals and there's a whole lot of numbers. I mean, I know Richo's talking about Mossman. A lot of her funding support and bankers who've got big renewable energy investments come out of Mossman. I'd be interested in some of the, more suburban parts of his electorate. I do accept he's in a lot of trouble.
Andrew Bolt's still with us too, and Andrew, as a supporter of Tony Abbott there too, what do you think about that sort of result?
Well, I think he's in a lot of trouble. Last week he thought, or a few days ago, he thought he was home, that he just squeaked in. But these figures are very bad. I think it's a tragedy in a sense, and it'll be a victory for the Malcolm Turnbull camp. They're having patchy luck. If you have a look at the Turnbull party about who they've been trying to knock off, Josh Frydenberg, Michael Sukkar, Greg Hunt, here is the big scalp. And I think it'll be a real blow to the Conservatives in the Liberal Party, and it will give some ammunition for the Liberal left to say, well, look, it was global warming what done it, when I think, in fact, it's global warming that nearly sprung a leak in the Labor Party because it went too hard and people started to get too scared. But that's a debate for when we actually get a final result.
Andrew, thank you. I want to bring in the Nationals leader and Deputy Prime Minister, Michael McCormack, who's joining us now. Michael McCormack, look, we're just seeing some really troubling news there for Tony Abbott, but generally, across the country right now for the government, of which you're a key member, how do you think things are looking?
Well, look, it's too early to call yet, and it's like the ball's just been cleared out of the centre after the first bounce in the first quarter of the grand final. Way too early to call. I wouldn't be writing Tony Abbott off. I mean, he's a determined fighter, and I know he presented a very clear message to the Warringah people. Don't ever write Tony Abbott off until the final vote is counted.
Well, all right. We will make calls on seats before the final vote is counted in each one of them. Nonetheless, how are things looking in Cowper for the Nationals? Are you going to be able to hold that and hold off Rob Oakeshott?
Well, look, I certainly hope so, because we don't want another excruciating 17 minutes of Rob Oakeshott anytime soon. Pat Conahan has been an absolutely outstanding candidate. Former police prosecutor, a Kempsey local, a family man, a small businessman. He's just the sort of person that Cowper needs to continue that small business message, to continue to drive our jobs message, and to continue to grow the prosperity in Port Macquarie and indeed Coffs Harbour.
Michael McCormack, thank you very much for that. We'll keep an eye on how that Cowper vote is looking. It is right now holding up pretty well, though, for the Nationals. Appreciate your time. I want to go to Chris Kenny, who's there in Warringah, because this is the big story right now in terms of individual seat contests. Our computer projection has called it that Zali Steggall's won it. Whether you believe it or not, Chris Kenny, what do you think?
Yeah, Spearsy, great to hear the Deputy Prime Minister using Aussie rules analogies there, but we're outside the Manly Warringah Rugby League Club. This is where Tony Abbott's team are gathering tonight. It already looks a pretty sombre gathering, I got to tell you. They're starting to turn up now in their dribs and drabs. Tony Abbott is not here yet. He's with family and staff going through the numbers, probably watching Sky News and working out what it all means. As you say, you got that computer projection. I wouldn't try and second guess that at this stage. Of course, there's a lot of pre-polls. Of course, there's postals, and it's pretty complex. But the point here is, as I mentioned earlier, there's so many forces lined up against Tony Abbott. You look at 10 people on the ballot paper here, most of them looking to get rid of Tony Abbott, and a group out here saying, vote Tony out, campaigning around the electorate, actually preferencing Fraser Anning ahead of Tony Abbott. So there's been a concerted campaign here not to form a new government, not to focus on some policy agenda, but to somehow get rid of Tony Abbott out of Parliament. It's a new force in Australian politics. It's obviously been very powerful, and it's centred on Zali Steggall, who has obviously captured all of that sentiment and support from groups like Get Up and Labor and the Greens and the rest of it. So, as you say, this is historic. No matter what happens here, this is historic, because Tony Abbott has been 25 years in Parliament. He's risen to be Prime Minister of this country. He's been an incredibly powerful force in politics, whether he's been in government or in opposition. So whatever happens here is a major story. A lot of media starting to gather around here, waiting for Tony to arrive here pretty soon.
Chris, thank you. Let's have a look at Wentworth, because Karen Phelps, looking at the numbers I'm seeing, is coming back into contention here. She seems to be locked at 38% or thereabouts with Dave Sharma on the primary vote. But Karen Phelps, you'd think, is going to get more of those preferences from Labor and the Greens than Dave Sharma will.
She looks pretty good on those early numbers. Yeah. But she's got Greens preferences and Labor. Yeah. And they hold pretty tight.
That'll be a bit of a disappointment for the Liberals if they can't get Wentworth, this blue ribbon seat, back into the fold at this election tonight. So anyway, that's interesting. Let's go just while I know everyone wants to have a look at seats everywhere. Let's just stick in Sydney for a minute. Reid is one of the battlegrounds we've been looking at tonight. Is there any movement there now? We've got 14.5% of the vote count. That Liberal vote's down a touch, but sitting at 45% is a good primary. Labor's Sam Crosby not perhaps doing enough there, Richo.
Can't win on that. He needs 4.7 and he's not getting anywhere near it.
All right. And Lindsay, let's check that out in outer Western Sydney. Labor were in trouble there earlier on. What's it now showing in Lindsay? We're up to more than 13% of the vote count. And look, Diane Beamer is in real trouble there. Liberals are going to win that, I think. Let's see if there's a projection. Too close. OK, but favouring the Liberals there, Richo.
Mate, I don't think Diane can win it.
No.
I think she's got Buckley's on those figures.
And last one to check there in Sydney would be Banks.
It's a very conservative computer you've got, by the way.
You're a bit more bright.
I think your computer vote's Liberal for sure.
Banks for David Coleman. Well, he's not going to have any trouble. Look at his primary vote. He's already there. First past the post, 51%.
I think people in Sydney are getting ready to concede that one.
Macquarie is the...
Well, I think, it's 20% of the vote count. I think, I'm sure. Let's have a look. I'll hold my breath for the computer here, but I
didn't meet anyone who thought we could win Banks, though.
Oh, it's saying too close. It is a little conservative. Yeah, Richo, on the...
Your computer's hopeless. Sack it.
All right.
Now, don't forget there's the big postal vote, so they probably dialed back the margin of when you call it.
Yeah, true. All right. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Now, we're going to go to Queensland in a minute, but Michael Kroger's with us to give us a bit of an update of what's going on in Victoria. And we'll scroll through some of those Victorian seats as well as we talk. But, Michael, let me just get... as someone who's done many an election night, can I just get your thoughts before we get into Victoria about Tony Abbott there in Warringah? What do you think? Can he possibly come back from here?
Well, it doesn't look like it on those figures, David. My rule generally is when 5% of the vote is counted, that's a pretty good guide, and it's not often that after more than 5% is counted that the result changes. So Tony, unfortunately, is in... a great deal of trouble. I agree completely with Andrew Bolt that this is a very, very sad moment for Australian politics when someone of the quality of Tony Abbott doesn't hold his seat, and there's a new paradigm in Australian politics today. It's a paradigm of negativity, of running members of Parliament down, trying to ruin their careers, spreading all sorts of disinformation, etc., etc. It's not what the Liberal Party normally does, and the Liberal Party, if it's to prosper, it's going to have to get a lot tougher in its campaigning, a lot more aggressive, because for Abbott to be run down in a seat like Warringah sends alarm bells through the way in which we campaign and also the way in which GetUp has been campaigning.
Now let's take a look at some of those Melbourne seats while we got you there, Michael. What do you, perhaps you can just scroll through Chisholm, Dunkley, Latrobe, and what are you picking up there? What do you think?
So, well, I sort of look at this in two halves. If you're pro-Adani, Queensland we're doing well, and New South Wales we're mining states. If you're not a mining state really like Victoria isn't, and you don't like Adani, and you've got no one lobbying or arguing for Adani, then you're not doing so well. And the closer you get to the city in Melbourne, the more wealthy the electorates in the eastern suburbs, the worse we're doing. So we've got swings against us in Kooyong and seats like Higgins, but we're doing better in the outer east. It looks to me as if Michael Sukkar has comfortably held his seat of Deakin. Jason Wood in Latrobe is also ahead. The two very marginal seats on 6% and 3%. It looks as if they've held their seats, and Michael Sukkar was the seat that Labor and GetUp and the Greens and everyone targeted. He looks as if he's done well. Looks like Alan Tudge
Flinders?
Has held in. Flinders looks close. Julia Banks has got down to 16%. It's close. Greg Hunt is just in front of that seat at the minute.
What's interesting, we're just looking at that now, Michael, and the Labor candidate, Josh Sinclair's just now ahead of Julia Banks, so he's in second place. That's going to be very, very close, too close to call.
So it depends where those preferences fall, obviously, but I expect Greg to handle that. Chisholm and Dunkley and Corangamite, as we said at the top of the show, for all the reasons previously explained, all look hard despite great efforts by our candidates there and our volunteers, and I thank them for their enormous service. But it does look hard. This would be devastating for Sarah Henderson and Chris Cruther, but we do look as if we're behind in those three. A number of others too close to call. Higgins, where we're just ahead. Seats like Casey. Looks like Alan Tudge has won. I expect us to win Indi. But we seem to be doing worse in seats where closer to the city, where there's what they used to call the doctor's wives syndrome, wealthy electors like Kooyong, where I am at the minute, and Higgins, where there are swings against the party, and better in the outer, more middle-class suburbs like Deakin, Aston and Latrobe, David.
Yeah, well, indeed. Michael, thank you. So that's a batch of Victorian seats. We're going to maybe just check in on Tasmania as well, because, look, if Labor's going backwards in Bass and Braddon, losing seats there, I don't see how they're going to, given what's happening in New South Wales and Queensland, how they're going to win this tonight. So here's Braddon now. We've got nearly 30% of the vote count. And look at that primary vote swing against Labor. Look, One Nation's in the field. This Craig Breakey is obviously scooping up nearly 12% of the count. But that is looking, well, it says too close. But Richo, what do you think?
I wouldn't be putting any money on us. I think the Libs are going to win that.
And Bass as well. We've now got 37% of the vote count.
They're a pigeon pair usually, aren't they?
Yeah. And Peter Credlin, this is some real trouble. If Labor's down 2 in Tasmania, and based on that, both of these seats are heading the Liberals' way.
That means we've got to do much, much better in Victoria.
And you're not doing well enough in Victoria, would you say?
Oh, look, I think it's a little too early. The big booths aren't in Victoria yet.
But I think the full story of Queensland hasn't been told yet.
Let's go up to Queensland.
We think we're fine.
Yeah, look at Blair.
Let's go to Queensland. We've got Blair, we've got
Lily.
Lily is worth a look as well. Just while we get those, let me bring in Alan Jones, because Alan's with us again. Alan, I just want to get your thoughts on Tony Abbott first before we get to the rest of the country or the rest of the East Coast. Tony Abbott in Warringah, our computer is saying he's gone. Do you think he can still win it?
Well, look, firstly, I want to say what I said earlier. The campaign there has been absolutely disgraceful, and it was disgraceful today when you have a person who's a former Prime Minister being shouted out as a pedophile, where language has been used across his posters, which we can't repeat on this program, and people were really harassed and pushed around today. I've had any number of emails from people, a disgraceful campaign. It does appear he's in trouble, but Tony Abbott, being Tony Abbott, has always said all that matters is the Liberal Party, not Tony Abbott. So I come back to what I said at the beginning of the show tonight. Where are Labor going to get these seats? We were told it was going to be a walkover and a wipeout. I can't see where Labor are going to get seats to enable them to get to 76. Now, there's nothing for them in Queensland, apart from Tony Abbott. There's nothing much for them in New South Wales. It's not looking all that flash in Victoria. South Australia will be line ball. There are 2 seats in Tasmania, which now look for the Labor Party to be in real trouble. There's nothing for them in the ACT, and all that they're hoping for in Western Australia is that Hannah Beazley might win the seat of Swan. So I don't know what time it is now. We're in such a hurry, but at this hour of the night, I'm saying Labor can't win. On what I've seen, Labor can't win this election.
Well, that's interesting. Richo, do you agree with Alan there?
I know Labor can win it, but I'm not going to put the mortgage on it just at the moment.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I think Alan's making a good point about what we're seeing in Tassie, what we're seeing in Queensland. Alan, look, you're right in that Labor would really...
See, I mean, Labor expected to win La Trobe. Now, it does look as though they're not going to win La Trobe. Now, I heard the panel there talking about Lily, Wayne Swan's seat. Now, I'm not saying Labor will lose that.
We're winning Lily.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they'll lose it, but the figures are very, very significant. I mean, that in the seat of Ford, everyone said, oh, the Liberals are in trouble in Ford. They're okay in Ford. They're not going to get anywhere in Herbert or Leichhardt. So, you know, it's what I said at the beginning of the night. You've got to look at the map of Australia. Swings mean nothing. You've got to win seats. And it's all very well to boast about a swing here because the Liberals might have had a margin of 12% or whatever. It's not going to win them a seat. And so at this stage of the night, Bill Shorten and his team would be very worried. I know there's a long way to go, but I said at the beginning of the night, I can't see how Shorten can get to 76, and I stick by that view now.
Alan, thank you. I'm going to go through some of these Queensland seats. We'll start with Lily and then have a look at Blair as well. So we're talking about some Labor seats here. Obviously, they can't afford to be going backwards, as Alan touches on there as well. Wayne Swan's old seat, we've got 23 and nearly 24% of the vote count. Labor votes down 8.6%, but the Greens votes up, and some of that will come back to Labor. Let's see if there's any sort of two-party preferred...
7% between European and national.
It's fine, Stephen Conroy.
No, that's fine.
Okay. What about Blair? Let's have a look at Blair.
Blair's an interesting one.
Blair's an interesting one. Do we have any results? There we go. So we now got a quarter of the votes counted, and Shane Newman is suffering a big swing against him there. Look at that, 10.5%. A bit of that's going to the Greens, and a bit of that's going to One Nation. But he's in some trouble. It's going to be close. What do you think, Richo?
Well, I still think he's a reasonable show getting up. Just depends where you're seeing the votes from. I'm still not going to get too despondent about it yet.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm prepared to, but I'm not doing it yet.
Let's go up a bit further north to Herbert, because we're just looking at a few Labor-held seats in Queensland. As mentioned, Labor cannot be losing seats tonight if they're going to win this. We now got nearly 12% of the vote count there now, and the Labor vote's down 5%. Look at the Katter vote, 10%, the One Nation vote, 10.9%. That's going to be too close to call, obviously. Yeah. But again, we're seeing big increases in third-party votes there for the One Nation and the Katter vote. I'm not sure we go back to the primary there, whether the Palmer vote was playing much of a role there in Townsville.
It's not listed.
He spent a lot of money, obviously, advertising there in Townsville, but has the issues of the Queensland nickel mine. So Queensland nickel refinery issues there.
And look, go back to the point at the start of the night with you. Has he got the ground game that people are handing out?
Which he doesn't seem to have anywhere.
No, I mean, it's got others at 9%, so some of that would be Palmer, but he's nowhere near, obviously, One Nation or the Katter Party.
Well, that's because people have memories.
What about Longman? Let's come back down to Longman. Another Labor-held seat in Queensland to the north of Brisbane. Susan Lamb won it, the by-election, of course, in the Super Saturday by-elections last year. Right now, we've got 26% of the vote count, and this will be close as well. The primary votes are pretty much deadlocked between the LNP and Labor.
Sure.
Too close, but...
Gee, I'd want to see those Bribey Island moves coming.
I don't see that result.
Well, maybe they are the Bribey Island booths. That part of the electorate Peter's referring to there is the more retiree belt, where the franking credit issue would have definitely played out.
It's really Bribey.
All right, state of the parties right now. Here we go. So 20% of the vote count. The coalition's sitting on 44. You need to get to 76 is the target, as you can see there. Labor on 39 right now. The Greens 1, Bob Katter 1. And then we've got 2 independents, which is, still a long way to go. We've got 64 of them undecided. So this is very much up in the air right now, this election night. No one, I don't think, is willing to suggest which way this is going to land right now. But, Richo,
I still think Labor's got their nose in front, but I wouldn't be, as I said, putting the mortgage on it just yet.
Perhaps we should look at some of those other Queensland seats in the Liberal or the LNP column and see how they look right now. Capricornia, Ford, Flynn. If we could maybe have a look at Ford, this one to the south of Brisbane, and see whether there's any hope there for Labor right now. It doesn't look like there is, because Bert van Manen's increasing his primary vote. The Labor vote for Des Hardman is in fact down 8%. Where's that going? One Nation again. All right.
I think I agree with the computer this time.
Yeah, you'll hold that one. Well, perhaps we should look at Flynn. Flynn, there's margin there, 1% for the Nationals' Ken O'Dowd. We saw a lot of visits there during the campaign from the two leaders. We've got 23% of the vote count there now, and Ken O'Dowd won't be in too much trouble there, you wouldn't think. He'll pick up a lot of those One Nation preferences. Let's see the two-party preferred count there now. Looks like a big swing to him. He's held that seat, Ken O'Dowd, so that one's a hold. Petrie as well, if we can have a look at how Luke Howarth is going. And this one back down in the southeast corner. We've now got 35% of the vote there now. And his vote's up as well. Luke Howarth, I mentioned at the very start of tonight, he's regarded as a pretty good local campaigner. Swing to him, he'll hold that, and he has. All right, and what about Dixon? Let's take a look at how Peter Dutton's going. Again, the early numbers showed pretty positive news for him. What does it say now? Dixon with nearly 30% of the vote count there now. His vote largely unchanged.
Bolting in.
Yeah, he'll be fine. That One Nation vote will help him, you would think. Let's see after preferences how he's looking. It's going to be too close to call.
That's a gunner seat. We're always going to beat him. We just don't seem to when the crunch comes.
Yeah. And perhaps we should look at Leichhardt. Let's have a look at Leichhardt. Right up in the north of Queensland, and 25% of the vote count there now. Warren Inch's vote is down 2%. He holds it with a margin of 4%, though. Let's see if we've got anything after preferences there.
Catter votes up.
Yeah,
look at that.
He's in some trouble.
Right.
And
I'm unconvinced.
Capricornia, Michelle Landry was looking good on the early count. The Nationals, Michelle Landry in Central Queensland there in Capricornia, 20% of the vote count there now. Her vote, not much changed, but boy, look at that preference she'll pick up from, I think it was One Nation. I didn't catch the primary vote there for One Nation, but I think it's
when she first won that seat, she won it on a handful of votes, so this is quite an extraordinary result for her.
First results in South Australia, I think they are from Boothby. This is one of those seats we flagged earlier, a margin of 2.7% for the Liberals' Nicole Flint. Her vote is down a touch there. It's only 4% of the vote count, so early days there in South Australia. They're running a half hour behind the East Coast, but that'll be interesting. The Labor votes jumped 10%. So it's a very different story in South Australia to what we're seeing for Labor in Queensland, that's for sure. Not as many seats in play, though, in South Australia, unfortunately for Labor. But right now, too early, but Labor with its nose in front there in Boothby. And in Sturt, Christopher Pines, former seat. He's not recontesting this time around. The Labor vote's up 7 or 8%, and the Greens vote's up as well. What does that mean after preferences? Probably not much, because it's only 5%, less than 1% of the preference vote count. Too early, but close.
Can I give you some good news? Sometimes I believe there is a God. It looks like the Nats will hold Cowper, and we won't have to put up with another term from Oakshott. So I think we should all celebrate that. That should be a unanimous verdict, that one.
Well, let's have a look at it. Cowper, we had a few audio problems talking to Rob Oakshott there earlier when we started asking about what he might do, but I'm not sure if he'll get the chance, because if he's not there, he won't be deciding anything in a hung parliament. The Nationals, look at that. It's too close, but at 58%, 5% of the count, I think that's heading
I don't
their
think anyone bought the 100% renewable target that he was offering.
Possibly not in that neck of the woods there on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. All right, so we are getting through quite a lot of results here now. Perhaps we should go back to Victoria and see if there's any better news there for Labor that need to make the ground there.
If it's got Farah there, that's a bit interesting. I mean, that's comfortable for her with such a big margin, but
big primary vote.
Yeah.
So we were never going to win that.
No, there was
it was Mac. Mac was the one that won.
Kevin Mac is the independent. Who was
what about Mayo in South Australia?
Well, let's have a look at Mayo.
Yes, but for that independent to win, basically we wouldn't have. If we thought he was going to win, we wouldn't have run.
Do we have any numbers for Mayo in South Australia? Georgina Downer hoping to take this seat back into the Liberal fold, but I'm not sure if expectations were terribly high. Rebecca Sharkey, well, Rebecca Sharkey at 34%. I'm not sure is 38% going to be enough for Georgina Downer on a primary vote? What does everyone think? Probably not.
No.
Given all
She's
those
got both the Greens and Labor coming to her.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's too close, but you'd want to be Rebecca Sharkey right now based on where that counts out. No great surprise there. She's entrenched herself, it would seem, once again as not an independent, but a, what do they call themselves now? SA Best. The former Nick Xenophon team.
Yes. No. Centre Alliance.
Centre Alliance.
You're one party behind.
They keep changing their name. Centre Alliance. Thank you.
Yeah, she's an independent.
All right. Okay, so what about back in Victoria? Sorry, I know we're whipping through a lot of seats, but this is where it's at right now, trying to work out who has won this election, and right now it's very hard to know. Back into Melbourne, here we go, Chisholm. So this is in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, 2.9% the margin there when Julia Banks won it at the last election for the Liberals. Now Gladys Liu, that primary vote's down to 41%. That's going to be difficult for the Liberals to hold. Labor,
good.
Yeah, too close, but you'd want to be Labor there, and that's one they really need to win. What about, let's just whip through some of these Melbourne seats. Sorry, Higgins. Okay, we've got Higgins now, 15% of the vote count there now, and 43% primary vote there.
Lib's starting to get in trouble there.
Yeah, what do you think, Stephen?
Libs are starting to be in trouble there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Look at that.
All right, gee. And it's Fiona McLeod who's leapt in front of the Greens. Jason Ball there, has she?
But Ball has been closing the gap on Labor all night.
Right. Well, that one's interesting, and it's some trouble there for Higgins, for the Liberals in Higgins. Sorry, what was the next one we're going to look at? Can we check Kooyong? All right, we'll check Kooyong. I don't think Josh Frydenberg's going to be in too much danger there. We were on the numbers we were looking at earlier, but well, you can see a swing now against him at 10%, but at 48% primary vote. Let's see after preferences.
His primary's like Katie Page. You've got to be heading down into the low 40s to be a problem.
He's held that. We can put Kooyong as a hold there for Josh Frydenberg, who'll be very happy to hear that. Corangamite, let's go back and see Sarah Henderson. Notionally on a knife edge, really, but just notionally Labor by a handful of votes.
Pretty good.
Now her vote's down 3%. She won't be able to hold it on that, given Labor pick-up preferences there from the Greens and possibly others as well. Let's see after preferences how Corangamite now looks. And it's saying too close, but you'd want to be Labor's Libby Coker.
Yeah, I'd have to look at her postal vote numbers. She'd have a high postal vote.
We actually had more postal returns.
Yeah, maybe Casey and Latrobe.
Two seats too, don't you?
Latrobe and Casey.
Yeah, well, have a look at Casey and Latrobe. So Casey, the Speaker, Tony Smith, this is his seat, held by a margin of 4.5%. Labor weren't terribly hopeful here. The swing's only 3%.
This is a smoky for us.
What's that?
This is a smoky for us.
Yeah. Look at that. That's worth keeping an eye on tonight. That's Casey. What about Latrobe? Okay, Latrobe. All right, Jason Wood.
That's holding up. No, Wood's holding up okay so far.
Yeah.
Woody's Woody, as everyone kept telling me all week. Woody's Woody.
Too close, I'd say. Yeah, you're right, Richo, on our conservative computer there. You would want to be... you'd want to be Jason Wood. Deakin, let's check out Deakin. 6.4% the margin going into tonight from Michael Sukkar in the outer eastern suburbs there. And look,
his vote is building up.
It's improved for Michael Sukkar.
He was never going to get beaten.
No, he's doing all right there on that number. Let's see after preferences what it looks like. 54% to 45.8 Liberal hold for Deakin. I'm just writing this down. So he's okay there. What about Flinders? We should check in on Flinders again. And, all right, 29% of the vote count there. Greg Hunt's vote is down at nearly 7%, which, funnily enough, is his margin. This will be too close, I would suggest. That's the primary swing anyway. Let's see what it looks like after preferences. Yeah, he's in some trouble there right now. So too close to call for Greg Hunt. Josh Sinclair for the Labor Party. Richard Miles, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a chance. I mean, there's a few seats in Victoria which are a chance. I mean, the question is whether we're going to get the sort of these are all going to fall at the end of the day in the uniform way they did at the state election.
Might just have a look up the pendulum a little further at Menzies if we can. This is Kevin Andrews' seat in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne. He's up against Stella Yee for the Labor Party, and look, he's not had any primary vote swing. You look at the primary vote, 49%. He's okay.
And in the redistribution, he lost. He picked up parts that I'd say are a heavy green tinge. So that's a strong result.
Yep. And what else should we look at while we're in Victoria? Indi, can we check in on Indi again and see how that contest is going between Helen Haines as an independent, trying to hold the seat that Cathy McGowan held as an independent, Steve Martin, the Liberal candidate there, up on the border with New South Wales. And, look, that Liberal primary vote, it's close there, but that Liberal primary vote's picked up.
It has.
I still think Helen Haines will win that, so...
Yeah, I've got to say, we are cautiously optimistic in Indi.
And any others in Victoria that we should be checking? Perhaps, what about Alan Tudge in Aston?
He'll be fine.
He should be, right? 7.4% his margin there, so it'd have to be one hell of a swing to knock him out there.
Look at his primary vote.
If you look at Aston, you look at Casey, you look at the Trobe, and then you look at, say, Macquarie and Lindsay. It's working class, family, suburban, outer communities that are really holding up and improving for the Liberals, and it's the inner urban, green left Liberal type leafy seats that are proving the problem in New South Wales, in Sydney, and of course in Melbourne as well.
Well, that's certainly the case. Do we have any numbers there for the seat of New England? See how Barnaby Joyce is going in New South Wales, the northwest of New South Wales. Okay, we've got 30% of the vote count there. He's won it on primaries, 51.5%. And, you bear in mind all that happened in the last term of Parliament for Barnaby Joyce. And what does everyone think about that?
All is forgiven.
Well,
they have not punished him at all.
Well, he's a very strong and effective politician, you've got to say. Despite.
Yeah, but I think that what happens in people's private lives shouldn't be a factor anyway. I'm not interested in what happens in his private life. I'm interested only in the politics of it.
And look, it was interesting reading all of the lovely tributes to Bob Hawke that people could have a private life in the past.
Yeah.
Not like the scrutiny we subject our politicians to today.
No, indeed. So how are the National Party looking then, generally speaking, if they've knocked out, well, they've held on to Cowper and knocked out Rob Oakeshot's attempt there on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. Barnaby Joyce is obviously doing very well there in New England. All is forgiven as...
And you've got to say in Queensland the National Party is doing very well too.
Yeah, so Michael McCormack will have a firm grip on the leadership. Does everyone agree?
Oh, yeah. On this result, how could you tip him out?
He keeps getting written off. Everyone says he's a dud and, after the election they'll get rid of him. But what do you think?
Not everyone says that.
No,
we actually think he's a very strong performer.
He's a very bright guy. He's also one of the nicest blokes in Parliament, I might say.
And he's very
terrific bloke.
Yeah, that hasn't meant a lot in the past, Richo.
No, well, there were a few like me that got by being really nice,
And there's his own seats, Riverina.
Well, Michael McCormack can be very proud of what is emerging in National Party seats tonight. There's no question.
Yep.
Well, he really is a good guy, so I'm happy for him.
All right.
Eddie Barnaby's going to knock him off.
Well, that's what I'm just saying, Stephen.
Are you inside the National Party?
I'm not convinced.
But after a result like that, I don't think Barnaby can get the numbers, can he?
Indeed. All right, so and Mally, let's have a look at that while we're just flicking around some National Party seats.
Three-cornered contest, obviously.
Yeah, this is the one that Andrew
Bragg.
Broad.
Sorry, Broad.
Now, the Lib is getting ALP.
Senate.
The Lib is getting ALP conference preferences here.
Sorry,
the Lib is getting ALP preferences here.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But Anne Webster coming into Parliament there, yep, indeed, as the new member for Mally for the National Party. So right now, looking across the country, it is still too close to call which way this election's going to go. 2 hours since the close of polls in the East Coast. We're seeing gains for Labor in Victoria as we expected, but some worrying news for Labor, and we'll check back in on Tasmania in a moment, because if they're losing 2 seats there, not confirmed yet, but if that happens, well, that's a real setback, let alone what's happening in Sydney and then in Queensland as well, where there are a few trouble spots. Whether it's going to cost Labor seats, though, as I say, still too close to call. As you can see, in about 30 seconds from now, the polls will close in the West. The final voting will be wrapping up right now, and this is, of course, the last time zone to close, and the count can get underway in Western Australia. And then there'll be officially an end to the campaign wherever you are in Australia. So in 10 seconds from now, the polls are closing. I want to have a look at some of these West Australian seats we'll see over the coming hours. And the funny thing is, we may not have thought it, certainly months ago, let alone hours ago, but we could still be here late tonight looking at the results in Western Australia where those polls have now closed. So here are the ones to keep an eye on. If we haven't got any sort of result by the time we get over here, these could be the seats that decided. I want to show you Pearce, this in the urban fringe to the northeast of Perth. Christian Porter's seat, the margin 3.6%. Kim Travers for Labor trying to take out Christian Porter, who looked to be in some trouble, as I say, some months ago, but now the expectation is that he'll be fine. Labor not particularly hopeful of picking this one up. Labor more hopeful in Hasluck, this on the eastern fringe of Perth, the margin 2.1% for Ken Wyatt, another minister, holding a marginal seat there in the west. James Martin, the Labor candidate, hoping to pick that up. So Labor a little more optimistic about Hasluck, if not confident. Then we've got Cowan. This is a Labor-held seat, 0.7% the margin there. And again, Labor didn't have to hold these sort of marginal seats. Anne Ali, Isaac Stewart, the Liberal candidate, hoping to take Cowan. Stirling in the inner north beachside suburbs of Perth, a Liberal seat with a 6% margin. Stirling was held by Michael Keenan. He's not recontesting, so you've got Vince Connolly for the Liberals, Melita Markey for Labor, but that sort of margin won't be a problem for the Liberals. And then finally Swan, perhaps Labor's best hope in Perth. And this one in the southern suburbs, Hannah Beasley, daughter of Kim Beasley, trying to take out the sitting member Steve Irons. Let's go back to Laura Jays and Paul Murray. They're at the Liberal headquarters in Sydney tonight. And look, as I say, too close to call this at the moment. Patchy results in different parts of the country. But Paul, Laura, what do you think about where it's at?
Well, this is an amazing story about what is happening to the Labor vote, particularly in Queensland. This has meant that not just that the LNP is in a position to pick up Herbert as expected, but also they have been able to fortify many of the seats that were the potential gains for the Labor Party. But the story gets worse from there, because we are talking about seats like Blair, where the Labor Party vote is down more than 10%. The seat of Lilly, the old Wayne Swan seat, which is now down 8.6% for the Labor Party. Longman, they are down 1.4%. Outside of Queensland, Tasmania is coming home strong, and the Prime Minister, who has woke up there in Tassie, he might want to go back and buy a place there if this gets close, because the Labor vote is down 5% in Bass, and also in Braddon it's down as well. The seat of Herbert, the Labor vote is down as well. So this is also worth noting here, Laura, where there's two factors at play. Not just that the Liberal vote has surged in some seats where they needed to hold on, but Labor has collapsed in the seats that they needed to hold. And between One Nation and Palmer, they have 6% of the vote in Queensland, and most of it is going back to the Liberals. We are seeing preference discipline.
Yeah, at the start of the night, I mean, even some Nationals members were telling me that they believe Scott Morrison would save seats from them tonight. I think this is very much a Scott Morrison story in Queensland. These seats that Malcolm Turnbull couldn't pick up in the by-elections, or Scott Morrison has done a pretty good job in the southeast on these early numbers. Where Labor is ahead, though, important to look at that. Chisholm 5%, Corangamite ahead 3%, Dunkley 2%, Gilmore 3%, Warringah, of course, is gone. It looks like the independent Zali Steggall. Keep a very close eye on Wentworth. The Liberals were really confident about this going in. Dave Sharma was confident himself. Karen Phelps was pretty pessimistic about her chances, but look at the booths, Paul, that have come in. The early ones around Darlinghurst, Bondi Beach, you would expect to go to Karen Phelps, but she had a further swing to her. Now we're starting to see booths in Double Bay, Bellevue Hill, Wallara, Paddington, and they're not all good news for Dave Sharma.
Well, it seems like Karen Phelps has run up some of her margins in the more progressive parts.
And he's not out polling her in where he needs to.
He in fact, his vote, it seems, has gone down. Hers seems to have gone up right across what has come in already. So the vibe in the room, if there is hope in this room, there is fear in this room that pre-polls are about to land, and when they land, something massive is going to flip back the other way. But if the story is as it currently stands, this room, who knows how it's going to end the night, but right now it is feeling pretty freaking good.
Wow.
All right. Paul, Laura, thank you. And a good point there too about the pre-poll, that early vote. Once that count comes in, is that going to change anything, change the trend we're seeing? We saw the seat of New England earlier where Barnaby Joyce is, he's held his seat. In fact, his primary vote's up just a touch as well. And Barnaby Joyce joins us now. Barnaby Joyce, thanks for your time. Congratulations on holding New England. I suppose, given all that's happened in the last 3 years, are you pretty relieved to see what's happened there in New England tonight?
Well, look, the first thing I'd always say is an individual doesn't win a seat, team wins a seat. Look at these killer canaries, absolutely right. And, it's all about service to the community. Make sure that you go out, look after the people whether they vote for you or don't. I'll tell you what, we actually cleaned the floor of the Socialists up there in central Queensland. I can tell you right now, Mr Shorten, walk away from your blue-collar workers. They're going to walk away from you. And what we've seen here, I'm so humbled. I haven't found a booth yet. Maybe there is one where we're not ahead on first preference. And, it says something about making sure that you do the right thing. I could say this, stay away from the personal, doesn't win you any votes. I'm sorry about Tony Abbott, really good fella, and that's a great loss to our parliament. Obviously Dave Sharma, boy oh boy, he's kicked a goal there. But the big winners, first of all, New England. And, we had a serious campaign against us, but so many people just dug in, fought hard, and we're going to win this on primaries, and that's nothing about me. It's about my team, and I'm so humbled and proud to be a cog in this great big gearbox. Yeah.
All right, let me ask one more there, Barnaby Joyce. You talk about the team. The Nationals are actually holding up pretty well across the country, holding out Rob Oakeshott in Cowper as well, by the looks of things at the moment. How much credit do you give Michael McCormack, the Nationals leader? Does he deserve to stay as the Nationals leader?
Well, I'm not going to get sucked into that one, honestly. The big thing is that the National Party team has done extremely well. I'd like to commend Michael McCormack and the work he's done. I'd like to commend Matty Canavan and the work he's done in Queensland. Pat Conahan down there in Cowper, what a champion. Absolutely had his nose to the grindstone, and he's done an incredible job. The resources get up, put into there. Sucked in, fellas. You wait. Went for the sucker trap again, didn't you? Put all your resources into a seat you weren't going to win, and so you burned up your resources in other seats you could have, just like you did here last time. Anyway, thank you very much, Get Up, for being completely and utterly dopey. But we're going to make sure that we respect the work that we've done in the past, build on it, respect the voters who voted for us, respect the voters who didn't, and make New England even stronger.
All right, Barnaby Joyce, we'll let you get back to a celebration there. Well done in New England. Thanks for joining us tonight. Let me go down to Melbourne at the Labor HQ. Nick Rees and Kieran Gilbert are there. I don't see too many balloons, beers or champagne flowing right now. Good news in Victoria, I suppose, Kieran, for Labor on some fronts, but not enough gains 2 hours into the count for them to be confident about a victory just yet.
No, they're shell-shocked, David. They're shell-shocked. The room, I'd have to say, the only cheer that's gone up was when the Warringah result went up. They thought they'd do better. A Labor veteran has said to me, it's early, but I think we've lost. So that's the mood right now, and spare a thought for the individual who put $1 million on Labor to win. They'd be sweating bullets, Nick.
Indeed, I mean, the champagne is not flowing here, the beer is not flowing here, everybody is glued to the screen. As Kieran said, I think they're shell-shocked as these results are coming in. Labor is up in Victoria, and Labor's confident of getting ahead in New South Wales, but elections are often won and lost in Queensland, and Labor is not doing well there. And when you put that together with what's happened in Tasmania with Labor going backwards there, I think we're heading for a hung parliament.
Also here, you're not getting the swings in Latrobe and in other areas in the eastern suburbs where you thought you'd be getting better swings. They're just not eventuating.
Yeah, I thought that Deakin would be the high watermark in Victoria, and every seat up to that, including Latrobe, would come Labor's way. But at the moment, Deakin looks like it's going to fall the Liberals' way, and Latrobe is too close to call.
So, David, it's a bad news story in Victoria for them. It gets worse in Tasmania, and it's a shocker in Queensland. So you can understand why at the moment the champagne bottles are remaining on ice.
Absolutely. Kieran, Nick Rees, thank you very much. This is Dixon we were just talking about. 41, no, OK, we'll come back to Dixon. How about that? All right, let's get back to the panel then, shall we? All right, so I want to just check in on Warringah again, just to see if things have changed at all, because obviously some were reluctant to suggest Tony Abbott had lost it. How does Warringah look now? We're up to 32, about a third of the vote count in. So pretty comprehensive, and the swing against him is still the same. Zali Steggall still on 44.6% after preferences. Let's have a look at that. And we have a two-party preferred count there now on Warringah. She's picking up a lot of preferences, obviously, and I think that's even widened for her. There's no question about this now, is there, Matthias?
Look, Warringah looks lost, but I do have some better news.
Just before you get to that, though, let me just get your thoughts as someone who's worked with Tony Abbott, part of his leadership group. I mean, this is a significant result here, Matthias.
Sure. I mean, I'm very sad for Tony. I mean, Tony has made an amazing contribution to our country. And, I mean, in the Parliament for 25 years, Prime Minister. I did work very closely with Tony. I mean, I owe Tony personally a lot. He put me on the front bench. He put me into cabinet. So, I'm very sad to see Tony lose that seat in the circumstances that it appears that he has. But we do have some very good news in Wentworth, though, where after 30% of the vote counted, our primary vote is up to 48.6%.
Yeah, OK, so we're looking at us slightly behind what you're seeing from your scrutineers. But again, it's...
with a 48.6% primary vote, we will win.
You should be fine with that, shouldn't you? I mean, even this number here is 47.6% primary vote. You'd think normally you'd win from that, but obviously Karen Phelps is getting a lot of the preference from...
No, you can't lose from that.
Others, but yeah, what do you think, Richard?
You can't. Sharma...
you see, this is not realistic.
That's ridiculous. Sharma will win that.
Yep. Can't lose from 47%.
No, you just can't. So I think the computer needs to be sorted.
I'll let you take that up with the computer people.
That's pretty awful, you know.
That's
the reverse of what we all know is happening.
The two-party preferred vote for us there is lower than our primary vote, so that doesn't compute.
Yeah, you don't lose.
No, you don't lose. You don't lose preferences. That's right.
Primary votes. No, it's a very good point. Unless you're getting absolutely zero. But anyway, we'll come back with a further update on Wentworth in a moment. Where are we going to next? Shall we check it? Okay, we'll check in some of the Queensland seats then, shall we? Let's go back to Longman and see how that Labor vote's holding up there, because and then after Queensland we'll check in on some Tasmanian seats. So the Longman count now, Susan Lamb, she's sitting on 35.5% of the count there. She'll get preferences from the Greens, but not many from One Nation, you wouldn't think. So yeah, it's still too close, that one.
Very close.
Well, that's now saying that's a LNP win. I'm just going to jot that down because...
Well, it certainly doesn't look good. I wouldn't call it, but you'd rather be on the Liberal side than ours there.
Correct. And look, One Nation has been strong in Queensland. Again, you've got to question when you look at this result, which is starting to emerge, and no one's calling anything. Still, most of the time, quarter of the vote counted seat by seat. I tell you what, you've got to question polling, don't you, in the last few days?
Yeah. Well, after we just whip through some of these Queensland, Tasmanian seats, we will take a look at the nationwide results. Herbert, though, can we go up to Herbert in Townsville? Again, a Labor-held seat, right on a knife edge, though. There wasn't much in this at all. And Cathy O'Toole, how does she look now? 31. We've got nearly a third of the vote count. And she's lost that on that. Look at that. The Katter vote sitting at 9%. The One Nation vote sitting at 10%.
You can't win it on those numbers.
No, let's have a look after preferences. Yeah, you'd say that's an LNP win.
It's a great big thank you to Jackie Trad there. Philip Thompson should send her a bunch of flowers. We should look at cryo a little bit later on too to make sure you'll get
yeah, we should. We'll come back to that. Just while we're in Queensland, though. So we're seeing Labor lose 2 seats so far there, Herbert and Longman.
Have a look at Leichhardt.
Yeah, OK, we'll go up to Leichhardt. 4% seat for Warren Inch, top of the state based around Cairns. What's Leichhardt showing now? We got 33, a third of the vote count. His vote's down, but he holds it by a 4% margin. He'll pick up those Katter preferences, One Nation preferences, maybe. So I'd say he'd be all right. What do you think?
He'll get up.
And Blair?
Let's check Dawson and then Blair. So Dawson's George Christensen's seat in central Queensland, Townsville down to Mackay. His vote's down just 1 point, but gee, the Labor vote dropped off there, didn't it?
The member from Manila has done very well. There's no doubt about that.
He had everything thrown at him.
And, sorry, we'll check Dixon and Blair. Okay, Blair next. Let's have a look at Blair. And we might check Lilly as well. There's a bunch of seats here in Queensland that may well decide the outcome tonight. Shane Newman's swing against him's come off a little bit there, but it's still 10% swing down.
Jeez.
He'll probably hold that one, Richo, do you think?
Should.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep an eye on Blair. Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat. No, we're on Lilly. This was Wayne Swan's seat. Not recontesting, though, and the swing there against Labor, 8%, but should be all right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably close, but you'd rather be Labor there at that point. And Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. Can we check Dixon? This is to the northwest of Brisbane. And, yeah, he'll be fine there. Let's see.
That bugger's very hard to beat. There's no doubt about that.
But he's been on that sort of type of margin for election
forever.
After election. Yeah.
Yep, so he's held that seat of Dixon. Labor thought there might be a chance there as late as yesterday, but to no avail. Peter Dutton holding on there in Dixon. What about Ford? I might just check in on Ford again. This is to the south of Brisbane, Logan City.
Ford is fine. Yeah.
And he's on a 41% primary vote. Yeah, he should be fine with those One Nation preferences coming back.
Queensland has not been kind to Labor tonight.
Certainly hasn't. Yeah, no, he's held that. Yep, it is a hold there for the LNP. So look, the LNP are holding Capricornia, Ford, Flynn, Petrie, Dixon, Dawson, and picking up Herbert and Longman. Labor's not making any gain there in, and Leichhardt I know is a bit too close, but not making any gain in Queensland at all. Am I right? In fact, so it's 2 in the column for the government there, for the coalition in Queensland. Tasmania is going to be interesting. Let's go to Braddon. What's the latest there now? 57% of the vote count. And the 8% swing against Justine Keys, a real shocker.
There's some interesting votes coming through in Lingiari in the Northern Territory.
We'll come back to that, but let's just stay with Tasmania here for a moment. And that's a Liberal gain. There you go. All right, so Labor is down 2 seats in Queensland. Labor is down 1 seat there with Braddon. What about Bass?
Pretty much trouble there too, I think.
No.
Too close.
Okay, Bass, we got 54% of the vote count there. And that's too close. All right, so they are definitely down 3 before it just out of Queensland and Tasmania. There's a couple there still too close. But Labor therefore need to be gaining a lot in Victoria and elsewhere to have any chance of winning this right now. I think Labor are in a lot of trouble in their hopes of winning government. Stephen Conroy, what do you think?
Yeah, at the moment you can't see 76 seats for Labor.
Nope.
The West is still to come. We've got hopes of winning 2, maybe 3 seats in Western Australia, and we're still doing okay in South Australia. So the balance is to come for what look like some Queensland potential losses.
Let me have a look back in. We're about to talk to Dave Sharma. Here's the latest for his contest in Wentworth. And right now you can see he's sitting on 47.4%, so that's a very strong primary vote. After preferences, it's probably going to say too close, but hard to lose with a primary vote of 47%. And we'll see how that goes, but too close right now. Dave Sharma joins us now. Dave, thanks for joining us. How confident are you at the moment about winning at Wentworth tonight?
Look, it's nice to join you as well. Look, I think at this stage it's too close to call. There's a lot of booths still to be counted and still to come in, and we've got a big pre-poll vote as well. So, I've been encouraged by the mood on the ground today, but we're going to have to wait and see, I think.
Whereabouts in the seat do you think, have you been surprised at any of the booth results across the seat?
No, look, I've been encouraged though. I think, some of the people, the voters that left us at the last by-election are coming back, and I think we're seeing that reflected in the booth results, but it's just a question of whether there's enough of those that come back to get us over the line this time.
All right, and look, let me ask you, having seen no doubt what's happened in Warringah, Tony Abbott's lost to Zali Steggall. What does that say to you?
Look, I was very sorry to see the loss of that seat, and I felt personally sorry for Tony as well. But I think, this is a pretty mixed picture nationally at the moment. We're looking as though we're going to pick up seats in Queensland, in Tasmania. We're looking strong in New South Wales. So, I think the national picture right now, it's very hard to predict how this parliament's going to end up looking.
It is. Well, Dave Sharma, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll keep an eye on Wentworth. I want to go back to Queensland, Petrie. Just to the northern part of Brisbane there, and this is the Luke Howarth seat we mentioned earlier. It's looking pretty good for him. The primary vote is up, in fact, to 46%. That's a very strong primary vote there for Luke Howarth, and yep, he's absolutely held that seat. He joins us now. Luke Howarth, thanks for your time, and congratulations on your win there. Was it ever in doubt?
Look, Petrie's always a very close seat, and look, I don't take anything for granted. I do want to say to the people of Petrie, thank you for some of the great results that I've seen tonight in booths that I've never won before. And look, I'm just really humbled, and thank the people of Petrie for what I've seen so far.
And what about Queensland generally there, Luke Howarth? The Labor vote's really struggling in a lot of parts, not just in the north and centre, but in the southeast as well.
Well, look, Labor went into this election unprecedented with the amount of new taxes that they wanted to put on the Queensland and Australian people. They're almost increasing the tax take by 10%. Australians aren't going to cop that. People work hard and they deserve to keep more of their own money. And I think that really bit. You can't be bringing all these taxes in, whether it's on retirees and housing and income tax and business, and expect to get a great result. And I'm just really really pleased with the result that I've been able to get locally, and thank the local people, and I'll work hard for them. But I also think that Scott Morrison has run an exceptional campaign at the federal level. And look, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he wins tonight.
All right, Luke Howarth, thank you very much for joining us. Well done again on your win there in Petrie. I want to go to how things look now, the state of the House. Now, bear in mind, 76 seats is required for a majority government. Of course, you can put together a minority government from less than that, but here's how things look right now. And you can see the coalition sitting on 57, Labor 52, the Greens 1, that's the seat of Melbourne. Bob Katter holding his seat in Kennedy. Centre Alliance is Rebecca Sharkey in Mayo, and then 2 independents. So 37 undecided right now in that blue and red column. As you look at the chamber, tells you just how close this is right now, but the government obviously in a better position than they might have thought. 33% of the vote count there now. The state of the parties and perhaps the wins and the losses. Let's see where they are happening. All right, so the state of the parties telling us much the same there, that the coalition's 57, Labor 52. Where have the gains and losses been? Let's bring that one up. All right, so the gains for the coalition right now, Herbert, Longman, they're the Queensland seats we mentioned, Braddon in Tasmania and Lindsay in outer Western Sydney. All gone the coalition's way. And, of course, we've seen some losses as well. And, the gains for Labor have been Dunkley in Victoria and Gilmore on the south coast of New South Wales is now in a win there for the Labor column. And Warringah, of course, is the other one, not won by Labor, but by Zali Steggall. Chris Kenny is in Warringah. He's been keeping an eye on the contest there, where it's now very clear, Chris Kenny, that Tony Abbott has lost this. Zali Steggall has won. It's been such a fascinating contest to watch. Tell us where you are now.
David, we're now inside the Sea Eagles, the Manly Sea Eagles Rugby League Club here at Brookvale in the heart of Tony Abbott's electorate. Inside this room are all his workers and supporters who are there ready to welcome him. We're expecting him to walk through here in the next minute or so. Already his wife Margie, at least one of his daughters, sister Christine Forster and her partner Virginia have gone in there waiting to hear from Tony Abbott. The mood here is really mixed, as you'd understand. So many of them, David, clinging to the hope, of course, the promise that the coalition might be able to hang on to government here, so they're buoyed by that. But, of course, they're not just disappointed about what's happened to Tony Abbott. They're very, very angry about the hateful campaign that's been run against him. You know, the posters with the C word, the poo, feces sent to his office, just the general tone of this campaign, which of course raised to new levels last night with all sorts of allegations of violence on the hustings. But so there's a mood here of anger and disappointment. Amazing support still for Tony Abbott, as you'd understand, but of course they're buoyed by the prospects of, I think what most of us have talked about, well, some of us I suppose who saw this as being very close, thought that you'd see outside Victoria a good prospect the coalition could actually be in net positive territory, the campaign coming down in the end, the election result coming down in the end as to how many seats are lost in Victoria. But I'll leave you and all the number crunchers to tell us what's happening there. We're now waiting for Tony Abbott to come into this room, be greeted no doubt very emotionally by this quite large gathering now, and make what is going to be a concession speech, which is going to be the end of a 25-year political career in this seat of Warringah.
We definitely want to see that, Chris Kenny. Thank you. We'll come back to that. Andrew Bolt's with us as well. And Andrew, it's pretty clear what's happened now in Warringah. Tony Abbott gone, but nationally right now, Labor in a fair bit of trouble in their hopes of trying to reach a majority, that's for sure.
Labor's in a disaster. Going into this election, it needed to pick up 7 seats to win a majority government. It's picked up 0. The coalition has lost net 0. But one of those is Warringah, as you've just said. Sally Stegall says she's basically Conservative. It is now more likely for the coalition to form a minority government than it is for Labor. Now, these still lots of early figures in many cases, and we've got a huge pre-poll that we've still got to count for, and we've got to wait for Western Australia, and it might even come down to whether Lingiari in the Northern Territory is picked up by the coalition as well. I find that unlikely, but if it is, the coalition will be returned.
Because I want to bring in, I'll just show you Lingiari. So we've got a bit of a count here of 13.5%. Jacinta Price is doing spectacularly well. Her vote's up 10% for the CLP. She was a star pick for the CLP. She's sitting on 47.6%. Now, that's the sort of primary vote that's pretty hard to lose from, isn't it, Andrew Bolt?
It will be the
well, it is, but Northern Territory is a very disparate Lingiari is a very disparate electorate. So you've got the big, the country towns, but then you've got the far-flung booths which get counted first. So we don't know where that goes. But if she wins this, Jacinta Price will be the heroine of the Liberal Party, along with, of course, the Prime Minister, because that would make them able to form a minority government with the help, say, of Bob Katter and 1 or 2 of the other independents, Karen Phelps maybe, or Sally Stegall. But whoever wins, whether it's Labor or Liberal, what Australians have voted for is 3 years of indecisive, crippled government that is hampered in the lower house by being a minority government, whoever wins, and in the Senate by not controlling the numbers there either. I'm afraid that we are going to have a lack of leadership for 3 years.
That's a very good point, a very depressing point, but a very good one, Andrew Bolt, based on where things stand right now. Let's have a look at Solomon, though, as well, because that's the other Northern Territory seat. We saw Lingiari there. Solomon's the one that is based in Darwin itself. No, we don't have any results there coming in just yet. Bear in mind they're a little further behind in the time zone. We'll go to that when we can. We're also standing by, you might see on this shot here, for Tony Abbott to concede defeat there in Warringah. The end of his political parliamentary career. 25 years he's held that seat, and a former Prime Minister no less. But Sally Stegall has taken that seat tonight in what's been such a high-profile contest. And look, for all the, you can see the supporters there. They'll give him a big cheer. They'll want to give him a good send-off here, but there's no doubt this is a disappointing night for all of them. Sorry, Peter.
Well, just while we're waiting for Tony Abbott, I've just got a note here regarding Solomon. 10,000 2PP votes have been counted, and the CLP are ahead 54 to 46.
Wow.
This is not a good night for Labor, there's no doubt about that.
Sure.
And Labor will struggle to form a government. I think you've got to take your hat off to Scott Morrison. He was written off and he's done brilliantly. I worked far better than I would have thought possible. So he's an old mate of mine, and I just want to say I salute you. You've done brilliantly.
Here's Tony Abbott now. He's coming up to the microphone here to give his concession speech. Look, a smile on his face, but this is going to be a tough moment for him. Let's have a listen in, see what he has to say.
Now, I'm going to do something which I did 25 years ago in an earlier speech at this club. And that was the speech I gave at my pre-selection. I'm going to move this lectern out. Well, first I want to say to all of you that tonight we've got good news, and yes, we've got a little bit of bad news, but the good news is much more important than the bad news. The good news is that there is every chance that the Liberal National Coalition has won this election. This is a really extraordinary result. It is a stupendous result. It is a great result for Scott Morrison and the rest of the wider Liberal team, and Scott Morrison will now quite rightly enter the Liberal pantheon forever. So, of course, it's disappointing for us here in Warringah. But what matters is what's best for the country. And what's best for the country is not so much who wins or loses Warringah, but who forms or does not form a government in Canberra. And tonight we can be extraordinarily confident, more confident than we had ever had any right to expect, that we will have continued good Liberal national government. Now, I have to say that once we had the result in the Wentworth by-election 6 months or so back, I always knew it was going to be tough here in Warringah. And I can't say that it doesn't hurt to lose, but I decided back then in October of last year that if I had to lose, so be it. I'd rather be a loser than a quitter. And I do acknowledge the fierce and ultimately successful campaign that has been waged by my political opponents in this speech. I do congratulate Zali Steggall on what is a magnificent win for her, and I hope that she will have a long and I hope that she will have the long and successful career as local member that the people of Warringah deserve. But I think we can see that there is something of a realignment of politics going on right around this country. It's clear that in what might be described as working seats, we are doing so much better. It's also clear that in at least some of what might be described as wealthy seats, we are doing it tough and the Green Left is doing better. But the truth is that if you believe that the most important thing is to raise people up, if you believe that the most important thing is to give people a better life, the fact that so many people in seats that might be thought of as doing it tough are now looking to our party for leadership is a great tribute and a great credit to our party and to our values. Over the next few days and weeks, I suspect there will be a great deal of analysis of the part that climate change did or did not play in the Warringah outcome. And let me just say this as my first word, if not necessarily my last word on this subject. Where climate change is a moral issue, we Liberals do it tough. But where climate change is an economic issue, as the result tonight shows, we do very, very well. Now, it's often said that all public lives end badly, but I'm certainly not going to let one bad day spoil 25 great years. I'm incredibly proud of all that I've done. Obviously, there are some things that, with the wisdom of hindsight, might have been done differently and better. But I've got to say that I can look back on the last 25 years, and I do look back on the last 25 years with immense pride and satisfaction. And I'm incredibly proud of the fact that so far I am one of just 4 people in history who has led our party from opposition into government in Canberra, and I hope that the Morrison government has such a long life that it's a long time till there is a 5th. Finally, some thank yous. I don't believe that the Warringah campaign could have done more or done better. I think every aspect of our campaign was as good as it humanly could have been under the circumstances. I want to thank Peter O'Hanlon for his outstanding job as the Director. I thank Michelle Moffat for her outstanding work as his Deputy. And I thank Roger Corbett, a really great Australian, for coming into the team as my FEC Conference President. I thank my staff. I could not have had a better, more loyal and more professional staff, particularly Sam Jackson Hope for his wonderful work. I thank my family. Margie, you have been a wonderfully supportive spouse. I thank my children, 2 of whom can't be here tonight, but one of whom did a wonderful job of winning votes up at Lambie Heights School today. We are all our parents make us. And I thank my sisters, all three of whom were booth captains today. So, for the first time ever, politics has finally become the family business, just as I bow out of it. Finally, I do want to say a big thank you to the people of Warringah. I could not have achieved anything in public life but for the support that the people of Warringah have given me over 25 great years. My public life will, I imagine, go on. My life as member for Warringah will not. But Warringah is the place I live. It's the place I will continue to serve, and I look forward to many, many more years living, working and serving in the greatest part of the greatest city of the greatest country on earth. Thank you.
Well, a pretty gracious concession speech there from Tony Abbott as he bows out after 25 years, extraordinary years in the federal parliament, including a period as Prime Minister, of course, as well. He did say there that after what we saw in the Wentworth by-election last year, when Karen Phelps won as an independent, he knew that it was going to be tough there in Warringah. Hang on a minute.
Disappointment here cloud your satisfaction and joy at what's happened elsewhere in the country. This is a good night for Australia. It's a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a good night for Australia. It's a great night for the Liberal Party. That means it's got to be a great night for us as well.
All right, we'll leave that there. He's giving a rev up to the folks there to give them something to celebrate. The reason I say it was gracious was because he really focused on what's the good thing about tonight for the Liberal Party, for the coalition. That's that there is every chance, in his word, that the LNP has won this election. We don't know that yet. We'll get back to the count in a minute, but he's focusing on the positive there for the party rather than his own disappointment. Peter Credlin, I've got to get your thoughts right there watching Tony Abbott, who you worked so closely with, concede. This is it, the end of the road.
That's the measure of the man. I mean, that was such a masterclass in dignity and grace. You know, tough blow, losing your seat. John Howard lost his seat. It's not unusual for Liberal Prime Ministers to lose their seat. He was very gracious to Zali Steggall, very gracious to her campaign, and it has been her campaign, not her, but her campaign certainly been less than ideal, certainly not, the rules according to Hoyle. He's a conviction politician that sort of belongs in another age nowadays. You know, we talked about Hawke the last couple of days. Abbott is one of those people who feels very deeply that public office should be something as Australians we should better revere. We should treat all politicians, left and right, with a better treatment as public in public domains, how we greet them on the street, how we respect their convictions, because Richard's here and Stephen Conroy and Graham Richardson, it's a very tough ask on the individual, on their families, and it should be a contest of ideas. It shouldn't be faeces in books. It shouldn't be personal campaigns.
Correct.
It shouldn't be the C word on posters. And I just think anyone who has supported him throughout those 25 years, you look at that speech tonight and you know you supported a good man.
Just, I've got to ask though, I mean, he acknowledges there, and knew it would be tough after what happened in Wentworth. You know, I'm sure some will say, should he have gone after losing the Prime Ministership? Was he the best candidate to put up there in Warringah? Now, no one was clearly... I don't think they had the pre-selection meeting and there was an empty chair. We're willing to knock him off per se, but was it the right thing to do to stick around and contest Warringah, given all this?
I could go back to 2009. It wouldn't have been a good idea when Malcolm Turnbull lost the leadership. He should have left the parliament as he intended then. I think this would have been a very different decade if Malcolm Turnbull had left when he said he was leaving rather than stay and keep going in politics. No one has a rearview mirror, David. I think that, as he said, he didn't want to be a quitter. He's prepared to lose, and he's got a thick skin. If nothing else can be said about Tony Abbott, the stuff that gets thrown at him, very personal attacks. Interestingly, Margie was there tonight. I mean, people at home might not know. She couldn't go to the booths today for fear of all the personal attacks. She couldn't vote with her husband after 25 years. Great that she was there tonight. Great the rest of his family was. And congratulations on an outstanding career.
Well, Alan Jones watching there as well. Alan, I guess, plenty of things to ask here. What's next for Tony Abbott? He's plenty of energy there, you can tell. But what did you make of the way he's bowed out there tonight?
Well, sometimes, of course, people, the real person is often only seen by the public when the wind is in their face. It's very easy for people to perform commendably and laudably when the wind's behind them. He confirmed tonight what I have argued for 25 years. This is a remarkable and outstanding Australian. And the choice of words, the delivery tonight, indicated what I have said for a long time. In everything that Tony Abbott has done in public life, he has put the interests of the nation ahead of himself. And that's precisely why he continued to serve. He didn't resign just because he lost the Prime Ministership, just because he'd been white-handed and knifed, which he had been from the moment he became Prime Minister, and yet he bears no malice. I've known this man. I've never, ever heard Tony Abbott in any dialogue with me white-hand anybody. He's always maintained an optimism, a sense of commitment and a sense of decency. We saw all of those things tonight. That was a very, very tough speech to make. And yet through it all, why was there no emotion? The reason being that the party and the nation have always been to Tony Abbott bigger than the man. And as I said earlier tonight, and I say it again, he would be disappointed at losing, of course, but he believes that the greater interest would be served tonight if the Liberal Party were reaffirmed as the government of Australia. And so there's a sense of optimism by him that that may yet happen. So the public have seen tonight a remarkable Australian, and I hope they appreciate the nature of that person. He's never, ever been given credit, I don't think, for the qualities he's brought to office. And tonight we've seen in the face of disappointment a sense of dignity and decency for which he's never been given credit, and I think for which many, many Australians will be eternally thankful.
Alan, thank you. We need to keep ploughing through what's going on, though, in terms of who's going to be winning government tonight. We'll hear from you later, Alan. I want to go quickly to Boothby in South Australia. This is the seat held by Nicole Flint, margin 2.7% coming into tonight. Now we've got more than a third of the vote count. As you can see there, it's very close indeed, too close to call, based on our projection at the moment. Nicole Flint is with us right now. How confident are you, Nicole Flint, about hanging on there in Boothby tonight?
Well, Boothby has always been a marginal seat, and that's why we have worked so incredibly hard for the past, 6 months and really the past 3 years to make sure that we were doing everything to look after my local community here in Boothby.
And what about the government's chances more generally, Nicole? I mean, do you think there's a prospect of the coalition holding on to government?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It's a little bit noisy here. I've got lots of very excited volunteers.
No, look, that's all right. Well, I'll let you go and get back to them. I know they're all anxiously watching the count, so thank you for joining us, and we'll keep an eye on how things are going there in Boothby. Look, Richo, I want to come over to you because you've been going through while we're watching Tony Abbott and so on there. Look, it's very close. What's your feeling right now as to where this is going to land?
Well, I still think Labor would be favoured to just get there, but it's so close. I'm not, as I said before, not putting the mortgage on it. But it's just so sad watching Tony. As many people know, he's a great friend of mine, despite the political divide, and he has been for decades. I didn't just become a mate of his yesterday. I just wish it hadn't happened, but the fact that it had, just remarkable, that kind of speech. He is an extraordinary Australian.
I'll hold that thought there, Richo, because he's talking to Chris Kenny. I can see on the screen there. Let's go to Chris. He's with Tony Abbott right now.
Thanks, David. Tony, you won't have been able to hear it, but Graham Richardson was just telling the nation how sad he was to see your political career end in this way. All the highs and lows you've had over 25 years, you must have thought about it, how it would end. How sad is it for you to end in this way, losing your own seat in your own heartland?
Well, I'm not the first person to lose his seat. Obviously, John Howard lost his seat in 2007. Stanley Melbourne Bruce lost his seat back in 1929, I think it was. And at least I didn't lose the seat as PM. But look, over the years, I've had ups, I've had downs. I accept that there are good days and bad days in this business. And as I said a moment ago, I'm not going to let one bad day spoil 25 good years.
You made a very gracious speech. Richo just noted that. There was one line that stood out for me, though. You said that you would rather be a loser than a quitter. Was that a barb at the man who followed you into the Prime Ministership?
Well, no, it's the truth. It's the truth. Look, I think that it's important to stand up for the things you believe in, even if it means you lose. Some things are worth losing for. And I thought fighting for the seat that I've represented for 25 years, fighting for the political positions that I've held for 25 years was worth going on with, even though I knew after the Wentworth by-election that it was going to be a very, very tough struggle indeed.
What about the campaign that was launched against you? I don't believe Australia's ever seen anything like this before. Get up the independents, vote out Tony, the C word plastered around your electorate, the violence last night. Is this an ugly and dangerous new phase in Australian politics?
Well, there is no doubt that there was a massive array of forces. There was the independents, there was the Greens, the Labor Party and Get Up. So it was really 4 against 1 here in Warringah, and all 4 of them, each of the 4 are a pretty formidable force, but all 4 of them together are extraordinarily formidable. I take some solace from the fact that by drawing so many of the forces of the Green left into Warringah, maybe that has made it easier for some of my colleagues to hold on or indeed to win in other parts of Australia.
But there was no positive agenda. Their only aim was to get rid of you. You were the target as the leading Conservative in the Australian politics in many ways. Even the Vote Tony Out mob preferenced Fraser Anning's representative ahead of you. I just don't think that we've seen that sort of negative campaigning in this country ever before.
Look, there is absolutely no doubt that it was very personal. It was often nasty, and occasionally it was vile. And look, it was successful. But on the other hand, however much disappointment there might be about the result in Warringah, there should be great satisfaction about what seems to be the national result. And as I say, if we continue to have good, steady government in Canberra, courtesy of the coalition, the loss of the seat of Warringah is, may I say, a small price to pay.
2 last questions before we let you go. Firstly, that national result, what do you believe it says about the issue of climate change above all others and the state of Australian politics?
Well, as I said a moment ago, where climate change is a moral issue, it's a problem for us. Where climate change is an economic issue, I actually think it works to our benefit. And in all of the seats that have swung, and it seems swung strongly to the coalition tonight, they're battler seats where people are much more interested in their cost of living than they are in some hypothetical argument about what might happen globally in many decades' time.
I also wanted to ask you if you have any idea at this stage what next?
No, other than quite a few days surfing next week, and I suspect availability to do hazard reduction burns and generally turn out for the local fire brigade.
Maybe tidy up the backyard. There is one, I lied, one more question. Is there something, what would you like to say to the people of Australia tonight as your political career ends, both to those who have been great supporters of yours and the haters?
Well, thank you, because to represent the people in the Parliament is a wonderful honour. To have been a party leader for 6 years and a Prime Minister for 2 years, that's an extraordinary privilege, and I am forever grateful.
Tony Abbott, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, mate. Good on you. Thank you.
Tony Abbott there, David Spears, amazingly philosophical at the end of his 25-year political career. Back to you.
Indeed, Chris Kenny, well done. Thank you very much for that. And quite a perceptive comment we might dig into perhaps a little later on from Tony Abbott in the speech he gave earlier, that working seats are going the Conservatives' way, wealthy seats are not, are going to the Green left.
Pretty much my column tomorrow,
right.
David.
There you go. Might tease that out a little later. Right now, Zali Steggall is about to give a victory speech, being introduced by James Matheson, who stood there. Was it last time around, last election?
Yes.
As an independent. Let's have a listen.
For Warringah!
Wow. Thank you, everyone. I know I'm going to sound croaky, but what a day. It is so humbling. I can't begin to tell you. What a day. Look, this day started this morning. We've had a tour of so many booths around Warringah, and it has been so uplifting hearing from everybody, all of you who have been manning the booths and out there in this electorate. I think
Turquoise Army! The Somali Army! Three more years!
Look, tonight Warringah has definitely voted for the future. Show that when communities want change, they make it happen. This is a win for moderates with a heart. Now, we've had over 1,400 volunteers, many of you here tonight. We've had a presence all over Warringah. Every corner, every fun run, we've done some swims, community events, on the spit, waving our flags. We have definitely turned Warringah turquoise. Now,
so it should be.
Now, I would like to pay tribute to Tony Abbott, who has been a dedicated and long-serving local member. Nobody can doubt his community spirit, his work ethic, and his contribution to this community. And I wish him well. We have a new beginning for our environment.
Climate change has nothing to do with rice.
I will be a climate leader for you. And I will keep the new government to account and make sure we take action on climate change. push for real action so our children and generations to come, they can enjoy the environment and our beautiful beaches and our beautiful country the way we enjoy it.
I want to live in Warringah.
This is also an opportunity for a new beginning in Australian politics. It is a beginning for honesty and respect in government. We all benefit from the diversity of opinions, but we must all respect one another. And we must treat everyone, no matter what our backgrounds, our gender or sexual preferences. And we will fight against corruption. And vested interest in politics. Warringah, I pledge that I will represent your views and your concerns and your needs. I will work collaboratively with all sides of politics so that we can achieve results and we can focus on the future and a positive discourse for the generations to come.
Thank you.
We're going to leave Zali Steggall there because we're, of course, still in the middle of the count. We've got a lot to get through in the seat count right now, but I'm going to be a climate leader, Zali Steggall says there. What will be interesting is if we do end up with a hung parliament, all these questions, she's copped other independent candidates as well, so which way they go will come right into play. Would she be willing to back a coalition or a Labor minority government? We're not there yet, but certainly things are very, very tight indeed. I want to go back up to Queensland. This is the seat of Dawson, George Christensen's seat. You can see there his primary vote's up just a touch to 42, nearly 43%. The Labor vote's really come off 13%, and there was a strong One Nation vote there as well after preferences. He's easily won this, the swing to him, in fact, and George Christensen's with us now. Very good evening to you. Thanks for your time. Congratulations on your win there in Dawson. What do you put it down to, George Christensen?
Well, we're not declaring yet because the votes are still being counted, but I've got to say that the Labor primary slumping to about 20% is a clear sign that people are just rejecting this view that these green preferences and all these green activists should be put ahead of local jobs and local workers, particularly in the coal sector up here. And I think it's a clear message to the Federal Labor Party, but also a clear message to the Queensland Labor Government that if you want to retain your seats here, which were once safe throughout regional Queensland, places like Mackay, places like Rockhampton, you've got to put workers first. You know, don't sell them out to cheap green preferences in the cities. That's what people are sick of up here.
Yes. And let me ask you one more, George Christensen. If the government is returned, if you hold on to government, what would be your message to Scott Morrison about those very issues you mentioned there, the need for coal-fired power in particular there in North Queensland?
Yeah. Well, I think that's what the people want here. They want to see mines continue because it creates local jobs, and they want to see us back in our traditional industries like coal mining. And, you know, we had a policy of providing $10 million to basically get a coal-fired power station in Collinsville to bankability stage so that private investors could come in and build the thing. That's what people want to see. They want to see dams, they want to see coal-fired power stations, they want to see more support for the mining industry because it's all about local jobs throughout central and north Queensland. You know, they're for local jobs. They're against selling out to cheap green votes as Labor continue to do. And this is a message to them. When your vote plummets to 20% in what was a marginal seat, and they got 30-something% last time round, just a 12% slump. It's a clear message, and it's got to, I'll tell you, it'd probably be shivers down Anastasia Palaszczuk's back and shivers amongst some of the state MPs back here who are in comfortable seats but not comfortable anymore. People like Julianne Gilbert, the member for Rockhampton as well, they're going to be very worried tonight.
Thank you very much for joining us. Let's keep moving. We'll go to the Liberal HQ in Sydney where Laura Jays and Paul Murray are standing by. Look, this is still right up in the air at the moment, Laura, but what are you picking up?
extraordinary result. So you look at the primary vote on the current count nationwide, the Liberals are on 40% primary, the Labor Party is on 34%. The biggest swings against Labor, of course, have been in Queensland, a huge collapse in their primary vote, but it's been in that over 65 age group. So franking credits, the so-called retirees tax has hurt them in Queensland, also some of those New South Wales seats as well. I'm hearing from Labor, their only path to victory now is that they need to pick up one or two more seats in Victoria that's not in the win column already. They need Boothby. Boothby, it's going to come down to Boothby in Adelaide, in South Australia, but also all eyes on Western Australia. They cannot win there without at least one or two seats in WA.
And that's where the story is good for the Liberals. The first numbers are back from Western Australia and it shows that the Labor vote is off. It is off by about 4%. It's still, because of the time difference, very early, the earliest of numbers, pre-poll, all of that. But if the path that was the highway has become a footpath at this stage for the Labor Party, WA has to be doing better than that. The icing on the cake potentially for Scott Morrison here is to see what's going to happen in Lingiari in the Northern Territory. But as we have talked about a couple of times this evening, and if this happens to end up as a minority government or, well, the impossible that people were talking about even a couple of hours ago of an outright victory for Scott Morrison, preference discipline has mattered. About 6% in Queensland is Palmer and Hanson. They are running still below the Greens, but for the first time in modern Australian political history, the right is showing discipline with its minor party vote as the left has with the Greens. Put that together with a 40%, and we've said it all the way through, they can't win without a 4 in front of it.
And One Nation is ahead in WA on those early numbers that we've looked at. Another seat to look closely at, as Paul said, the seat of Lingiari. I can tell you, though, in the last half an hour, the Liberals aren't even riding off Corangamite. There've been a huge dump of pre-poll votes. It's not quite enough for Sarah Henderson just yet, but those pre-polls are going 44% her way on the current count, Paul.
And that in many ways is what will continue to spook the room, what will continue to spook the analysts, and no doubt the carpet that is being worn out somewhere in this hotel by the Prime Minister or his office just across the road. Is he watching,
Paul? Do you think he's watching?
Well, I don't know.
Is it too hard to watch?
It might be a bit too hard to watch at this stage is what I understand it may be the case, but I think you might be able to hear it from the other room at this stage. We'll see.
Paul, Laura, thank you very much. Let's go to the Labor headquarters in Melbourne, where Kieran Gilbert, Nick Rees are standing by. It still looks very sombre where you are, boys.
Yeah, well, 26 years ago, John Hewson lost the unlosable election, and I feel like I might be in a bit of, history repeating itself, but this time on the Labor Party brand, because it feels like they're shell-shocked. They thought they were going to win, very optimistic at the start of the night, and now, silence. It's basically silence in this room.
Yeah, I mean, the shell shock, it's disbelief, it's a very sombre mood here. I think there's been some wins in Victoria, but Labor has gone backwards in seats it picked up in 2016.
Why is Labor so bad in Queensland? I mean, the numbers in Queensland are horrendous, and obviously no published poll picked it up.
Look, I think the One Nation and United Australia Party vote has been a big factor. I mean, you look at a seat like Longman, where Susan Lamb is her primary's off less than 2%, but the One Nation and Palmer vote is up 6.5%, and that is flowing through to the coalition. It looks like those voters on the right are following the how to vote cards, showing a voting discipline, if you like, that we haven't seen in previous elections. Those voters have tended to go every which way. But this time they do look like those preferences are flowing through to the LNP, and that is delivering seats to the LNP in Queensland.
Very sombre crowd here, and at the launch the other day in Brisbane, the Labor launch, I said that Ford would go to Labor. I was reprimanded by the Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann, and, well, you've been proven to be right, Senator Cormann.
We'll take that up with him, Kieran. Nick, thank you very much for that. Well, as mentioned there, a lot of this is now going to come down to Western Australia. Let's check out some seats there. This is Christian Porter's seat of Pearce, and you can see there we've only got 7.5% of the vote counted there in this West Australian seat. Christian Porter's vote's down a bit, but the Labor vote's down about twice as much, And the Greens vote's down. Where is it going? One Nation, 9% of the vote there they've picked up. And you'd think a lot of that is going to go right back to Christian Porter. And how does he look at the moment? Well, pretty comfortable. It says too close to call because it's only 1.5% of the count there. But right now, he's in a pretty good position, as you can see. We might check out some of the other West Australian seats after Pearce. Perhaps let's have a look at Hasluck. This was a more hopeful one for Labor. 2.1% the margin for Ken Wyatt. We've got 6% of the vote count there now. His vote is down nearly 2%. But the Labor vote's down as well. The Greens vote's down. And once again, I just missed it on the primary vote there, but was it a One Nation pick-up there that's collecting those votes?
I think Western Australia is the most like Queensland, and the One Nation vote and the Palmer vote have hit us very hard in Queensland, and on the very early figures, it looks like doing the same. Very early figures, but it looks like doing the same at the moment in Western Australia.
What about Swan? Can we check out Swan and see whether that's any better for Labor there? Swan now 3% of the vote count, so not much. Hannah Beazley, Kim Beazley's daughter. A bit better in terms of the swing to her and the swing away from the Liberals. This will be about a 47.5% primary vote there for Steve Irons. You'd think he'd be all right. Too early to call. There's very, very few votes in that two-party count. But
look, none of the West Australian numbers look very good to me early. They're all pretty grim.
So if Stephen's right, Western Australia is going to mirror Queensland to a degree. Labor can't exactly hold their breath there, Richard Miles, to win government in the West.
Yeah, I certainly think WA is critical in terms of the pathway. And
Anna Lee could be in trouble.
Oh, Anna Lee might lose that on less than 42% primary vote.
I know. The Greens are still on 10% there, so...
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, WA is clearly a critical part of this, and traditionally WA has been like Queensland, that's true.
What's gone wrong, Richard Miles?
Look, I think there's no doubt that the preference deal with Palmer has hurt us significantly, and that's clearly the case in Queensland.
It doesn't explain Labor's primary vote dropping like it is, though.
Well, as I said, I said at the start I thought this was going to be close, and I said I thought we were trying to do a difficult thing, which was to, put a very significant agenda in front of the Australian people.
And are voters in Queensland rejecting that agenda?
Well, there's clearly been a very significant scare campaign in relation to it. But I also think, but I also think, there's a little way to go here.
No, it's not over yet. But let's go to Northern Territory, because this. Hopefully, we've got some updated numbers on Lingiari and Solomon. So Lingiari is the seat covering the bulk of the territory. And
that's a big movement.
Yeah, Jacinta Price, that swing to the CLP there, 7.5% on the primary vote. And
it is the case, though, that every election, Snowden's behind early, every election, and then he wins.
Yeah.
Every election. You watch.
Correct, because the outlying areas start to come in. I accept that, but it's not often he's had an Indigenous candidate and someone who has, if I go back to when she was elected as a councillor in Alice Springs, she got the proportionate vote that would get two people on the council. So she's got a hugely strong presence in Alice Springs.
Yeah, Luke Gosling's looking safer there in Solomon, obviously.
Yeah, that's right.
But Lingiari will be worth keeping an eye on.
But what explains the Liberal pile, the coalition vote being 2 points higher than News Poll, Labor's vote being 3% down? Ipsos was closer to Labor's primary.
Do we have any of those national votes at the moment, the primary votes across the country right now? I know there's still a fair bit of counting to go in WA, but just the point Stephen's making here, if we could bring up something that shows us, please, the primary vote nationwide right now for the major parties. Someone just let me know if we can do that. And okay, it is coming. There we go. So the coalition, yeah, you're right. The coalition primary vote's above 40% right now. That was not reflected in any of the polls. I don't think they got above 39.
And Ipsos got
and Labor didn't
vote much closer.
Yeah, Ipsos had you at 33.
34, I think.
34, okay.
33, 34.
But I think News Poll had you at 37.
And Ipsos's analysis of the pre-poll was that there was a 53-47 pre-poll lean nationally to the Conservatives.
That's right.
So if they were right on that, then...
Which they appear to be.
And here's the two-party preferred count with 37% of that counted. And you can see there...
Basically a reverse of where News Poll.
What the News Poll showed. Yeah, correct.
But I think, go back to
Not
the
to
one
mention
before,
that,
you can
exit
see
poll.
the national, say, One Nation vote at 2%, Clive Palmer at 2%. That belies the impact that they have in particular
Queensland,
seats when they're 15
and
and
we're
10s.
seeing it exactly 10s and 15s.
So to then borrow from Alan Jones, you've got to win the seats. I mean, at the moment, we think the Libs are ahead in doubtful of Robertson. We think Solomon is okay. We think we're still favoured in Chisholm. In the too close to call, Gilmore is leaning our way. Bass is absolutely 50-50. Blair, we think, has come back to us. Longman clearly.
Well, have a look at this, Stephen Conroy.
He's leaning.
Yeah, we're looking at the state of the thing, the parties right now. Coalition's on 66. They've got to get to 76. Labor's only on 56. There's 24 undecided. Can I just ask everyone on the panel, is it possible for Labor to even get a majority government here right now?
I can't see it.
I
can't see Labor getting a majority.
Boothby, we think we're now leaning ahead. And Macquarie, we're marginally behind.
Well, Stephen, do you think Labor can get a majority government?
Until we see some more Western Australian results, it's too early to call.
Yeah. Richard, what do you think? Is a majority Labor?
Just saying good night to Darcy. Sorry.
Good night, Darcy. He's done well. You give him a wave. What do you think? Can Labor get a majority government?
No, can't see it. Just can't see it. Not on these numbers.
So the best Labor can now hope for, Richo, you reckon?
Minority government. It's the best Labor can hope for. This has not been a great night for Labor. Certainly a long way short of where most of us thought it might have been. And I just personally can't see how we get a majority.
Richard,
maybe Richard's got a plan.
No, I think it's close. It's what I said at the very start. I mean, my working assumption was that if we were fighting in Corangamite, we were fighting everywhere, and that's what it looks like.
Your pessimism is borne out in the results.
Well, but
do you think a majority is possible?
I think the reality is, I think right now a majority for both sides looks difficult. I mean, I think that's the reality of where we're at. But we've got to see more of WA.
Yeah, these are the cliffhangers right now, and then of course WA on top of that. So Bass in Tasmania, these are the ones we may not know tonight. Blair in Queensland, Boothby in South Australia. You've got Burt, you've got Chisholm. There are more on this cliffhanger list. There probably are because, Corangamite is still up in the air. Cowan, Dobell, Eden Monaro and Hunter. Hunter, let's have a look at Hunter. I hadn't checked in on Hunter. Can we go to the seat of Hunter? And on that list goes of cliffhangers. There's just so many of them. So Hunter, Joel Fitzgibbon's seat, look at the swing against him in coal mining heartland of New South Wales, 14.5%.
Yeah. Wow. Look at the green swing too.
The Greens, down a touch there, but that One Nation vote at 21.5%. 21.5% One Nation vote there in Hunter. So it's basically gone, that Labor vote, it's gone straight to One Nation. Richo, are you amazed at that?
Yeah, and I'm be amazed if that was the result too.
Yeah.
I think some of the computer numbers at the moment are looking a little odd.
Yeah.
But Joel's in some strife there, which is pretty amazing. But of course, coal is a big issue.
Yeah.
And Labor has not been exactly pro-coal.
So what does this do for Labor, win or lose here, Richo? Looking at what's happening in Queensland and in coal seats like Hunter, how do they reposition?
Well, after every election, you attempt to do that. But it's hard to reposition on renewables and all the rest of it because we've gone down that track so far, so long. I think that turning around and reversing would look pretty strange. Mind you, I think I'd do a bit of it if I was in the leadership position because I think we've gone too far. I think we're better off admitting it.
Too quickly. That's been your argument for a long time. Too far, too quickly. And the danger out of this is that people will look at the result in, say, a Warringah and read it through the prism of climate change, when in fact there's a lot of factors in there, least of all the demonisation and a 25-year career and all of that. But if you look at the seats in Queensland, if you look at the seats on the Central Coast and you look at Hunter and places like that, you go over into the West, people support doing the right thing by the environment, David, but they want it in a way that doesn't cost them jobs and a livelihood for their kids. And I think that was part of the fear in Queensland, I would say.
Or higher power prices.
At this early stage, yeah.
Yeah, look, this is going to have a fascinating impact on that debate around climate change, energy prices, you name it. Look, Australia is divided. That's what we're seeing tonight. It really is divided on these issues, and no doubt on these tax issues that have been debated through the campaign as well. Whether we do need to wind back negative gearing and franking credit tax breaks and all these sorts of things. It's been a stark choice for voters at this election, and right now we're seeing a torn electorate. Anyway, the gains for Labor, as you can see there, Dunkley, Gilmore as well. Perhaps we should just...
And Dunkley was already a Labor seat notionally.
Notionally was, you're right, at 1%.
Yep. And we're not giving up on Gilmore yet.
Let's have a look at Gilmore. Can we go to that south coast of New South Wales, see how Warren Mundine is going? Or will it be Fiona Phillips? She's at the top of the primary vote count there, as you can see. So we're nearly half the votes counted in Gilmore, and she's sitting on 38.5%
the
primary
Green vote and the ALP vote. Yeah,
I reckon it's very hard to see Phillips getting beaten. Seriously,
there's a lot of pre-poll and postals to count in that seat.
That's true.
But it's still going to be very hard to see us getting beaten.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, needing a big change in the...
So we think we've edged ahead in Boothby?
Let's have a look at Boothby. This is in South Australia. Nicole Flint, we spoke to earlier, it was looking very, very close indeed. We've now got 62% of the vote count there. She's sitting on 44.7% primary vote. That's not bad. And she'd pick up, I don't know, there's not a... Yeah, but then when you put the Greens and the Labor Party together, that's what's happening there. So I don't know if we'll know that one tonight, will we?
Can't possibly pick that.
Macquarie, we need to look out and see if it's another potential loss.
This is in the Blue Mountains to the west of Sydney. The seat of Macquarie, a Labor-held seat. We saw Lindsay go earlier for Labor, the neighbouring seat down at the plains at Penrith, but Macquarie up in the mountains. Susan Templeman sitting on 39% of the primary vote. I don't know if we'll know that one tonight either, but she's clinging on there.
And we should check Bass and see how Bass is going.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go back down to Tasmania. Labor's lost the seat of Braddon in the west coast, but of the northeast of Tasmania, Bass now with 80% of the vote count. Ross Hart has lost 5.5% of the primary vote there. He's now sitting on just under 35%. The Liberal vote has gone up 4% to 42%, and
we're narrowly ahead.
Very tight.
And can we have another look at Wentworth?
That's a good idea. Let's go back up to the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Wentworth, Karen Phelps v Dave Sharma. So has that come down a touch there for Dave Sharma?
Yeah. Down a percent.
46.7. And Karen Phelps sitting on 34 again. I don't know if we'll find out this one tonight. That doesn't get much closer than that.
Yeah, still hanging in there.
Some of the Victorian ones. Higgins.
Yep. Okay, well, let's go back to Victoria while we... where are we? Okay, Victoria. We want to see Chisholm, we want to see Casey, and we want to see Flinders and Higgins. So starting with Higgins, we now got getting up to nearly half the votes counted. Katie Allen holding up at 45% primary vote there, but a big swing for Fiona McLeod. I don't know if we'll find that one out tonight.
No.
Let's have a look at
Casey.
Chisholm first. Chisholm held by the Liberals 2.9% when Julia Banks won it last time around. Gladys Liu now down 4.5%, and that's looking better, more comfortable for Labor, you'd think.
Yep.
You need to win that one, eh?
We definitely need to win that one.
Casey, Tony Smith's seat, the Speaker of the House.
I think he's...
Swing against him only 3%. He's got a margin of, 4.5%. And how does that look now? He's clinging on there. Mm-hmm. It says a Liberal hold.
Yep.
And Flinders for Greg Hunt, a bigger margin there, 7% for him. And right now you can see the swing against him on the primary votes about 7%. Gee, I don't know if we'll find that one out tonight either. It says Liberal hold.
And I'm just looking at seats in Western Australia, Swan, Haslak, Stirling, they're all looking good for us.
Yeah, okay. We're not out that trend we talked about, possibly.
So what are you winning in Victoria there, Stephen Conroy? Are you winning Dunkley?
Depending on your definition, but Dunkley was in our column, Corangamite in our column.
Is that Corangamite?
Corangamite, people have argued it's 0.0 or 0.001, but and Chisholm seeming to be there. Latrobe, I think it's being called the other way. And Casey, as you saw, is close.
None of them are a clear win, though.
No.
They're all going to go down to the wire.
And this was Latrobe. Yeah, Jason Wood has increased his primary vote there.
Yep.
I think you'd be all right.
But
Plus
both
One Nation preferences as well. Let's see what that looks like after preferences. And
it doesn't look flash.
Do you think he'll hold that?
I think he'll hold.
I would want to be ahead before pre-polls and postals.
Which means at the moment you're only gaining 2 in Victoria, is that right? And then there's a few that are on the 9th.
And then Chisholm, and then you've got Higgins and Flinders are both
we've got
very close.
Potentially a couple.
I think we'll win 3. But anyway, we'll see. But it's not enough.
But that's not
looking like nothing in WA. I'm getting intel out of WA agreeing with Cormann.
Yes, Conroy.
At the moment, at the moment, it's both sides. Neither side is likely to have a majority tonight that they can claim confidently.
That's right.
But
I think that's right.
But we.
It means that
we
Charlie Stiggles of the world have got more power, doesn't it?
Means that.
God help us.
So who we got?
Maybe God help us, but it's a fact.
No, you're right.
So who have we got on the
crossbench?
crossbench? Bob Catter, Andrew Wilkie,
Bant,
Zali Steggall, Adam Bant. Labor.
The girl in South Australia,
Rebecca
Sharkey.
And then
Indi. What's the latest in Indi?
Let's have a look at Indi.
Too close to call last time I think we looked at it.
Yeah, I think Steve Martin.
Yeah, look at his vote's gone up 7%, the primary vote. 35% he's sitting on there, and the Nationals' preferences will help him. Let's see after preferences how Indi looks.
Back ahead.
Too close.
Okay, well, maybe another crossbench.
I just make a point because I've been given a note, and this is from Kayla Monae, the party secretary, who knows a bit about these things. She says there are double-digit swings in booths that have high 65-plus voters. They've just left the ALP. So obviously, franking credits has hurt us badly. And it means that we lost Woy for the first time pre-poll.
I mean, people are doing what Chris Bowen told them to do, though. Chris Bowen said, if you don't like it, don't vote for us.
Yeah, we're losing all those Howard battlers, the tradies.
But you've allowed a coalition, this is the problem with that raft of policies, you've allowed a coalition of people to band together, whether it was negative gearing, whether it was franking credits, whether it was young people being told the other day, don't worry if you go into negative equity. They've all sort of coalesced. There was plenty of reasons to find vote away from Labor in this election. It wasn't one single issue.
No, well, I would have thought that the negative gearing decision was courageous.
Sir Humphrey.
Yeah, maybe Chris Bowen better stay under the table for tomorrow and the next day as well. Like he was absent most of the campaign. Did you get him one, David?
I did not succeed on that front. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
You weren't Robinson Crusoe, were you?
No. Look, Stephen Conroy managed to interview Chris Bowen, though, so we can't say he did no interviews during the election campaign. This right now, though, you've got to say, is a bit of a shocker here for Labor. The chances of a majority government do seem to have slipped away. The best they could hope for a minority government, and we were just counting there, 5, maybe 6 on the crossbench. They pick up Andrew Wilkie and Adam Bant. I don't know about Zali Steggall. I really don't. Which way she'd go. She's indicated coalition would be her first choice, but climate change is her biggest issue. So I just don't know. Either way, if it's a hung parliament and a minority government led by Bill Shorten, he's going to have to try and negotiate the passage through the House, let alone the Senate, of all these things, franking credits, negative gearing and so on. Good luck with that, given these independents that have made it very clear where they stand on these things. There goes your revenue. So much for the spending measures. I just think, Richo, this is, even if he does scrape through a minority government, this is going to be game.
No, it's tough. And you look at Zali Steggall, I mean, look at what she's got to balance. She's got the Labor vote on side because it was anti-Abbott. She's got all these climate change believers on board. But if she takes one step in this conservative direction that she says, I'm a Liberal, well, she'll lose all those Labor voters that got her up.
Let me just quickly, sorry, Peter, go back to Chisholm, the seat we've been looking at in Melbourne. In the eastern suburbs there, won last time by Julia Banks. This time around, Gladys Liu has dropped 4.5% of the Liberal primary vote there. A little bit has gone to Labor, a little bit has gone to the Greens. And right now it's looking too close. Jennifer Yang for Labor, though, has
that's crept in from 52 to 51.
Jennifer Yang's with us now. Thanks for your time this evening. Are you feeling confident about picking up this seat?
I think the result looking quite optimistic. However, still too close to call. So I don't know. I'm just waiting for the result.
No, fair enough. What can you tell us about how some of Labor's policies worked through the campaign for you? Did you struggle to sell things like the franking credit and the negative gearing changes?
Certainly, I think we have a lot of people come asking the question about the franking credits and the negative gearings. However, a lot of people who raise this concern, they actually got probably misinformed information. So if I get a chance, at least I'm able to describe to them what's the actual reform Labor proposed. But unfortunately, we are unable to reach to every and each voters who perhaps only believe into the wrong information.
And finally, would you say Bill Shorten was a popular leader for you to campaign with?
I think Bill is pretty well received when he came down to Box Hill. I walked around with Bill a few times in Box Hill Central, and everyone's crazy, want to take a photo with him. And certainly, I hope Bill come back.
All right, Jennifer Yang, thanks for joining us. We'll keep an eye on how things go there in Chisholm for you. Let's go right up to the north of the continent, the seat of Lingiari that sprawls across the Northern Territory. And this one we've been, well, seeing the numbers bounce around a little bit, it must be said. We've got more than a third of the count in now. And Jacinta Price, the CLP candidate, is still leading comfortably on that primary vote. After preferences, though, it's still too close to call. And Jacinta Price, I think, is with us now. Thanks for your time tonight. You've got a better read of this seat than most of us. Are you feeling more confident than that cliffhanger number is showing right now?
I'm feeling really like the confidence is building, that's for sure. It's been really, really nerve-wracking. And I've got a hell of a lot of very excited people behind me at the moment, and I'm trying to keep them contained is a bit of a challenge. But look, it's looking promising. So I'm really not quietly confident. I'm confident.
Look, I can understand why, given the swing we're seeing towards you. What's been the biggest issues for you in the campaign?
So I think some of the biggest issues for me has been that people want jobs, people want stability, people want to stand on their own 2 feet. Aboriginal people are sick of being treated like they're second-rate citizens. They want the same opportunities as other Australians. They want to run businesses. They don't want to rely on Centrelink and those sorts of things. And the wider community are the same. You know, in the Northern Territory, we're about coming from different backgrounds and doing things together, and that's really resonated throughout my campaign. But you know, it's definitely about jobs. It's about stability. It's about housing. And knowing that we can prosper, we can do all those things together.
Well, Jacinta Price, thanks for joining us tonight. It is a very tight contest there. I'll let you get back to seeing how it all plays out. Appreciate that. Let me go back to Melbourne. Andrew Bolt standing by. You've been watching some of the count as it's been going on here, Andrew. The general consensus here on the desk is that Labor just cannot get a majority government now. Where do you think this is going to land?
Well, it's a minority government, like I said last time. So we've got a period of instability. It's a minority government that has, whoever wins, doesn't have the numbers in the lower house, doesn't have the numbers in the Senate. And I think we're in for a period of instability for 3 years, which is really sad. But I do think I'd rather fancy myself if I was a Liberal, I'd fancy my chances more than if I was a Labor leader, because one person you forgot to mention who's one of the crossbenchers that will decide this is, of course, Bob Katter. So add him, and the Liberals may need maybe one more, and I think they might be able to get it. A Labor crossbench support will be much broader and much more difficult because it will include a Green, for instance. So I'd fancy the Liberals a little bit ahead of Labor at this stage, but either way it's going to be unstable. But I have to say, whatever, Scott Morrison has made himself into an instant Liberal hero. This is a feat bigger than Paul Keating pulled off in winning the election against John Hewson. This is just astonishing. And we have to think, well, if the polls weren't completely wrong, if they were halfway in the ballpark, say, you know, when they were taken 3 days ago or a week ago, you have to think there was also a last-minute swing in this week. And I'm looking at what might have affected that. Two things occur to me. One is the ludicrous attack on Scott Morrison's faith. And if you have a look, it's in the Bible Belt kind of seats, the outer suburban seats, where Labor didn't get the swing it was counting on. That ludicrous attack on Christianity, that is a real marker for Labor. And the other point was, of course, Bob Hawke's death. A lot of people thought, well, that's going to swing the sympathy vote to Labor. I wonder whether, as I said on my show yesterday, people seeing Bob Hawke there and then Bill Shorten giving eulogy after eulogy there thought, well, Bill Shorten is no Bob Hawke. I think that really could have come through as well. But fundamentally, I want to go back to the conversation you had before. This was the global warming election. Labor said it, the Greens said it. I think the Greens vote will probably go down and Labor is being humiliated. The Labor vote went down or it didn't pick up like they'd counted on in exactly the seats like in Queensland, where they knew that the cost of Labor's global warming folly was the Adani coal mine. By the way, all those Adani protesters with all their signs over all these years, you lost, suckers. And the other thing is, you look at the other places, they're in poorer suburbs where people can't afford power prices. Labor got in thrall to the religion of the upper middle class, a religion that the poor, its natural constituency, cannot afford. It has got to rethink this mad, mad folly. It was a global warming election and they lost.
Andrew, well, yeah, hard to argue that they've hit the wrong note in so many parts of the country with that. Here's Josh Frydenberg right now, though. He's the Deputy Liberal leader. He's, of course, not claiming one way or another, I'm sure, which way this has gone. But for his own part, he's held on in Kooyong. Let's just quickly have a listen.
And I promise this to the people of Kooyong. Whether they voted for me or not, I will work every single day to make their lives and their family lives better. And it was a tight race. And I want to acknowledge the other candidates in the race, and particularly Julian Burnside and Jana Stewart. No. I want to acknowledge...
Yeah, and look, Josh Frydenberg there, we'll leave that because we've got to keep moving. But Andrew Bolt, he did face a pretty tough contest in his own seat there. Oliver Yates, Julian Burnside. I know the Libs spent a hell of a lot there as well. But this was a pretty tough fight for someone who's used to holding a blue ribbon seat.
Yeah, but this goes to my point, David, too. It was a global warming election. Don't forget also you had Malcolm Turnbull and his son Alex white-anting the government on global warming all through this campaign, right? All through, to the point where Alex, in the name of Malcolm Turnbull, hi, I'm Alex, Malcolm Turnbull's son, was giving robocalls in Greg Hunt's seat of Flinders to try and turf him out, and also in Menzies, Kevin Andrews. Every one of those candidates that they backed, except for Tony Abbott, maybe Nicole Flint, we'll still see, every one of them won. Peter Dutton in particular. Think of the resources that GetUp devoted to defeating him. He won. This is actually culturally a huge moment. It's not just that Labor lost. It's global warming. The activists, they lost. Now, the Sally Steggall thing, that'll be interpreted, oh, well, the Liberals have got to go and treat global warming more seriously because they lost Warringah. But look, they actually pulled an absolute roll gold certain defeat out of the fire, in large part because Labor overplayed the global warming scare. And if the Liberals don't realise that, they're in for some hell. If they do realise that, Labor is going to be on the rack.
Well, Andrew, thank you. We'll talk to you a little later on. Appreciate that. In Dixon, I just want to show you Peter Dutton right now. He's claiming victory in his seat in the northwest of Brisbane there. Let's have a quick listen into this.
We have an amazing team on the ground. Many of you are here tonight. People are still pre-polling and people are still involved in the scrutineering process, which will go on for some time. But there is an amazing mood across Queensland and across the country in support of the Prime Minister. And I want to pay tribute to Scott Morrison tonight for his leadership. I think he's provided amazing leadership. He's distilled our message down to one which the Australian people understand. He's been able to campaign in marginal seats. He's been able to put pressure on Bill Shorten, which is what Bill Shorten deserved. He needed to be called out. He needed to be called out, and he was. And to Scott Morrison's great credit, right across this great country, he's been able to spread a message of our vision for the future of this country, and people have overwhelmingly accepted that. And it's a great credit to him, to our leadership team, to everybody involved in this campaign.
Got to say, that's a very relieved-looking Peter Dutton there, but cheering what appears to be the, well, mood of the nation, particularly there in Queensland. Alan Jones, let me bring you back in there as to where we're at right now. You've got to say the signs are pointing more towards the coalition being back in government right now. I know there's a bit to go in the West, but it's just looking increasingly difficult for Labor.
Well, we are where I said we'd be. I said that they couldn't win 76 seats, and they won't. I also have said for 2 years that no party in the Western world can win an election with a 50% renewable energy target. And Andrew Bolt's point is perfectly correct, and they've persisted with this religion. And Peter and I have been involved in election campaigns at the very heart and centre of them. We've fought the kind of thing that's being fought tonight. And in the last week of a campaign, the election always turns towards the economy. And in this last week, the focus was on the economic damage that people would suffer under a Labor government. And I made the point earlier tonight, and I made it last week and the week before, that this election was going to be fought on money. Not Clive Palmer's money, not the union money, not the money of advertising, but Joe Average's money in his pocket. And he, Joe Average, felt that the Labor Party was in every pocket and ready to take everything that Joe Average had saved. Now, there's a lesson here for the Labor Party. They cannot form government. It's to be hoped that Scott Morrison can. But I will say one thing here, which is a note of caution, I guess, and that is, given that the focus in the last week of the campaign is on the economy, the pre-polling does become fairly significant. Many of these people voted before the focus was directed towards the major economic concerns. For example, Christian Porter's seat in the Swan Valley, that's a housing estate, they've just thrashed the Labor Party in the Swan Valley because of the whole standing of negative gearing on its head, the doubling, a 50% increase in capital gains tax. People just weren't going to cop this. So given that people pre-polled before the focus was on those issues, the pre-polling, I think, will be significant. Not so much the postal voting. It normally favours the coalition side. But look, it was obvious. I mean, the exit polls are wrong, the pollsters are wrong, the media experts are wrong. I hope with egg on their face they'll actually acknowledge on Monday that they were wrong. The public have been misled for the last God knows how long. It was going to be a whitewash. Well, I'm sorry, there's only one out being whitewashed, and that's the Labor Party.
Well, it certainly appears that way right now. Let's bring up the state of the House, if we can, and see what the count is showing from our computer. Our scrutineers here as well are saying that the coalition is going to win this, either in minority or majority status. We've now got on our computer the coalition at 70 seats, 76 being the target. Labor stuck on only 58, 18 undecided. Can we just have a look at how the primary votes perhaps are looking across the country right now? Richo, this, we were saying about half an hour ago, impossible for Labor to form a majority government. Is it now looking impossible for Labor to form a minority government?
I think the most likely result is a majority Liberal government.
A majority Liberal coalition
That's what I said. A majority Liberal government. Narrow. I'm not talking about big numbers, but I think they can get to 76.
Well, this primary vote's crept up to nearly 41% now for the coalition. I assume more West Australian
This is a
votes.
really bad
You've got to
night
remember,
for Labor.
like after the 2016 election, we won by 1 seat. So, you know, as long as we have a 1-seat majority or more or better, we're doing better.
You
than
have
last
better.
time.
And 53-47 on those pre-polls. I have to say at this point, I want to pay enormous tribute to Andrew Hurst to be where we are. First time ever running a state or federal campaign. He took on this job. It's, you know, I was married to a federal director. It's the hardest job in the country if you're on the left or if you're on the right. And this is an extraordinary effort, an extraordinary change in the team. Yes, all credit to Scott Morrison, but I'm a staffer, former staffer. I pay tribute to the staff as well.
No, I worked with Andrew Hurst at campaign headquarters in Brisbane, and I've got to very much endorse what Peter has just said. He built an amazing team. He led an amazing team. He's got, you know, obviously great skills and experience, but he's got an amazing temperament. And you know, the team atmosphere and the focus during the campaign, working in with obviously the Prime Minister and his team on the road, was the best that I've ever seen.
Well, Richard Miles, you've been a bit quiet here for a while. Let me bring you in. This is not where you thought, well, I know you were pessimistic.
No,
it's not where Labor thought you would be at this point of the night. It now looks like the chances of forming government are slipping away, if not gone altogether. How much responsibility does Bill Shorten shoulder for this?
Well, I don't think that we know that we're in a position where we can't form government. I think right now there are still a number of seats in doubt, and this has a little way to go. It is it's what I said. It's a contest, and I mean, Alan Jones isn't right that it's a whitewash. I mean, if you look at the vote share, it's within about 0.4% of each other, and so this is a very close election. And that's all you can say, and that's what we thought it would be. I mean, I think one of the things here is that the expectations on Labor, for me, felt way out of kilter in the lead up to the election compared to what was inevitably going to be the reality of a contest.
You mean Bill Shorten saying yesterday he was confident you would win a majority government?
Oh, I think no, I don't mean that at all. I mean what I actually mean is the commentators during the first part of this year feeling like the election had already happened, which was definitely not our view. I mean, we knew that once we found ourselves in an election campaign, there was going to be a contest. We knew that Scott Morrison has a prodigious self-belief, which is, you know, I'd say as a compliment, and it was going to be, we were going to have a fight.
Why did Bill tell Arnold Schwarzenegger that he was going to be the next Prime Minister of Australia? I mean, that was...
Well, he couldn't tell him he wasn't.
Well,
I mean...
he volunteered it. It sounded, I've got to say, it always seemed to us like he was very
just on that point, the weight of expectations, I get it, 3 years of news poll heading your way. That's not dissimilar to where the coalition was in 2013. I think this campaign has played such a huge determinant in the result tonight. That's what's probably a little different. Last recent campaigns have been foregone conclusions. It was Malcolm Turnbull thought, and it showed very much, you know,
it's a good
Bill and
point.
his
We
team
started
was
out
strong.
talking about the impact campaigns can have. Clearly it's had a big one. Let me go to Tanya Plibersek, the Deputy Labor Leader, joining us now. Thanks for your time. Are you disappointed with where things are at right now?
Oh, look, I think we'd certainly like to have clearly picked up a few more seats than we have so far. The result in Queensland's not quite what we'd hoped, but, you know, there's still a long night ahead of us. We've still got a lot of pre-poll votes to count. In Western Australia, we've only just started the counting, so there's still a long night ahead of us, I think.
So you still think Labor can win? Do you think that's realistic?
Well, we would have liked to have picked up more seats in Queensland. That would have really helped. It is, I think, still an uncertain outcome tonight. We've still got quite a few seats where the count is very, very close indeed, and we'll be watching them with a great deal of interest. One thing we have really observed is that the seats in Queensland, for example, where the LNP have done well on the back of very strong preference flows from One Nation and from Clive Palmer. It does seem like those $80 million that Clive Palmer spent might help the coalition get a few more seats in Queensland than they imagined.
All right, but do you acknowledge there may have been something wrong with Labor's message as well, particularly in Queensland?
Look, I think we had a very big and bold plan for government, and I'm confident that if people had more time to look at some of our plans, like our pension and dental scheme and our cancer care package, we would have won them over with those elements of the plan. I think, with the number of policies and the detail of the policies that we announced, I'm proud of those policies, but I think for some people it was a little bit overwhelming, and they didn't really get to understand the details
earlier. Is that what you're saying?
Policies and so on.
Should these have been released a bit earlier in the piece?
Look, it was a very big and bold agenda, and I think I'm not sure that everybody who is benefiting, for example, from our free and much cheaper childcare or our pension and dental or some of our other policies got to know all of the details of those policies. But look, as I say, in many respects it's still early in the night. We still have a lot of votes to count, and we'll be watching some of those very, very close contests very carefully. I am very proud of the campaign we ran. I'm very proud of the campaign that Bill ran and the disciplined and united team that he led.
Finally, Tanya Plibersek, if you don't win tonight, there's really no way Bill Shorten stays as leader. Would you like to be the Labor leader?
Well, Bill's run a fantastic campaign, and I'm not going to start speculating about that sort of stuff yet. We still have hopes of winning. We're picking up seats in Western Australia. We're looking good in seats like Boothby in South Australia. We've obviously picked up Dunkley, Corangamite in Victoria. We're looking good in Chisholm. We're looking good in Gilmore. I think people are pronouncing the outcome of this just a little too soon, a little bit too early to call that.
All right, Tanya Plibersek, Deputy Labor Leader, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We'll get back to the count here, and I want to go to Hasluck in the West. Of course, a lot of attention now on what happens. This seat in particular, the margin, I think, 2.1% for Ken White coming into this tonight. Where is it at right now? He looks to be holding the seat. He is holding the seat, and Ken White is with us. Ken White, thanks for your time tonight. Our projection right now is that you've won the seat, so congratulations. Are you declaring victory there?
No, not yet. I want to see more numbers come in and look at the actual count that occurs. But I'm quietly confident, and based on what people said to me today and during pre-poll, then it's a great outcome for the work that I do for them.
And generally in WA, do you think Labor will make any gains there at all in the state?
Look, I'm not sure. I'd like to say no. Because I think that we will retain all of the seats that were considered marginal through both polling and through media. But as I've done each campaign, I've just said I'm quietly hoping that the people of Hasluck give me the opportunity of being returned. And this is my fourth term now in a seat that used to change hands frequently. And for my colleagues, I'm pleased to see Steve Irons and Christian Porter and Chris Connolly. Their hard work is paid off. People have put their faith and commitment in them.
Ken White, thanks very much for that. And I know you're not claiming it just yet, but look, our system certainly is. So well done to you there in Hasluck. Over at the Liberal HQ in Sydney, John Howard has just arrived there. He's just making some remarks to reporters.
Is something that the Australian people will reject.
Mr. Howard, how does this compare to other great coalition victories?
Oh, that is for the experts to talk about, but it is not for me to declare victory or defeat. That is a matter for the party leader to address.
How do you think they'll stack up, though?
Well, I am very proud of the fact that I was able to help in a small way Scott Morrison during the campaign.
Does he deserve a statue if he's successful?
Well, look, don't try and prod me. Scott will use his own language. But I just want to say that I
believe John Howard there. He's not going to declare victory.
No,
and look,
I think
But it is also still a little bit up in the air as to where these final seats are going to land. There's a bunch we won't know tonight. But Stephen Conroy, what's your... I mean, Tanya Plibersek was being cautious.
No, look, I'd make a couple of points. I mean, we've actually only got... Normally at this stage of the night, we're heading towards 65, 70% of the seats counted. But because of the magnitude of the pre-polls, we've actually only got 53.6% of the vote counted. So those pre-poll booths are all still to come in. Now, they probably favoured the Liberal Party in the Victorian election, and Ipsos suggested that they could favour the Liberal Party, but the size of that vote means we should just have a fraction of caution. I think what I'm still trying to come to terms with is, I mean, we've considered Newspoll the gold standard poll, and it, at this point, has got Labor's primary vote 4% higher than it was. We're 4% down, and the Liberal Party, the coalition, are 3% up. So something has gone badly wrong with the polling publicly. Ipsos have got the size of Labor's vote right, but I think it's got the coalition vote pretty wrong too. Sorry.
We'll come back to that. Let me just go to Flinders in Melbourne, where Greg Hunt has held on there. He suffered a swing on the primary vote, as you can see right now, of nearly 6%. But Julia Banks, running as an independent there, she secured only 15% of the primary vote, and after preferences, well, it's going to say there, I'm sure, that it's it is saying Liberal hold. There you go, even though it's just 51%, but enough there to say that Greg Hunt has won it. He's with us now, the Health Minister. Greg Hunt, thanks for joining us tonight. Our system says you've won it. Are you declaring victory?
No, we're not doing that yet. We've had a very, very good result because with all of the projections, they're showing 53 to 54%. 50% of the votes were cast before the night. We have one of the highest pre-polls in the country, an older population. We have 10,000 postal votes, so we'll wait until they come in. But some of the projections are showing between 53 and 54%. And we've had an amazing team on the ground. I've got my magnificent wife Paula with me, who's been our secret weapon on the pre-poll. And nationally, I've literally just spoken with Scott Morrison whilst we were waiting for you. I had to tell him, I'm sorry, Scott, I'm waiting for Sky. And he sort of said, oh, OK.
Good man.
But he has been incredible, and he has connected with the Australian people. But above all else, he's given them this sense that their lives matter, that each life can be something special, and that if you can do that for each individual, then you build a society from the bottom up rather than top down. And this has been the biggest difference in terms of the two approaches of a bottom-up, individual-based belief in the worth of every human being, as opposed to a top-down approach of any election since 1972. And I'm just in absolute awe and respect of what Scott's done. But there's more to go. We're not calling it yet. The election is still in the ballot boxes and still being counted, but we're immensely grateful to the people of Flinders and the people of Australia.
Greg Hunt, thank you for joining us. I'll let you get back to it, and I know you've got to keep watching that count, but our system's showing things are looking pretty good for you. And interesting, they're cheering Scott Morrison. I think there's going to be a lot of praise from a lot of candidates and members and even ministers there for the job the Prime Minister's done. Let's go in fact to let's go to Josh Frydenberg, the Treasurer, the Deputy Liberal Leader. He's joining us now. In Kooyong, he's held on as well. Josh Frydenberg, good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight, and well done there in Kooyong. It was a tough fight for you, perhaps tougher than you've had to face there in that seat before. You must be relieved this evening.
Yeah, we were fighting not only against the traditional rivals of the Labor Party, but also a strong Greens race, as well as independents. But the people of Kooyong rallied. They know that I've worked as hard as I could for them since I was elected back in 2010, and from here on I'll continue to listen to them, work with them and work for them. And I'm just so grateful to the many volunteers who have helped us, but I'm also grateful to the Liberal Party
organisation, and particularly Andrew Hurst and Simon Frost and the whole team, as well as, of course, the Prime Minister, who's shown brilliant leadership. But this is not about us. This is about the people of Kooyong, and I'm very, very humbled by their re-endorsement for my 4th election.
And Josh Frydenberg, do you think the coalition can hold on to government, will hold on to government?
Well, I spoke to the Prime Minister not that long ago, and we're definitely in the game, but there's still obviously plenty of votes to be counted in the west and in the north of our country. But of course, we've been buoyed by what we've seen so far. And there seems to be a very strong showing across the country, and our economic narrative, our economic story, the economic choice for the Australian people has been very clear at this election, and that clearly has been heard by the Australian people.
Well, Josh Frydenberg, I suppose the budget that came just before the election campaign and then targeting Labor over franking credits and negative gearing, it looks like franking credits particularly has kept the over 65 demographic well in your column through this campaign. Is that what you put this down to so far?
Oh, look, there's always lots of issues at play, but certainly our economic plan was set out in the budget, principally paying back Labor's debt with responsible economic management, growing the economy in the face of domestic and international economic headwinds, with the tax cuts, with the 80,000 apprentices, with the $100 billion of infrastructure, and then, of course, the guaranteed record funding for hospitals and schools, all done without increasing taxes. And we know how damaging Labor's negative gearing and capital gains tax changes would be. We also know how damaging their retirees' tax were to people who have done nothing wrong except diligently save for their own retirement. And these messages have been heard by the Australian people, and the Australian people vote for lower taxes, not Labor's higher taxes.
Josh Frydenberg, Deputy Liberal Leader and Treasurer, thank you very much for that. The Finance Minister on our panel, I'm sure, won't disagree with much of what you've just said there. All right, now it is, I think, just gone 10 o'clock on the East Coast, 4 hours since the close of polls, the counting began, and boy, it's not the result Labor was expecting or indeed hoping for. If we can perhaps just bring up quickly for you what the state of the House now looks like. 76 is the target to form a majority government. Right now, our computer's saying the coalition is on 72 seats. Labor back on 59, 15 undecided. Now, we may be headed for hung parliament territory, but it's not out of the question that the coalition manages a majority government here. Based on those numbers, a lot would have to break Labor's way to stop that happening. And you can hear from the Treasurer, from the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, as well, this tone of, well, celebration almost there, and a lot of credit being given to Scott Morrison, who we'll see later tonight. Right now, let's go to the Labor headquarters down in Melbourne. Nick Rees and Kieran Gilbert are standing by. And Kieran, as you know, each time we cross to you, the news only seems to get worse there for Labor. What's the mood like now?
Well, awful. The mood is awful, David. They are upset. They got here tonight optimistic, hopeful of a win and a clear win. That's not eventuated. What went wrong? Well, a couple of the people I've been speaking to, the recriminations have begun. The analysis of, in Queensland, Nick, Adani obviously won. The tax campaign that Matthias Cormann, Josh Frydenberg and the Prime Minister ran so effectively, number two. But the other one was Bill Shorten, that he was never someone that resonated north of the Tweed. How did the polls, though, nationally get it so wrong?
Look, I don't have a particularly convincing answer to that. I think part of the answer lies in the fact that pollsters did not predict how strongly the One Nation and UOP vote would flow through to LNP in Queensland. The split that they were assuming on that vote clearly didn't come to pass. And I think the polls probably didn't pick up how much late voters have swung towards the coalition. Clearly the message around don't vote for Bill's new taxes was something that was very persuasive with those undecided, late deciding voters.
It's not even the published polls alone, it's the internal polling as well that was wrong, because whenever I was told information from either side, it was nothing as clear-cut as this in terms of this strong performance from the Liberal Party.
Certainly Labor's polling was showing the result tightening over that last week. With Bob Hawke's passing, it was not expected that was going to give Labor's vote a substantial boost, but it did. The thinking was that it would help nullify some of the attack that was coming on Labor with its tax program, with its big reform agenda, and clearly that wasn't the case. When people woke up today, those undecided voters, they've decided to vote against Labor's tax plans.
Well, Bill Shorten's watching the coverage from the Hyatt Hotel in the city. We are up in Essendon, but quite frankly, the rise of Bill Shorten's hit a brick wall tonight, David.
Well, it certainly has. Very hard to see him surviving this. Look, the chances of scraping even minority government now looking very, very tough indeed for Labor. All signs pointing to a return of the coalition. Kieran, Nick, thank you. A number of reasons for this, as we've heard from a number of Labor people so far. It's because no one estimated the preference flow from the Clive Palmer and Pauline Hanson parties, but clearly there's a rejection here of Labor's policy offering across Queensland. And look, what we're seeing in these swings in WA, Northern Territory and so on as well. Laura Jays and Paul Murray are at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight, where I'm sure it's a very different vibe there in Sydney right now. What do you guys think about where we're at?
Well, it's not just about the preference flows in Queensland from One Nation and Clive Palmer. Look at Joel Fitzgibbon's seat in the seat of Hunter. That is one word, coal there. 21% One Nation vote there. But last hour, David and Paul, I told you there was a path to victory. This is what Labor was telling me through picking up Boothby in South Australia, maybe one or two in Victoria, and it all depended on WA. Well, that WA vote is holding up for the Liberals. I'm told even early counts in Stirling, boos that don't normally go Stirling's way certainly are. So, the only real chance there for the Labor Party picking up a seat was Swan. That is on a nice edge, and I think it'll probably stay with the Liberals. And also, they're not giving up on Corangamite, so that tells you where it's at. But Paul, the absolute big story, Clive Palmer has spent $60 million. Is he going to get a Senate spot?
Well, it's that thing where there's a celebration as the reality is hitting the room that the Morrison government is most likely to be returned this evening, creating an entire new political playbook. But Laura, the Senate is what matters here. One Nation have grossly overperformed any public polling. Clive Palmer, on the current numbers, will not win a Senate seat in Queensland. Let me explain why.
Good thing that you can't buy your way into Parliament.
Correct. Right now, in the Senate voting, Pauline Hanson's party has about 9% of the vote in Queensland. There is just about 3% for the United Australia Party. So even in a preference situation, the problem is that the Libs are now starting to race towards 2.8, almost 3.1 quota, which means those preferences won't be enough to help. And this is a very big story about Palmer's underperformance as well in the lower house. He is sitting somewhere at about 3 and a bit % everywhere, but One Nation nationally may be similar, but in Queensland is at 10%, in New South Wales is running way above, and in Western Australia. And the story of this victory is going to be about preference discipline from the right minor parties.
Yeah, but also, Paul, that you cannot buy your way into a Senate spot. It's a little bit more complicated than just spending $60 million. And you and I have talked about starting our own polling company. Why not?
Why not? Yeah, I'll go with my gut. It's big enough. Let's see what happens.
David.
All right, Laura, Paul, thank you very much. There is a lot to take out of what's been happening here tonight. Always many reasons as to why voters go the way they do, but clearly we are seeing a rejection of Labor's policy offering on the tax front, whether it's the franking credits in particular for those retirees, whether it's the negative gearing policy spooking other younger homeowners as well. And maybe the climate change issue has clearly not played as strongly as they hoped it would and thought it would, according to their internal polling in the last couple of weeks. I would note the government also backed off the attack on climate change at the end of the campaign too. But what we're seeing in Queensland is clearly, and Hunter is a terrific example there, of nervousness around going with a big emissions reduction plan. Anyway, where we are right now, perhaps we'll just bring up that state of the House once more. Last I checked, it had the coalition on 72, 4 short of the majority they need. There it is still. Richo, you think they'll get a majority, the coalition?
I think it's possible. And it's, you know, I don't know the answer to it, no one does, but it could happen. What can't happen is Labor getting one, that's for sure.
A majority or a minority?
I think that's even pretty remote now. I'm not even hopeful of that.
So you think the coalition's won?
Yep.
A number of counters think that the Libs are pretty much got 74 with a nose in front in Longman, Bass and Macquarie, which would take them to 77. Not conceding them, but our numbers, people can see it getting there on the current trends.
Coalition getting to 77?
Well, we think they're sitting on about 74 and a reasonable chance of getting to 77 at this stage.
Well, Matthias Cormann, what do you think? Is it looking that good, do you think, for the government?
I'm not going to declare it for the government, but, you know, obviously, you know, we always thought that there was a pathway to victory. We always knew it was a narrow pathway to victory. Scott Morrison has run an amazing campaign supported by a very strong and effective team effort. And, you know, in the end, we always felt that people across Australia were receptive to our argument, that that this was not the time to go back to the approaches of the past of high taxing, high spending agendas, that this was the time to stay the course, that we had been successful in building a stronger economy, and that this was the time to keep tracking down in the same direction, that there are global economic headwinds, there are downside risks in the domestic economy, and that our approach and our plan was working, that this wasn't the time to take risks with a high-taxing, risky experiment.
Peter Credlin, I mean, we'll see where these final undecided seats end up, and we may not know for a little while, a few days, some of them, but from where that count looks right now, you'd have to say the coalition's back.
Yeah, I'd say the coalition's back in a majority government.
A majority government?
A majority government. And I think a couple of things are there. At a time when people are feeling income pressures, I think Labor's agenda was just too big and too broad. I also think there's a lot to be said for everyday people wanting a steady as she goes, no frills, no surprises, a leader that they can look to with a bit of confidence that looks and sounds like them, and that the agenda is something that they can see as credible without being so bold it puts at risk their prosperity, their jobs. Things are so tight in household budgets. I mean, both sides of politics will say, right across the board, the number one issue. But for a couple of seats was cost of living, David. Now, can I just go to the point about polling? When in this country we denigrate the right of ordinary people to worry about things like their right to profess faith, their right to have a job, the right of their kids to have a trade if they want to trade or go to university, the money coming in each week meaning something. I know Labor's tried to own that ground, and it has been their history to own that ground, but the shift to the left, the further encroachment of the Greens into what was old Labor, has put this at risk, I think. So when you laugh and sneer, and I'm not this channel, the ABC's good at it, and people get a call from a pollster, they're not going to put their hand up. They're not going to tell the pollster honestly where their vote's going to go. And this is proven out tonight. This happened in Brexit. It's happening with Trump. It's a new phenomenon, sadly, in the way we treat the everyday voter.
But I tell you, the old phenomenon is you can't go too hard at the hip pocket nerve. And if you have franking credits and then you top it up with negative gearing, you've got two hits. One hit you might have gotten away with, but you can't get away with two. I think Labor just got too greedy in the tax grab, and I think the punters have punished them for it.
Does Bowen wear responsibility for this? Richard, does Bowen have to wear some responsibility?
Well, don't see how he doesn't. He has to wear some.
Well, he sees himself as a leader, doesn't he? But Labor people talking about as a leader.
That's a fair point. Look, there's two things to say here. One, Scott Morrison winning this tonight is invested with enormous authority.
Yep.
You know, I take what Matthias Cormann's saying about the team effort. It's always a team effort, but this was a particularly solo-style campaign. I think that gives him enormous authority.
Scott Morrison ran an outstanding campaign. There's no question. I mean, he after the leadership change in August last year, he united the team. He inspired the team to take on this battle, and he did an amazing job. There's no question.
I would reveal for our viewers too that you, from that moment, still thought you could win, even in those dark moments when a lot of your colleagues did not. You were one of those very few who argued right throughout the last 6 or 8 months that you could come back. But, you know, I'd be amongst them who doubted for a long time there whether you did have much chance. But, you know, the campaign really did turn things around. Morrison winning means as a leader, Peter...
This is my point.
What can he do with that?
Look at his leadership group now. He doesn't have Tony Abbott and the potential that Tony Abbott could return to the leadership. That's gone. He doesn't have Julie Bishop, who was shaking her tail feather everywhere around the place in order to plump for the leadership. He doesn't have Christopher Pyne, never a leadership contender, but you know, right up there with the undermining campaigns of the past. Malcolm Turnbull is removed out of the whole debate. This was very clear tonight. There was not a hankering for Malcolm Turnbull. Likely that you won't see Karen Phelps. You certainly won't see Julia Banks. He will have enormous authority. Will he reshape the government now with this new authority? I suspect he probably will.
And then the other flip side to this is Bill Shorten. Now, Richard Marles, he can't survive.
Well, look, we haven't even got to a point where people are claiming or conceding the election. So we're having a conversation here way ahead of where it's at, and it's certainly not for me to be saying where we're at there. I think what we know is we certainly put forward an ambitious policy agenda into this election campaign. It was, as I said at the beginning of this broadcast, I think we were trying to do something, we were trying to do a hard thing. And we ran into a very negative campaign, and this election was characterised by what Labor had to say about the future of Australia and the Liberals campaigning in effect against
Were you too ambitious though? I mean, to Richard's point, this is politics, this is what campaigns do. I mean, you've got to be eyes wide open about what's coming. If you lead with your chin on the sort of policy agenda, was it too much?
Look, we don't even know where the election has landed yet.
I think we've got a pretty fair idea, mate.
Yeah, okay, but let's just see that play out first. I think I think it was always going to be a situation where there was going to be a contest here, and none of this surprises me.
Well, there's either the policy, the campaign, or the leader. Yeah. Or a combination of the three, right, Richard? I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about that. You can't lose like this when you're expected to win and then say that everybody's wonderful, that everybody did their job and it was all terrific. Clearly, it wasn't. Clearly, we didn't get the message across. We failed. And when you fail, you have to look at those who are in the positions who failed.
And no leader can lose twice.
No, I think Bill knows that. I don't think this will be coming as any great shock if he's listening. There's never been one that survived two, and he won't be the first. No one does. You never know, Richard might be the leader in a few days' time. We might be sitting next to greatness here.
Please. This is not a stupid point. You know, when you look at the offerings in the Labor Party, let's just, I'll bring you in a moment here, but others who perhaps can speak a bit more freely about this. The options are Anthony Albanese, Tanya Plibersek at the left, Chris Bowen, damaged after this campaign.
Look, two stints.
Where do they go, Peter?
Immigration Minister, worst ever record in terms of boats coming to Australia's shores under Chris Bowen, and now this fiscal/economic campaign catastrophe. He is gone for money. Actually, no, Labor, make him your leader. Make him your leader. Give Scott Morrison 2 decades.
But where do you think Labor should go? Admittedly, they may not take your advice on this.
No, I don't think they will. I certainly don't think they should go to the left.
And that's what I'm saying. Who's on the right?
As popular as Anthony Albanese will be to Labor's brethren, their problem is abandoning their people. Abandoning the people that used to be on the tools, who worked for Labor, who could trust in the everyman Labor vote, and that's disappearing because their heads turned by inner city green trendies, just like the Liberals vote is, and their heads are turned in some of our key seats, particularly in Victoria.
Stephen, I note you're making yourself rather busy while we're having this discussion, head buried in your iPad there, that this is a conversation that you would have been involved in were you still in the Parliament. Where do you think Labor should go?
Well, look, I'm with Richard. At the moment, the government haven't actually claimed victory. There's still a significant amount of vote in pre-poll to come in. I'm not expecting that to be a significant departure. And I think the point Richo made, that in terms of the policy settings, the campaign, the approach, all of that will be under scrutiny if it goes as it seems at the moment, and then the party would need to reflect.
And that's what I want to get from you. I'll come back to that in a moment, what you think they should do on all of those things you point to. Just quickly to Braddon, the northwest of Tasmania. We've been looking at this throughout the night, and as you can see there, with 83% of the vote count, and that Labor vote's just crashed, hasn't it? The primary vote down 8%. And a lot of that would have seemed to have gone to the independent candidate there. What's it meant after preferences, though? It's meant a pick-up for the Liberals there in Tasmania for Gavin Pearce, sitting now on 53.5% of the two-party preferred result. And Gavin Pearce is with us now. We're just going to quickly check in. Gavin, are you declaring victory there in Braddon?
That's right, David. Just received a call from the incumbent member. So yes, she's conceded, and we've made our announcement. So.
Oh, well, congratulations to you on that. When did you think you'd won it, or was it a surprise tonight?
I missed that. Say again.
Did you think you would win this, or was this a bit of a surprise tonight?
We were positive. We've been positive right up until the wire. Campaigned hard on a positive platform. We've just said that we're concentrating on jobs, on a better health system, and our way of life that we've got down here, that we hold so close to our hearts here in the northwest coast of Tasmania. That's what the people of Braddon have voted for. We've also prioritised Braddon rather than the spend down south on a football team, an AFL team, and $50 million that the opposition were promising Mona, which is a 5-star luxury resort down the southern end of the state. We've prioritised Braddon and its economy, its health system, and making it a better place rather than down south.
Well, that's paid off for you there. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and well done once again. Breaking news there that Labor's Justine Key has conceded defeat to Gavin Pearce there in Braddon, a gain for the Liberal Party in Tasmania. One of the few gains we've seen for the Labor Party. Let's check in on Gilmore in the south coast of New South Wales, where you can see on the primary vote result, the Liberal vote down, well, a lot, but the Nats have come into the contest and picked that up 12.5% there. But after preferences, as you can see, Warren Mundine unsuccessful. Fiona Phillips taking that seat for Labor. She's with us now. Fiona Phillips, thanks for joining us. Congratulations to you. Have you been declaring, or have you declared victory there yet?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're so excited here to claim victory for Labor in the seat of Gilmore. Look, this seat hasn't been held by Labor for over 23 years. It's an amazing achievement. We've seen around a 17% drop in the Liberal vote. Couldn't be more proud of our incredible team here, and thank you to every voter that has put their confidence in myself and Labor.
Look, it's an interesting win there, given we are seeing swings against Labor and losses for Labor, particularly on the issue of franking credits. A lot of retirees in that seat of Gilmore, I know. Why do you think you've succeeded there?
Well, I think we have a lot of aged pensioners in Gilmore that are protected under Labor's pensioner guarantee. The Liberals have been trying to run a really strong scare campaign, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked here because we've stood up against their scare campaign. People here want better hospitals, more funding for their schools. There's a whole range of things. People in Gilmore are doing it really tough. And we're sending a strong message to the coalition, and I'm just really proud. We've been out door knocking. We've made around 50,000 door knocks and phone calls into the electorate, talking with people about the issues that are important to them. I couldn't be more proud and more excited to represent people in Gilmore. I've been part of this community. I've been a part of this community. Yep. I was just going to say, I've been a part of this community all my life. Yeah, all my life.
Well, congratulations to you once again. Look, yeah, sorry about the delay here. We'll let you get back to the celebrations there. We appreciate you joining us.
Great.
Thanks for that. And one of the Labor gains there tonight. Perhaps we can bring up again the state of the House right now and get an update, see if there is any movement there. But Gilmore, one they've picked up. In fact, that Labor count has ticked up to 60 now from 59, and the undecideds have dropped down to 14. So another one has entered the Labor column. But of those 14 undecided, you'd have to have, well, all of them go Labor's way, Richo, at this point?
Well, Labor can't win. I don't think anyone's sitting here suggesting that. Labor can't win. Yeah. It's just a matter of how close they get for next time. Yeah. And I'm hoping it's a lot closer than that.
Look, there is an equation which can still see the coalition with 73 and Labor around 70. Higgins is still one we're not absolutely writing off. The pre-poll in Higgins we think will be competitive in because there's no sitting member. So we think we'll do better than average in Higgins. In Boothby and Chisholm we're ahead, and in Cowan I've never really been overly worried about that one. And Wentworth, Dave Sharma's again in what can only be described as a complete seesawing. He's under serious pressure in Wentworth. And all of that could still see the coalition not forming majority government. No, not that Labor can from 70 or 71, which is probably its absolute maximum optimistic position. But
sorry, you don't think even at its best?
I think 70, 71, it's hard for Labor to pull those independents.
Yeah. So the coalition's won, either minority or majority government.
Well, yes. The country probably doesn't need a minority government. We've had a fair bit, but we're most likely to do that. There is still an equation that can see, as I said earlier, the coalition getting to majority, but equally, that's probably 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, well, okay, some pictures now. We're just turning around for you here of the Prime Minister leaving, that looks like Kirribilli House to me, and he'll be, this was just a few minutes ago, heading over to the Wentworth Sofitel where Laura and Paul have been in the Liberal Party headquarters tonight. So I don't think he's had a call yet from Bill Shorten. Not surprised by that at this point. But at some point, the leaders will address the nation tonight. I'm not sure whether there'll be a victory and concession speech at this point, given the way things are, but I don't think there's any doubt about the coalition winning this now, Peter, either minority or majority government.
I think they'll have the speeches that we saw in 2010. They'll thank their troops, they'll thank their supporters, they'll talk about their platforms. I have no doubt both of them will have already started reaching out to the would-be independents that are likely to get over the line. That would be smart. That certainly would happen again in 2010. So I think they'll both try and appeal to their people tonight and argue pretty much as they did through the campaign why their various platforms were right. But I think the mood very much will be a more buoyant mood in the Liberals camp than it will be for Labor.
Yeah, no doubt about that. More buoyant, if not celebratory, I'm sure, at the hotel when Scott Morrison walks in the door. I think he'll go to a private room first before we see him come downstairs and talk to the crowd there. But they are going to be more than jubilant. I mean, this is not something a few months ago that was even on the cards for the coalition.
It's extraordinary.
The campaign was a strong one. Things tightened up. We saw in the early part of the campaign in particular. But how many dared dream, even yesterday, Peter, that the coalition would win this?
No one did. And look, go back to Gladys Berejiklian. It got so tight for her and she did not make a misstep. She just kept her eye on it. She didn't believe the polls. She didn't get caught up in the election. She just went right down to the line. That's a real credit here to Scott Morrison. It would have been so easy to drop your bundle all the way through the last few days. And you too, Matisse, to the whole front bench.
I got to say, we did believe that there was a pathway all the way through because, I mean,
Not this one.
In the end, we stood for a stronger economy, and we thought we had a credible argument that, the Shorten Labor agenda would make our economy weaker. We thought that, the taxes, the taxing agenda, whether it is in relation to retirees, housing, but also investment income, and so on, you name it. We thought that they picked a lot of fights with a lot of people. If it moved across the Australian community, Labor essentially was sending a message, we will tax you. And we thought that there was a lot of concern across the community about the perception that there was a lot of spending going on that the country couldn't afford. So, and all the way through, Bill Shorten was pursuing an agenda with an edge of turning Australian against Australian. There was this class war edge to it, whereas Scott Morrison was very much focused on bringing the country together, making the economy stronger, for all Australians. Whereas, of course, we always believed that there was a message here for aspirational Australians, for working class aspirational Australians that would be much more compelling than what Bill Shorten was putting forward.
Speaking of predictions and getting it wrong, Richo, Rowan Dean has helpfully texted me to remind me.
Yes. I got it wrong. I did not think there was any way Scott Morrison could win tonight. And I said so. As the first one I got wrong, there had to be a first, and tonight's it.
And if
it was going to be a first, I'm glad it was a mate of mine that won, because I've been a mate of Scott's for a long time, so good luck to him. He's a good man, and I wish him well.
And look, well done to Rowan. He was 6 months ago calling
it's extraordinary.
that the government would win.
Even last
here
night.
We are.
I can't. How am I going to live with a bugger from now on, though? It'll be impossible.
You will. All right, I want to go back to the Liberal headquarters. Paul Murray and Laura Jays are joined now by the former Prime Minister, John Howard.
Mr Howard, what a night for the Liberal Party, but more importantly, how do you feel for the nation?
Well, it is not for me to make declarations of victory or final outcomes. That's a matter for the Prime Minister, but it does seem to have gone rather well. And if it turns out that the coalition forms the government, that'll be better for the nation. There's a lesson to be learned from this campaign, is that Australians reject the politics of class division. This attempt by the Labor Party to divide us into classes, to denigrate anybody who worked hard and made a few bob, to call all of us the big end of town, that has been rejected by the Australian people.
What message do you think there is on climate change in particular? Because this was, lauded as the big vote changer in this campaign. So what message do you take?
Well, I think the climate change issue resonated differently in different parts of the country. There's no doubt that in Queensland, the antipathy of the Labor Party to the Adani mine cost that party dearly, because the people of Queensland saw it in terms of jobs and employment opportunities. And it's an important issue, but this idea that you have to wreck the economy in the process of achieving some kind of target is not something that appeals to the common sense of Australians, whether they live in Queensland or in other parts of the nation.
Well, Mr Howard, of course, you referred famously to Victoria as Massachusetts. Queensland was very good for the Liberal Party. Does that mean Texas came good for you tonight?
Well, Queensland was fairly kind to me when I was Prime Minister, but look, we're all Australians together, and that brings me back to my central point, and that is you don't try and divide the country on class lines. I think the Prime Minister's coming.
What is your message to Scott Morrison if he does form a government?
I don't think he needs any messages from me, except I am full of admiration for him. I admire the campaign he's waged, and I think he deserves the heartfelt gratitude of coalition supporters all around Australia.
Well, just finally, Mr Howard, we have seen some losses for your party tonight, notably the seat of Warringah, Tony Abbott.
Well, I'm sad about Tony. I worked for Tony in his electorate this afternoon. I went and handed out how to vote cards in Manly for him for a couple of hours, and I'm just very sad that it's happened, and I thank him for his contribution to the nation, and I salute the gracious way in which he conceded defeat.
Mr Howard, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Howard there, the Liberal Party HQ. As you can see on screen right now, the Prime Minister Scott Morrison is entering the parking area of this hotel. As we speak, it is as full as it could ever be on any other great night for the Liberal Party at state or federal elections. Already here, apart from party officials, Gladys Berejiklian. Her win here in March began to give Liberal supporters hope that there may well be something that could happen if they cross their fingers, counted their toes and see what happens. It seems like that feeling is happening again tonight, David.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you can hear that electricity, that vibe in the room only picking up. We're seeing in the car park downstairs the Prime Minister's car. Now, the fact he's there doesn't mean we'll necessarily see him right away, but his arrival there indicates that he's getting ready to perhaps declare victory tonight, because it's there for him to declare victory. This is not the result that Labor was expecting, hoping for by any stretch. Scott Morrison tonight will no doubt be sending a unifying message, because, look, in many parts of the country, this is not a big win for the coalition. Sure, it's a hell of a lot better than they were expecting even yesterday, but we are seeing great division in many parts of the country. Here's what the state of the party shows right now. The coalition on 72 seats, still short of the 76 majority target they need. Labor's crept up another one, they're to 61, 13 still undecided, but to think that they're all going to break Labor's way is fanciful. So it's either minority or I think it's looking more likely majority government now for the coalition. Stephen Conroy?
Look, they're certainly very close.
That primary vote, look at that. It's just crept up even a little bit further, 41.1%.
That's a tremendous primary. That's tremendous.
Given that there's one nation, given that there's one nation and Palmer United to the right as well, that is
that Palmer vote sitting at 3% nationally, or 3.3% nationally, and One Nation at 3% nationally, obviously a lot stronger in the seats in Queensland where it counts, but that has not eaten into the coalition vote.
Yeah.
There's a lot of commentary around how the fracturing of the Conservative vote, the right's splitting, and how the Liberals need to deal with this and so on. It's come off the Labor vote, if anything. Is that right?
Well, I've always argued there's a lot of One Nation, a lot of Labor vote in One Nation. I mean, it depends, obviously, what seat you're talking about. But, you know, as I keep saying, when Labor keeps going further and further to the left, to the green left, they don't necessarily want to vote with the Liberal Party. They don't necessarily, we've seen, go to the National Party. They're parking their vote with people who are arguing for the outsider.
I think what Paul said was right before. There's a discipline amongst those right fringe parties in terms of their preferences that didn't exist during the Super Saturday by-election.
Well, it hasn't really existed at all, Richard. I mean, it's been actually quite patchy. Some of them have gone sort of 45-55, some of them have been 70-30 in previous elections. So
but it's a function of the preference deal.
Well, but we know that there wasn't a lot of people handing out for Clive Palmer.
Yeah, but he's still got to vote.
Maybe this time round, the threat of what the alternative was, Shorten's reform agenda, was enough to drive individual discipline.
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. OK, we're just seeing some more of the cliffhanger seats there at the moment. There is still a string of them, about a dozen or 13 of them that are still up in the air, and you know, probably given that we're at 10:30 at night on the East Coast, we may not know tonight. But you know, Bass, look at that in Tasmania, where the Liberals are ahead.
The Tasmanians are telling me they're quite comfortable that they'll have Bass and Braddon. Obviously, they've got Braddon, but Bass as well.
Yeah, but Labor not picking up Chisholm in a canter tonight. I mean, that's a surprise right there, isn't it, Richard Miles?
Well, we certainly hope to pick up Chisholm, that's right. And I mean, obviously, we're still in the hunt there. Yeah, but that was certainly a target that we were hoping to get.
Yeah, and I see Ed Monero's now on the cliffhanger list there too. That wasn't one that Labor was expecting to lose tonight, but it's come right in now and is in the cliffhanger pile.
Let's have a look at that, because that's got a lot of retirees, as we know, on the coast.
Can we go to Ed Monero? Let's have a look at this, if we can. So this is just outside Canberra, around Queanbeyan and beyond, running south from there. So Mike Kelly, who's held the seat now for 2 terms, am I right? And his...
So he got re-elected at the last election. Yeah, that's right. He was elected in 2007, lost, and then
okay, look, yeah, he's it's saying too close, but you'd rather be Mike Kelly, obviously, on those numbers. He'd probably be all right. But, you know, your point, Peter, that it's a retirees' electorate.
But for Queanbeyan, that's right. Queanbeyan's got a lot of public service officials and workers, but beyond that area, you're absolutely right, it's a lot of retirees, little pockets all the way along the coast there.
I mean, can you keep this policy, Richard Miles?
Look, I'm not about to go through all that tonight. I mean, we've got to still let this play out, but it's obviously been...
But do you believe in it passionately? The franking credit policy?
I absolutely think we're on the side of the angels with that policy.
How so?
Well,
pretty dark angels.
But I mean, it's a tax refund.
But you know, this is obviously a difficult night, and there'll be a lot of thinking that we need to go through. But you know, the night hasn't finished yet, and it's not for me to call it.
I think you could have gotten away with one of negative gearing and franking credits, but I think both was just a bridge too far. So I think you just push the envelope, mate.
But I mean,
not you. Not you. I would never blame you.
The politics of negative gearing were also very different this time around to 2016, and I was surprised. That,
or even a year or two ago, right?
But I was surprised that Labor, I mean, they essentially on this tried to rerun the 2016 campaign when, you know, at the time when property prices in Melbourne and Sydney are, you know, seem to be overheating. It's a very different circumstance to having a softening property market. And I was amazed that Labor didn't recalibrate their approach in those areas. And quite frankly, I think that is partly what they're paying the price for. I mean, the economic context is different, and you know, people are concerned about what happens to property prices. As much as Chris Bowen might want to tell them not to worry about negative equity, well, people do worry about negative equity when they have a loan, and rightly so. They should worry about what happens to, you know, obviously the most important investment that many Australians will ever hold.
I mean, this is the thing. We need to remind people that not only is it the personalities and the parties, but negative gearing will now, from tonight, remain in place as is. Franking credit cash refunds will remain in place as they are for the foreseeable future. I would predict Labor is going to have to walk away from one, if not both of those policies.
At least one.
Yeah, exactly. So this result has a big impact on our tax mix. It doesn't change.
It does. It has a very big impact. And I wonder exactly where Labor's going to go on this, because it's going to be very hard for Bowen to let go, because they're his babies, so to speak. He doesn't want to let go. He wants to hang on. I'll be fascinated to see what Chalmers does, because he's the other money man. And if he sticks with Bowen, then it's going to be very hard to overturn it. So we'll see.
Well, Jim Chalmers too is someone, though, that's a future leader for the Labor Party.
He's got to be a future leader, this bloke. I think he's a star.
So whoever emerges as the leader.
And if he goes the wrong way in this, he's a dill. So, but he won't. I have confidence in him.
Do you suspect he could emerge, if not as leader, then perhaps as a treasurer, a shadow treasurer?
Well, I think there's got to be a chance of that, yeah.
I tell you what, you want to hope everyone's done their Section 44s if it gets tight.
Indeed.
Conroy's a problem.
Oh my God, no.
Well, Stephen Conroy,
I
let me come back
renounce.
to you.
I paid money to renounce, sir.
Let me come back to you, Stephen Conroy, on this leadership question. Where does Labor go?
Well, in the worst of worlds, we have a number of very good candidates.
Come on.
I mean, there's Tanya, there's Jim, there's Richard, without wanting to make him blush more than I normally do. And Albo, I'm sure, will be thinking about it. So, I mean, I think we've got a very strong backup team. I think, as you've seen from our team in this campaign, they have been united. They've all been out there doing well. So if Morrison's able to claim victory tonight...
Yeah, what would be your advice right now as to, of those options?
Oh, look, I think all of them are good. Like, genuinely, all four of those are very good choices.
You can't have 4 or 5 leaders.
You can have a contest between.
What would you pick? Sorry for.
I get a vote in the broader party.
You can have a say. That's what being commentators.
I think the first rule we should do is get rid of that stupid rule. I've never been a fan of it.
No, neither have I.
I have opposed it longly and loudly to Kevin Rudd's face and every leader since then. The parliamentary party should be
a dumb idea,
master of its own destiny. But the Labor Party, in its wisdom, has gone down this path.
I'd slightly disagree. I think in opposition it's a bit more relaxed anyway, isn't it, the rule? You can change leaders a bit easier in opposition. But as Prime Minister, the voters are sick and tired of Prime Ministers being done.
No, he's not talking about the rule. He's talking
clearly
about
they're not.
the involvement.
They've just
of the
elected...
leadership in the vote.
I'm sorry, but clearly they aren't. We've just had 3 Prime Ministers in one term, or in 4 years, and clearly they're not... They don't care about a rotating Prime Minister.
It's an interesting take.
They didn't care about Paul Keating knocking off Bob Hawke. Paul Keating won an election.
Now, I'm told Bill Shorten's about 30 minutes away from appearing at the Essendon Fields venue there in Melbourne. So I assume, I don't know, that he will be offering some sort of concession, if not holding pattern type speech. But they'll obviously
have to... You can't offer a holding pattern at this stage of the game.
You can't, really.
Right? Well, Labor's got Buckley's. Everyone around this table knows that, and everybody watching knows it. So
you offer some sort of, we're clinging to hope that everything will...
No, if he does that, he's crazy. I mean, and he'll look silly. Yeah. It's always about the way you look, the way you appear. And like you can't appear to be a dill.
Like Abbott. You've got to take it.
You've got to be able to take one on the chin. And Bill has to stand up there, take it, and concede defeat properly.
All right, Michael Kroger, let me just go to you before I come back to Richard Marles for his thoughts on all of this. And he is in Kooyong, where we spoke to Josh Frydenberg a little earlier. Michael, this is, I reckon, probably a better result than you were expecting too.
David, it was a better result than the whole nation was expecting. No one predicted this result, quite frankly. You have the odd person that sends me a text during the night saying, I told you we were going to win, but quite frankly, every poll was wrong. The path to victory for the coalition, as we always said, was the shy Trump voter. And that's what happened. Not 48, not 48.5, not 49, over 50. No one predicted this. In Victoria, we lost Dunkley. It looks as if we've lost Corangamite. Chisholm looks as if we've lost, but we're still in there in Corangamite. And Chisholm held all the others against this surge of the Greens and Get Up and Labor. A bad night for Get Up, by the way, and a bad night for the Greens. And commiserations to the great Tony Abbott, and a special shout out to Peter Dutton in Dixon. What a hero. They threw everything at Peter Dutton and he withstood all of that. So we're all very pleased for him. But the Victorian MPs, who are many of them under threat in Flinders, Julian Banks flopped badly, 15% of the vote. Suka held, Jason Wood, all of those seats. So a remarkable result, David. I'm not sure I can think of a more remarkable result in my lifetime in Liberal Party history. We lost the unlosable in 93 and we've won the unwinnable in 2019, and Scott Morrison will forever go down as a Liberal legend, as will his deputy Josh Frydenberg.
Well, that's an interesting historical perspective there, Michael. This goes down in history as, are you saying, the most impressive election win?
The most impressive, and we expected to win in 75, 77, 80, 96, etc. There were doubts about 2001. 2010 and 13, the results were reasonably as predicted. 2016 was disappointing. But quite frankly, David, no one expected this result tonight. Nobody. To have done as well as we've done, what this says is that people were not telling the pollsters what they were going to do. This is exactly what we saw in America with Trump. It's exactly what we saw with Brexit. More conservative-minded voters who are a bit intimidated by Get Up and the Greens and the press and some other media organisations that we won't need to mention tonight, pressured, didn't tell the pollsters what they were doing. It's a revolt by the middle classes, working class people against Labor, against higher taxes. It's a revolt by the mining states in Queensland and Western Australia against this anti-mining push we've seen from the Greens. You've seen in Queensland, you saw in the Hunter with Joel Fitzgibbon seat, a remarkable result there, he won, but a remarkable swing against him. So you're seeing people worried about their jobs, their taxes, their house prices, and they didn't want to let Bill Shorten loose on the Australian economy. And as many people said to me over recent weeks, why would we put in charge of our tax system a fellow that's never actually had a job in the private sector? Some might think that's unkind. But when you're making fundamental changes to our taxation system and our way of life, the Labor Party is led by someone that's never worked in the private sector, never employed anybody. and that was part of his unpopularity. He ran a very good campaign, I might say, Shorten, as did Morrison. Was spectacular. Both sides performed well. There's no doubt about that. I thought Shorten, apart from the mistake on Super, ran a very good campaign. But in the end, people don't want all these higher taxes. They don't want the mining industry shut down in this country, and they don't want older people attacked. But there are lessons for the Liberal Party too. I mean, we've got to campaign more forcefully, against Get Up and these groups. To lose Tony Abbott is a tragedy for the Liberal Party. Obviously, congratulations to Zali Steggall, but to lose someone like Abbott is, a very sad day for the party amidst a sea of happiness, David. And look, there's 13 in doubt. We've got to win 4 of those. So you would think, all things being equal, we would get 4. And that Morrison will form a majority government. I'm always very cautious about these things, but as you know, you'd think we'd win 4 of 13. Morrison becomes Prime Minister again, utterly remarkable. And that bloke that put $1 million that we read about in the paper the other day on Labor, and I think was at $1.13. Yeah,
extraordinary. So good. Extraordinary. Yep, no, indeed. Ouch, indeed. I tell you what, I wonder, Michael,
wish
thank
we could
you.
find out who he was. I'd like to interview him.
Yeah, but
you wouldn't want to do the interview, though.
Give me the bloke sobbing down the street.
Some of the odds that were being offered on the coalition, you start to think maybe
$7 the other day.
if you put a few bucks on that, if you put your $1 million on that, Peter. All right, now, look, a few interesting points there that Michael raises. Just to tell you that Bill Shorten has not phoned Scott Morrison yet. We've just confirmed that, so that call has not been made yet. But we are expecting to see Bill Shorten before too long, within the next half hour or so. Look, Richard Marles, I know this is a tough night. When you agree to come on an election panel, you don't expect to... Well,
it's always a possibility.
It is always a possibility, which means you've got to face some of these questions.
Yep.
I mean, has Bill Shorten just lost the unlosable election?
Look, Bill has not made the call, as you just reported, and he hasn't spoken. And I'm not about to preempt any of that process. I think it is worth making this point that we have actually been a really unified group of people since 2013, and it came off a period of time, which I lived through and Stephen lived through, which was terrible. In terms of the constant disunity that we faced.
Stephen reckons voters don't care too much about instability.
Well, actually,
just re-elected the Morrison government after
I'm not
6 years of chopping and changing.
Well, let's see how that plays out. But I'm not. I think stability matters. In any event, after a really difficult period, Bill has presided over a very unified team, and I think the one thing that we owe Bill now is that this is. I mean, we'll follow his lead at this moment. So I'm not about to preempt.
No, and I understand that he is still your leader, and you've got to allow him the space to concede defeat. But there will be big questions about your policy mix. Obviously, your leadership will change. Richo, coming back to who will be leader for Labor, what do you think?
Yeah, well, it depends who runs. Tanya obviously would be hard to beat. I think, I've said before, Chalmers is the coming star, so you'd hope he was in the mix. I think both Bowen and Burke have had the baton in the knapsack for quite some time, and they're probably going to pull it out. So there'll be a few.
They'll be taking on a tough task, whoever it is, right? In trying to walk back some of these unpopular policies, it would seem, particularly.
Well, morale is going to be the first thing they've got to rebuild, because no good pussyfooting around. Labor expected to win, and so there are going to be a lot of very disappointed people, and so you've got to inject hope back into them, give them some inspiration, get them going, get them firing.
Is there a bigger challenge though, Richo, for the Labor Party after losing this one, to work out how it represents Queensland in particular, while also trying to appeal to Victoria? I mean, how do you juggle the climate issues, concerns around that intergenerational warfare? How do you balance all that?
I don't know. I mean, it seems to me pretty obvious that a lot of Queenslanders just don't trust Labor to manage the till. Now, that's something that we really do have to overcome. If we don't, and we continue to lag behind in Queensland as far as we are, then I don't see a path to victory. I mean, we really are going to struggle. You have to win so many, and you can't win too many more in Victoria. We've got everybody from under the sun. I mean, we are going to have to find a way in Queensland. Palaszczuk found a way. She's unbeatable in the state. So there is a way. Just we haven't found it yet. And if we can't beat Dutton one day, I think we should all go take ourselves out and give up, let another team take over.
Let me go back to Andrew Bolt for some final thoughts from you, Andrew, tonight. This has been quite a night indeed. We're yet to hear from the two leaders, but I guess there's the two sides here. Scott Morrison and the authority he will carry as a re-elected Prime Minister, and then where to for Labor. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, pick up something that Peter Credlin said earlier tonight, which is absolutely true. Scott Morrison's authority is now going to be enormous. It's mitigated, of course, by the fact that he may well have to form a minority government, but put that to one side. He has won an incredible election that almost nobody thought was possible. So that alone puts him in a huge position of power. But more than that, he has lost the left-wing rump of the party that caused so much havoc by taking the party for a 3-year frolic where it shouldn't have been on global warming and all that kind of thing. Gone is Malcolm Turnbull, gone is Christopher Pyne, gone is Julie Bishop, gone is Craig Laundy and Julia Banks and others too. It is a complete cleansing of that particular part of the party. Could add George Brandis to it. It is so liberating for him. Tony Abbott, I think is a giant of a man, a great man, but gone is one distraction less that Scott Morrison has. So his authority is going to be huge. And there will now, Labor and the Greens call this a climate change election. I tell you what's changed, the intellectual climate. Because looking at Labor, their confidence in global warming extremist policies will now be absolutely shattered. They cannot go to an election with policies like that ever again. And so when they're casting around for the next leader, I'd rather it was one of the guys sitting on your panel, Richard Marles. It cannot be someone who has signed up holus bolus to the global warming scare campaign, because they have to go back from that. This will be a complete climate change, literally, in the way we think about global warming. You think about Malcolm Turnbull, that is one more power that's been smashed. You look at the campaign that he ran with his son Alex, and I suspect there's money involved. Don't get me wrong on that. I think that might come out. They had almost no effect. The great anti-Adani sweep of protests has had backfired. It's absolutely backfired. And in fact, in Queensland, the Queensland Labor government, mark this, will be panicking about the results, the implication of this for their state election, and the objections they've been throwing in the way of the Adani coal mine will go, and the federal government will approve it. Adani will go ahead. This has been an amazing cultural change in our history. I think this is one of the most significant elections I can recall.
Well, that's a very good point there, Andrew. The impact this will have right across the board. Of course, we should contemplate the Senate as well, and maybe if we could just bring up that primary vote earlier to see how that looks. If the coalition's sitting on about 41%, I'm only suspecting here what that means in the Senate, but it could mean the coalition, in fact, gaining Senate seats here, and perhaps having, Andrew, an easier path in the Senate as well. And that would be just icing on the cake now for Scott Morrison.
Yes, it's always going to be tricky because we've got a Senate where the crossbenchers have long realised for 3 consecutive parliaments now. It started with Julia Gillard in particular, and then Tony Abbott and Scott and Malcolm Turnbull. We have crossbenchers who realise their power lies in saying no. As soon as you say yes to whatever the government wants, you have no power. While you say no, you've got them on the rack, you've got media attention, you please your constituency, and you might get some trade-off. This is a real cancer. But so that's going to be tricky. But I do agree that the Senate will be could be marginally easier.
Andrew Bolt, thank you very much for your contributions tonight. We'll let you go there. Bill Shorten, as you can see, has just arrived there at the Labor venue with his wife Chloe by his side. and walking into what's going to be a very, very difficult moment for him. There's no doubt this night has been a whole lot harder for Bill Shorten and all of Labor than what they were hoping for and certainly what they were expecting. 2 elections Bill Shorten has fought, and look, he did a lot better than everyone thought last time around in 2016. He's done a lot worse than everyone thought this time around in 2019. Labor has not got there. The question now is, will it be the coalition in a majority government or a minority government, but not much chance for Labor there, Peter Cridler?
Absolutely not. I actually think the coalition will get to a majority position. I said that a little bit earlier on, and there's more that are coming through. I think it's just such a reminder on Get Up. This is the first time the coalition has really taken on Get Up head on, called them out for being this activist organisation, not really grassroots. Advance Australia was formed a couple of months ago. It started to land some punches. You know, good on Peter Dutton. We saw that in Dixon. I think there are a lot of other issues in the Warringah vote beyond just Get Up. But I don't think Get Up's had a great campaign right around the country. And I think Stephen Conroy made the point that Get Up's been disastrous for the left side of politics. But this is such a reminder that a share of the voice doesn't mean a share of the vote. So, you know, if you're a big noise through the elites and through the media, that does not equate to share of vote.
Well, and just to drive that point home, Phelps has failed. You can declare Wentworth safe for Sharma.
That's right. I think that's right. Maybe we could bring that up.
He is up.
He's up.
He wins.
Yeah.
You can call it now. It's over.
And I think Macquarie's getting better for the Libs, if that's not already called.
We think it's getting better for us.
Oh, okay.
There's Wentworth. We'll check in Macquarie in a moment, but there's Wentworth now, and you can see
it's out of date.
I haven't got a clue. I'd say that Sharma's probably going to win this something like 52.5, maybe even 53.
Sharma's.
All right. Well, if you have just joined us or if you've been watching throughout the night, it's gone 11 o'clock now on the East Coast, and that's 5 hours since the close of polls and the counting began. And boy, what a ride it's been in that time. Here is how the state of the House looks right now, and it is all going the coalition's way. We've got 64% of the votes counted. The coalition sitting on 72, 76 being the magic number, the target to get a majority. Labor's still stuck back on 61. We've still got 12 undecided seats, so only 4 more need to go to the coalition to give them the majority. And even if they don't get those 4, they're a whole lot closer, far more likely to form a minority government. Labor, it's just out of reach now. 3 independents, Rebecca Sharkey for Centre Alliance, Bob Catter and Adam Dant, the Green. And here's how the chamber is looking right now. As you can see, the coalition, the blue here, almost at a majority in its own right. Labor just stuck there on 61. It has not been a good night at all for Bill Shorten, who's just arrived at the Labor venue there in Melbourne. We're going to hear from him shortly. About 10 minutes ago, the mail we were getting was that he had not yet made any phone call to Scott Morrison to concede defeat. Whether that's going to change in the next 10 minutes or so, we're expecting to see him soon. The vote share across the country, the national vote share, the coalition, 41.2%. Bear in mind, the opinion polls, even as late as today, had them stuck at 39%. Historically an unwinnable position for the coalition, but it turns out the polls were wrong. 41% and climbing, 41.2%, as more of these West Australian votes come into the mix now as well. And it may seem some of these early vote numbers coming into the mix too. Labor's primary vote is below 34%, down at 33.8%. What does that tell us? 1/3 of the Australian electorate willing to vote Labor. That's all. Then we have the Greens, 10.4%. That's not a bad result for the Greens. Doesn't increase their numbers in the House. We'll see whether it holds their numbers in the Senate. 4% other. The United Australia Party, Clive Palmer Party, 3.4%. I think we had One Nation on a similar 3% vote last time we checked on that as well. Let's go back to the Liberal Party headquarters where Laura Jays and Paul Murray are standing by. And Scott Morrison, we know, is there. Bill Shorten is at his venue. So I guess it's now a question of when the phone call is made and when we're going to see a concession speech and a victory speech from the 2 leaders. But there's no doubt, Paul and Laura, as to what's happened here tonight now.
Yeah, when or if a concession phone call is made, I can tell you in the room now, it is buzzing. This is a victory that no one in this room expected, even the rusted on Liberal Party supporters. There was a chant that went up a little while ago, ScoMo, and I think it will be a presidential welcome. There is no doubt he has run a presidential campaign. This victory can be slated to home to him personally quite strongly. Now, the story at the moment, all eyes are on WA. With those votes coming in now, David, as you just went through the numbers, that primary vote for the Liberal Party is at 41%, Labor 34%. So the path to victory for Labor isn't there. For the Liberal Party now, they've got 75. The Coalition have got 75 in their column, and they are feeling good.
There is obviously a sense of relief, surprise, at times all sorts of emotions that'll play out here. A Trumpian-esque effect in the idea that the polls, the pundits, the bookies were absolute that there was no shot, no chance. The coverage all day.
We can bust a few myths here tonight.
Well, I was going to say, that's what we've got to jump on to, and I know you guys have been doing that very excellently here. We need to stop talking about Get Up. Get Up has had a very significant win, and I will offer my best of thoughts to Tony Abbott, and I think there'd be some people who even voted against Tony Abbott tonight who, when they saw that speech, or they may well have not fully regretted it, but they would understand the calibre of person that they're bounced out of the parliament. But Get Up, when it was as focused as that, okay, but it had all of these other factors on top of it in that particular seat. They have not performed in Dixon. They have not performed in Boothby. They have not performed against Michael Sukkar. They have not performed against Craig Kelly. They are a very loud, very noisy machine, and we'll get into the analysis as days roll on, but quite obviously there is a massive shove back that happens at that election as a result of this election, and much of it also has to be some of the emphasis that we put on those splinter
groups. And Paul,
groups.
this has been a bit of a cleansing for the Liberal Party, you'd
Absolutely.
have to say. There's been a purging, as I've said, all the way through this campaign, Tony Abbott has always been a divisive figure. This campaign didn't change any of that, but there are a few problems that Scott Morrison doesn't have to deal with. He doesn't have to deal with, a few of these individuals and their personalities butting heads. There's no Christopher Pyne, there's no Tony Abbott, there's no Malcolm Turnbull,
there's no Julie Bishop, there's no Kelly O'Dwyer, Pyne.
The list goes on. So, that makes it a lot easier for him. He is unified. This is a clear victory, and, he has the authority in the party.
Well, and he's made that very clear, that the truth is that tonight has only happened because of the strategy, the messaging, the execution, the policy attack, and let's be honest, at that Sky News forum, remember when everyone was talking about that moment of confrontation? Now,
the
essentially,
Latham moment.
Well, most people read that.
Do we miss the Latham moment?
Well, they read it the wrong way. It was in reverse. The assumption of the establishment was that Scott Morrison was diminished by that moment, that he was diminished by the death of Bob Hawke, that he was diminished by the Labor Party machine, when the absolute truth was that when it came to a speech on a rainy night in Brisbane, he did it without any notes. Bill Shorten had to read from notes when speaking about a friend who passed away, as difficult as that is. When you talk about debate performance, everyone said he wasn't aggressive enough. Well, if he was too aggressive, then he would have lost points along the way. Scott Morrison deserves his place on that Liberal Mount Rushmore now, because he did this alone.
Yeah, I agree with that. And even the Nationals gave him credit for saving those seats in North Queensland. Look, I would just say one thing about the result. It's not uniform. We knew this wasn't going to be a uniform swing, so there are pockets of messages right over the country. What it says about climate change, I have no idea. What it says
I got an idea.
What it says
I'll get back to you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
What it says about the polls, we need to look elsewhere.
Correct. Well, as I said, Trump in Australia, it's happened. Who knew?
All right, Paul, Laura, thank you both very much for that. Look, I think a really interesting point there too that they both made. If you consider 12 months ago, Malcolm Turnbull was Prime Minister, Julie Bishop was the Deputy Liberal Leader and Foreign Minister, you had Christopher Pyne as Leader of the House, you had Tony Abbott on the backbench. All of these characters now gone. And Scott Morrison, if you had asked someone 12 months ago, would Scott Morrison be Prime Minister, re-elected, winning an election, and all of them gone, boy, oh boy, the world has changed for the Liberal Party. It is a very different party now that returns to government under the, leadership authority of Scott Morrison. let's go to the Labor Party headquarters where Kieran Gilbert and Nick Rees are standing by, and we saw Bill Shorten arrive there just a short time ago. What are the conversations going on in the room there now, Kieran?
Well, I'd love to know, David. I'm trying to ascertain whether or not there will be a concession or not. Bill Shorten is here. He's going to speak to the crowd shortly. One of his close advisors said to me they don't think there'll be a concession tonight, so they want to see the rest of the votes counted before a final judgment is made, apparently according to this one staff member. I don't know definitively though, because I've got to say Bill Shorten, Chloe Shorten, would be reeling tonight in the face of these numbers, so I'm not sure how much they'd be communicating with all of their staff members anyway, Nick.
Look, you can only imagine the shock that Bill Shorten is going through at the moment. I mean, he spent every day of his waking adult life working towards this evening and what he thought was going to be his rise to the Prime Ministership, and that has not happened. So I think you can understand we're all human. He must be really struggling at the moment. He's arrived here at the building and we're expecting him to speak shortly, but like everyone here, I'm sure he's very, very upset.
Do you think he will probably hold off on the concession because there are a number of seats still in doubt? I mean, it's clear he's not going to be able to form government, isn't it?
Look, I think we will see Bill Shorten speak soon. He has arrived here. I believe Daniel Andrews, the Premier, is in the building as well. We know that there's established protocol about how these things work, and I would expect Bill Shorten to get up soon, and I think the numbers would indicate which way this election is going.
Well, you're right. He did expect to be Prime Minister. In fact, his language today was he will be swearing in our cabinet and talking about that sort of thing prematurely, as it turns out. But we've all been, well, many of us have been sideswiped by the result in terms of predictions based on the polling, which has just been fundamentally flawed or proven wrong. It's happened before, of course, in the French presidential election. We've seen upsets in the US, and now this particular result.
Yeah, I mean, this is a result for the ages. Obviously, for the coalition, it's the sweetest victory of all. For Labor, it will require a lot of assessment to be done. I think we're going to be analysing this result for a long, long time to come, Kieran. And there's, a lot of lessons in this for Labor, but I think there's probably lessons for the coalition as well.
A lot of mention of the all-powerful Scott Morrison. Just a couple of other names I would mention, of course, beyond Josh Frydenberg, Matthias Cormann, is Ben Morton, former WA Liberal Party director, travelled with the Prime Minister throughout the whole campaign, one of Scott Morrison's most trusted confidants. He will be in the ministry, in the next Morrison ministry. David Spears, back to you.
That's an interesting point there, Kieran. And Nick Rees, thank you very much for that. I mean, there's going to have to be some ministerial holes filled here, Matthias Cormann, based on just the departures that you've had. Nigel Scullion, Michael Keenan, Kelly O'Dwyer, Christopher Pyne. Well, we know some of Linda Reynolds becomes Defence Minister, but you're willing to throw any names in the mix as to who's going to be joining you on the front?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That is, obviously, let's just get through all of the formalities tonight, and the Prime Minister in good time will make these judgments and decisions, and he will make these announcements at the appropriate time, and it's not tonight.
But for you, I mean, let me just ask you, you must be, relieved. Are you looking forward to another 3 years in the ministry?
Well, look, I mean, that is entirely a matter for the Prime Minister, but I am relieved. I'm relieved for the Australian people, because I genuinely believe that Bill Shorten's agenda would have made our economy weaker, would have made our country weaker, and was based on an approach that would have turned Australian against Australian. I'm relieved for the Australian people that we continue to have the opportunity to encourage and incentivise aspiration, to ensure that Australians today and into the future have the best possible opportunity to get ahead. And I'm relieved that as a team we continue to have the opportunity to serve, to make our country stronger, and to ensure.
Mate, the election's over.
No, but
you don't have to campaign anymore. You won.
I'm answering the question.
No, fair enough. Look, there is still that lingering question, Peter, about the agenda for the third term.
Well, obviously not for the Australian people.
But I think the Prime Minister now will get a chance to really shape it the way that he wants to shape it. I think that there were probably compromises made to get through in fair shape to election night. Never for a moment thinking, I think, that they could actually win a majority. I think some cancers, quite frankly, have been cut out of the Liberal Party, and he will have a much more open hand, I suppose, than my former boss did with some of the people that have departed. So good on Scott Morrison, good on the Liberals. I hope they have a common sense agenda. They don't need to set the world on fire. People want government out of their lives. David Spears, they want to be able to plan with confidence. They want to be able to get ahead and keep whatever it is in their pocket when they do get ahead. And also, I have to say, I tell you what, every lobbyist in the country will be scrambling tonight because no one predicted this result. I think a lot of them stopped ringing the coalition. They had been courting the Labor people. They'll be hitting the phones, won't they, Richard Miles? They will be hitting the phones.
Oh, I'm sure that's right. Some of the lobby groups, though, I'm thinking in the property sector in particular, will be celebrating this result, and they've done their bit to help through this campaign on the negative gearing policies from Labor. Richo, for Labor, you can't just drop policies you've taken to 2 elections easily. I mean, I know they may want to walk away from some of this stuff, but it's going to hang around their neck for a while.
That's why, if Labor's smart, they will drop them quickly. Because if you don't, and they hang around like a bad smell in a lift, you are in all sorts of trouble. And you can't get ahead. So my earnest hope is that Labor ditches the silly ones right now.
What do you think about the 45% emissions reduction? Is that something Labor can walk away from, or is that just right in the heart of the true balance?
That's a hard one, but I think you have to look at results and you have to react to them. You can't pretend. And if 45 is too high, then lower it. And I think that's certainly what I'd do if I was Labor leader. I would look at these results and say, it is not sustainable for us to keep going with something that the people are rejecting. If we do that, we're guaranteeing further losses. I'm going to cut our losses, and this is what we'll set. My new number is X. That's what I'd do.
Stephen Connor?
No, I think we've been very, very forward-leaning, if I were to put it at its most polite. I think our inability to guarantee baseload supply and our positions around Adani have left us vulnerable to punishment in Queensland. And for those who wanted to believe that would benefit us in a Victorian situation, our Victorian results are good, but they're not anywhere near good enough to balance the fact that we've made no progress, if not gone backwards, in Queensland. So I think certainly there has to be some pragmatism around our climate position so that we can reposition ourselves. And I've always believed, and I've said so publicly many times and privately in the party, if we can't guarantee baseload supply into the next 5 and 10 years, will we make the transition? That's not about not making the transition, but you've got to be able to guarantee baseload supply.
So you think the headline 45% emissions reduction is something that will need to be looked at by Labor?
Yeah, no, I think when you look at what caused... I think the thing we struggled with the most, that it was sometimes difficult to watch our front benchers try and explain what the costs around our policy were.
Yep.
Because we were so forward-leaning. I think that was my biggest issue. If there was a negative, if you want to go, oh, that one, I think. It was an Achilles heel. And we were exposed and we looked uncomfortable trying to explain that.
Richard Miles, do you agree?
Look, I think, again, I feel like I would like to hear Bill speak, and I think he's about to. But
yeah, no, I appreciate it.
But there are, I mean, you know, there are some things you can say. One is we are a reformist party, and being ambitious and having policy is in our DNA. It's also obvious to make the point that, and Graham's completely right, I mean, you need to look at results and you need to appropriately react to them. And at the end of the day, you know, being pragmatic and engaging in the art of the possible is what politics is about. Now we need to have a look at all of that in the light of what falls out of tonight and work our way forward. But you know, I think it's really important that we do that in a way which holds true to who we are as a party.
I want to show you this state-by-state look at Labor's primary vote. It's a fascinating chart of where our country's at, I suppose, and some of the issues we're talking about here in Labor's policy mix. But in New South Wales, it sits at just under 35%, the primary vote for Labor. In Victoria, that's its strong state, right? It's sitting at 36.8%. Bear in mind, ACT is a different kettle of fish in a small jurisdiction. But Victoria and New South Wales are the two big states, and that's where the primary vote sits. In Queensland, then it drops right down. It is what, 9% lower in Queensland than it is in Victoria.
Well, we clearly have to be competitive in Queensland. I mean, that is to state the obvious.
And if you're getting less than 30% of the vote in a state like Queensland...
I think the Libs got a little bit of a pickup out of Queensland or the LNP because of Malcolm not running this time round. Honestly, because he did not resonate in 2016, so I think there's been some gains on the back of that. Scott Morrison has really resonated in Queensland.
I think that's true.
But can I just... Graham was also right that like Labor can put an electable proposition to the people of Queensland, and Anastasia Palaszczuk has proven that. And I think, running Australia, running any country, we're a G20 country. There are going to be complexities and there are going to be differences from one place to another, and it's about making sure that you can balance those in a sensible way. But clearly we need to be competitive in Queensland.
And you're not, based on that. So this is the coalition. Let's take a look at this. The coalition state by state primary vote right now. New South Wales, it's up at 42.8%. That's a terrific result for the coalition in
Western
New South Wales.
Australia, 44.6%.
I'd put that down to Matthias Cormann.
New South Wales is very strong.
West Australians have always, obviously, been very much in favour of a pro-growth agenda.
And then in Victoria...
They wanted us to secede once.
Yeah,
that's
they're not scared of aspiration in the West.
In Victoria, it's sitting at just under 39%, which is roughly where the polls were suggesting it would be nationally. But that's the weak spot there, Peter Credland. It's not unexpected.
And if someone had said to them Friday night that they would get that as a primary vote out of Victoria, they would have been doing cartwheels. Right, so that is a terrific result.
I think there was a poll, an Ipsos poll, saying it was 34% or something for Victoria.
I tell you, one thing I would love to see come out of this is that, and I'm talking against my employer here, that we give up this cycle of fortnightly polls. I think it is so damaging to our democracy, and that we need to let governments and oppositions to get on with proper policy making like there used to be when I started in politics in '98, and stop this personality churn, the issues churn. It's not good the way that we fixate on these fortnightly polls when we can see now how far away they are from the actual real results.
I mean, I think that's true what Peter's saying. I mean, there's been a bit of discussion about the polling tonight. I think the truth of it is, and I'm not the expert on this, but the way in which people communicate with each other and communicate with the world is so varied now compared to what it was 20 years ago when everyone had a landline and that's how you communicated, has meant that the art of polling is much harder. But what in turn that means is that news poll, indeed all the polls, are less valid now than they were.
But we've rolled prime ministers on the back of those polls. You've done the same thing.
The tyranny of the news poll is, I completely agree with you.
Give the Australian people...
And if you go back 15 years, that news poll might have been a valid picture into what the Australian people were thinking. What's patently clear now is that it's not.
But it also didn't have the frequency.
That's true.
I think this is the other thing. It didn't have the frequency. So it forced people to get into the policy debate. I mean, there used to be people covering rounds who were health reporters, who were foreign affairs writers, that were, people when you got a phone call, when you worked in an office in a particular portfolio, when you got a call from particular people covering portfolio areas, you knew, Richard, you've done defence, they knew everything about that policy area. So I think that's where the scrutiny and transparency should come.
I should note, because, again, in the polling discussion, there'll be a lot of focus on who was closest to the pin. Ipsos did have the ALP on 34. It's come in just a touch under that, I think, and had the Libs on 39, and it's obviously come in at 41. So I think they might, in fact, be closest for all the, scorn poured on the Ipsos poll every now and then. Might be closest to the mark. We'll see. Anyway, the state of the parties right now, the coalition's crept up another one there to 73 seats now, and Labor on 61. We're down to 11 still in the mix, 11 undecided, so the coalition's inched another bit closer. They need 3 more to get to that majority. And perhaps we should have a look at those 11 undecided, the cliffhangers if we can, to see who's ahead in which of those 11 seats still to come. So Blair is where Labor's ahead with a 2,310 vote margin. But then you've got the Libs in front in Boothby and Chisholm still. Isn't that amazing? Only just 320 votes there in Chisholm. But that's a remarkable result there for the Libs in that part of Melbourne. Corangamite, the Liberals ahead by what looks like a stronger
Labor ahead.
Oh, sorry, Labor ahead. Sorry, Labor ahead. Yep. 2,300 votes there. And then Labor ahead in Cowan as well. Let's flip to the next page, the remaining cliffhangers. And you can see that Labor's still ahead in Dobell, Ed Monero and Lilly, but then Macquarie in the Blue Mountains and Swan in the west. The Libs are ahead. So that puts the Libs ahead in what? And there's the final one, Wentworth, where Karen Phelps is clinging on. But I think they had the Libs ahead in, what, 4 of those 11 seats? It needs to get 3 of those to win a majority.
Yep.
What do you think?
They're going to get their majority.
You think they'll get a majority?
Yeah, I think that's the way it's turned, and I think that's what's going to happen. There'll be no change in Western Australia. It'll be exactly the same.
I think that's right, yep.
All right, well, we're also standing by to see Bill Shorten emerge. I think we got a live shot there at the venue where the opposition leader, the Labor leader, probably not for too much longer to hold that title though, is going to emerge to give his speech. We don't know, I haven't had an update yet on when that's likely to happen. I'm sure there's a lot going on behind the scenes there. Richard, what would be going on behind the scenes there right now? Obviously they need to know whether it's all lost or not. That's the first thing.
I mean, the first thing is to know exactly what the situation is. I mean, in a sense, the concession speech is the moment when the election is called, and so you don't make it unless you're sure.
You'd be reading scrutiny, isn't it?
And so so the first thing is you want to know exactly where you're at. I mean, this has clearly not been the night that Bill would have imagined, and it must be really difficult for Bill. You know, it feels very sad. Bill and I have been friends since we were teenagers, and you know, I spoke to him earlier today, and we were very hopeful of obviously a different result.
And here is someone who, from his teenage years, was thinking about being Prime Minister. You know, it goes right back then, according to some of the profiles that ran this week. You know, and had a pretty fast rise historically when he entered Parliament, didn't he, to the leadership, Stephen Conroy?
Yeah, no, look, I mean, he went pretty much straight onto the front bench in that parliamentary secretary role, and he's been a significant player in the Labor Party, the Labor movement, and I'm sure, like Richard, I've known him since he was a teenager, and I'm sure he is absolutely devastated that the evening has not panned out as all expectations from all the public polling, the private polling. I'm sure he is sitting there absolutely devastated.
What is it about Bill Shorten, you think, that the Australian people weren't willing to embrace?
I think for those of us who know him well, he's come across in the media over the 6 years. I think he's got better and better and better, but the early impressions where his authenticity, that if you've known him is there, has just not translated in those early days, and that really stuck. I mean, if you looked how he campaigned in 2016, you could see the real Bill. He just loved campaigning. He loved getting out there among the people. But those early signs really stuck. That he didn't. People would often say to you, "I don't know what he stands for," and so they'd often ask me. They knew that I'd known him for so long. I said, "Look, he really is engaging, funny, all of those things that you know about Bill behind the scenes, and many of you have all talked to Bill privately, but that just wasn't able to translate in the early days, and that seemed to stick rather than what I thought was a more relaxed and comfortable campaigner, particularly following the 2016 election.
Opposition's hard too. I mean, to do 6 years of opposition,
yeah,
and I've, paid a lot of credit to his staff, his backroom team. I think particularly the last campaign result in 2016, but I guess all their conduct, the unity which you talked about, that is not easy in opposition. It's incredibly hard, and the commitment from his family, none of that goes without great sacrifice. This is one of the things we went through in opposition. It's particularly tough. You know who your friends are, and this is where Scott Morrison, in many respects, hasn't even had that training as opposition leader, yet here he is being returned as a Prime Minister in a very unexpected result.
And Bill stood for working people. I mean, Bill and I both finished our law degrees at the same time. We both did articles at a law firm at the same time. Bill was really keen to work for a trade union as an organiser, which means getting up really early in the morning, and representing working people in the workplace. He was the reason why I ended up working for a trade union as well. And he passionately believed in that. And so the idea that, he really deeply stood for something. And I think that during the period as opposition leader, Peter is absolutely right. It is the hardest job in politics.
And don't forget, he saw off 2 Prime Ministers.
Yeah, right.
And not only that, but I think, managed to, and takes credit for that, not all of it, because obviously Liberal infighting and so on has a bit to do with it, but he managed to pick that fairness argument well on things like the company tax cuts and really brought Turnbull unstuck on that issue. I think during those Super Saturday by-elections, he picked the 2014 budget straight out of the blocks on the fairness question and hammered that.
And he hammered on the banks too. And he had that dead right.
The banks, we're putting hospitals before banks or whatever that slogan was.
But he got the 2014 budget absolutely right in terms of what our strategy should be, and he pulled it apart. A sharp opposition, but not willing to embrace him as Prime Minister, it would seem, the Australian people. Let me just quickly go to Laura Jays and Paul Murray. They're over at the Liberal headquarters tonight. We're yet to see any movement from the 2 leaders at either venue here, but what do you got, guys?
Well, I can tell you, David, exactly what is happening now is the waiting game that everyone is playing out. But I want to tell you what everyone doesn't know publicly at the moment, and that is exactly what is happening now. And there is no phone call that has happened yet between Bill Shorten and Scott Morrison. As I understand, the Prime Minister does want to follow the convention of accepting that phone call, hearing a public concession, and then making public comments for obvious reasons to this room, Laura. But there is a back-channel conversation as such that is happening not between the leaders but between the parties. So but let's be honest, at 11:30, while there is a very public discussion about the where to from here, when the result is as obvious as it is, we're getting pretty close to some pretty ungracious territory.
Labor obviously think it isn't as obvious as the rest of us.
They should tell their panellists on our channel.
Exactly. But look, the officers obviously are speaking to each other. I don't know what about, negotiating a time, handing over phones, but that phone call between the 2 leaders has not happened as of just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've double-checked this at the highest possible levels, and I can tell you the Prime Minister is in this building. He is moving between a private room here and a room full of inner city inner sanctum supporters.
Inner city,
no, not the bloke from the Shire, darling. You know that. But clearly, we are getting to this moment where, when this played out in 2016, this actually, in my view, helped shape a problem for Malcolm Turnbull going through the first part of his term. They never won an opinion poll after that, in part because, remember this, the way Keating won in 93, I knew we'd win, greatest victory of all, one for the true believers. It annoys people because it's about you and about the party. The sensation, I think, here is that you've got to be very careful in these moments to say it's not all about me, it's thank you to Australia. But conversely, you do yourself and your legacy and your party damage when you cannot see the truth as it is, no matter how painful that truth is. And as everyone from Richo to Richard Miles and Stephen...
Let me just jump in there, Paul and Laura. I'm just being told, sorry to jump in, I am being told Bill Shorten has called Scott Morrison to concede defeat I'm just hearing that right now. So that news just coming through. I know you were checking in the last few minutes, but I've just been told that Bill Shorten has called Scott Morrison to concede defeat. And that will get the ball rolling on these speeches, a concession speech and a victory speech. But, yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Paul and Laura, but it is very late. It's 11:30 at night here on the East, and that call has just gone through. So that moves things along a little bit. I'm not sure if we can go to Nick Rees and Kieran Gilbert, who are at the Labor venue, because we'll see activity there before we see Scott Morrison appear. As Paul mentioned, he'll follow tradition and wait for Bill Shorten to concede. But, OK, we'll come back to Nick and Kieran in a moment. They're at the Labor camp. But, look, is he right to wait this late, Richo?
It looks like there's movement at the station.
I think he needs to do something pretty... Oh, here we go. There's applause happening.
Yeah.
All right, no, but I mean, look, is he right, given where the seat count is, to be waiting until this late at night?
He should have done it half an hour ago, but it doesn't matter. It's good enough.
Yeah, you've got to be sure, haven't you, before you put in that call and then front up.
You look a right deal if you came out and conceded in your way. But he's not going to win, he knows that.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. It's how he frames this speech right here. Does he now announce that he's standing down as leader? I'm guessing he probably
I myself will not be a candidate. You remember Goff's words?
That's right, that's right. I think it's probably best thing for the party to clear that up straight away. Where were we on the New South Wales election night? And Michael Daly didn't.
Oh, and went on for a couple of days.
And then eventually backed out of the contention for the... Anyway, I don't think we're going to see that here after fighting 2 elections. I mentioned earlier that, you don't get more than 2 election losses. Kim Beazley did get another crack at it after things didn't go so well for Simon Crean, but he never got the chance to fight another election, did he?
I wish... it's funny, because I think we all say he would have been a great Prime Minister, Ken. It was just a great tragedy he never made it.
Kieran and Nick Rees are there over at the Labor headquarters in Melbourne, where, Kieran, what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, he's very close to speaking, Bill Shorten. It's been tense behind the backstage. We're told by some of the Labor MPs that it's been understandably a bit tense, I guess, trying to work out what exactly they're going to say. Most of us think he probably should just concede because the numbers suggest if the coalition doesn't govern in majority, it's clear that they will have the majority, more seats than the Labor Party, I should say, and be able to form minority government. Tense behind the scenes. He's going to speak very soon, finally, and the waiting game will be done.
Look, I think we will hear from Bill Shorten very soon. A lot of his senior advisors and staff are in the room. A lot of the senior Labor Party officials have made their way into the room. So all the signs are that we are going to hear from the opposition leader very, very shortly.
Yep, he's coming through now, apparently.
Right now, Bill Shorten with his wife Chloe by his side. Now to step up to the stage. This is going to be a very tough moment for the Labor leader, Bill Shorten, after losing tonight's election. Let's have a listen to what he has to say.
Friends, no. Friends. Okay. I appreciate that, thank you. Friends. Okay. I'm really grateful for that, but I was going to say, but in the light of your reaction, I'm not sure it's quite as apt, but I want to say beyond this room to Australians who supported Labor, I know that you're all hurting, and I am too. And without wanting to hold out any false hope, while there are still millions of votes to count and important seats yet to be finalised, it is obvious that Labor will not be able to form the next government. And so, in the national interest, a short while ago, I called Scott Morrison to congratulate him. And I wish Jenny and their daughters all the very best. And above all, I wish Scott Morrison good fortune and good courage in the service of our great nation. The national interest required no less. This has been a tough campaign, toxic at times. But now that the contest is over, all of us have a responsibility to respect the result, respect the wishes of the Australian people, and to bring our nation together. However, that task will be one for the next leader of the Labor Party, because whilst I intend to continue to serve as the member for Maribyrnong, I will not be a candidate in the next Labor leadership ballot. Along with my family, my precious family, the Labor Party and the trade union movement, it's my life. To be able to have served as leader of the Labor Party for 5.5 years is a greater honour than anyone who in my family before me or even I could have dreamed of when I joined the local branch 35 years ago. What I have always loved about the Labor Party, and I still do, is the ideas that we champion. It's the people we empower, the people who count upon us, the people who need good, strong, reforming Labor governments. Gee, I wish we could have formed a government for these Australians on this evening. I wish we could have won for the true believers, for our brothers and sisters in the mighty trade union movement. I wish we could have done it for Bob. But it was not to be. Labor's next victory will belong to our next leader, and I'm confident that victory will come at the next election. Friends, the test even beyond victory, which I set myself in the lead up to this election, was that at 6 p.m, when the polls closed, when the final votes were cast, I wanted to be able to look at myself in the mirror and say there was nothing more that I could have done. No more ideas that we should have expressed. I want to say to our Labor movement and our Labor Party, all of you can say this. We worked incredibly hard. We advanced ideas. We campaigned on a positive vision. We were upfront and clear about the reforms that both sides of politics have ignored for decades. And we've said loud and clear that Australia needs and needed to take real action on climate change. Clearly, on climate action, amongst others, parts of our nation remain deeply divided. For the sake of the next generation, Australia must find a way forward on climate change. And clearly, the Coalition's arrangements with One Nation and Clive Palmer have heard our vote in a lot of places where it mattered most, particularly in Queensland and New South Wales. Friends, I am disappointed by tonight's results, but I am not disappointed for me. I'll always be proud of the courage and the integrity and the vision that our team showed. I'm disappointed for people who depend upon Labor, but I'm proud that we argued what was right, not what was easy. This is what politics should be in our country. Politics should be the battle of ideas. And I say to all of you here, and all of those tens of thousands of people, the volunteers, the candidates, that you leave here tonight with your head held up. I say carry on the fight. Carry on the fight for a fair go at work, for the equal treatment of women in their march to a proper treatment in this country. Carry on the fight for our National Disability Insurance Scheme and getting it back on track. For a stronger Medicare and a better deal for pensioners. But above all tonight, I say to all of our supporters, those who push the progressive case for Australia, I say Labor is a great party. We are a resilient and proud movement. And we never give up. Falling down is not our challenge. Standing up again is our mark. Leave here knowing that we've argued for the future and our time will come. Count upon that. And friends, the only reason I've been able to give everything to this job for the last 2,000 days is because of the love and support of Chloe and our kids. I'm not unique. Everyone in public life is only here because of the patience and love of our families. But to Chloe, Rupert, Gigi and Clementine, you've put up with so much. I love you so much. I also want to take the chance to thank all of my parliamentary colleagues for their unity, for their talent and support. In particular, I thank my outstanding Deputy Leader, Tanya Plibersek, Chris Bowen and Penny Wong. I offer my commiserations to all those good Labor candidates who fought well but fallen short, as well as friends who've lost their seats. There are too many people for me to thank individually tonight. They know who they are. I want to say how deeply grateful I am for the guidance and wisdom of my trusted advisors, for the dedication and hard work of my staff, for the brilliant passion and enthusiasm of our whole Labor family, from premiers and former leaders and legends, through, of course, to our mighty rank and file. Friends, over the past few weeks, it's remarkable, millions of Australians have cast their vote and peacefully exercised their disagreements and their right to choose their representatives. People whose ancestors have called this continent home for 60,000 years, and 10,000 resettled refugees, many of whom voted in this election for the first time in their life. To offer yourself as a leader of such a great country, to seek to serve such generous and courageous people, it is an extraordinary honour. I leave the stage tonight, but I encourage all Australians, particularly young Australians, never lose faith in the power of individuals to make a difference. Never give up. Never give up aiming for better. Better for your country, better for your future. Because the things that matter most are the things that are worth fighting for. We can't change the past, but my word, we can change the future. Thank you and good night.
Well, Bill Shorten there, and so often in Australian politics we see it, a terrific speech bowing out from the leadership. No surprise in that after 2 election losses, leaders don't get that terribly often, and an unexpected one at this one, this defeat tonight. He is standing down as leader. He will not recontest the leadership when the ballot is held. They'll go through the process, you may recall, after they lost government in 2013, where if there is more than one candidate putting their hand up for the leadership, They'll go through the process of the party rank and file deciding who that leader is. Sky News can confirm for you right now, though, that Anthony Albanese will be one of the candidates, at least. Whether there will be more, we're yet to see. But I understand Anthony Albanese will be contesting the leadership. He, of course, contested it 5.5 years ago against Bill Shorten. He won the rank and file, but not the caucus ballot. It's a two-part equation here. You need to win over the rank and file members, but also the parliamentary team. And that's where Anthony Albanese fell short last time around too. Bill Shorten, he's stuck around. He served on the front bench loyally. Now will Anthony Albanese be able to secure the prize after 2 election losses and come in as Labor leader and opposition leader? If he does, or if it's Tanya Plibersek, or if it's someone else on the right of the party, it will not be an easy task after taking such an ambitious agenda to this election. The franking credits, negative gearing, capital gains tax and trusts, tax changes, the bold climate policy agenda as well. Can they walk back some of these issues easily? What we heard from Bill Shorten there tonight was a rev up to a disappointed Labor Party base. Don't give up the fight. He's, of course, not telling the party where they need to go on each of these policy issues. That's not his role now. A clearly disappointed Bill Shorten, though, kept a smile on his face as best he could there with Chloe by his side to say that they can win the next one. He believes they will win the next one, but they need to keep on fighting. And that's a message that a disheartened Labor base need to hear on a night like tonight. We'll check in with Kieran Gilbert and Nick Rees, who were there at that venue. They were there listening to what Bill Shorten had to say. Come back to them in just a moment. But let me get the thoughts of our panel there. Richard Miles, I've got to go to you first on this. What did you make of Bill Shorten's speech there, and what follows now?
Well, I think it was a very gracious speech. I feel very sorry and pained for Bill. This is for Stephen and I who've walked this journey with Bill for a very long period of time. It's frankly an unimaginable moment. But I think it was a gracious speech, and he made it clear that we need to be as a party which does seek to reform and does bring about policy agendas. And I think we can have some pride in the fact that we took up the fight of ideas, and that's the ground that we're on.
Has Bill Shorten done the right thing in standing down as leader?
Oh, look, I think it was obviously Bill's call. I think he's put it this way: in doing it on his own terms, in terms of standing down from the leadership, there is a dignity in that, and it does allow the party now to move on. I think it was always clear in Bill's mind that if he didn't win this election, he wouldn't be the leader of the Labor Party going forward. So for him, it was always an existential fight in that sense.
Well, now the question is who will be the leader. Anthony Albanese will be running. No great surprise in that. Would he make a good Labor leader now?
There's a whole lot of people who would make a good leader of the Labor Party, and Anthony's got a whole lot of capabilities and has been a great servant of the Labor movement. But I'm not about to go into all of that now, and I don't think tonight is the night for that. I mean, tonight, in a sense, is about acknowledging the role that Bill's played as our leader over the last 5 years, and the really giant contribution that he's made to our party and to our movement. And he's made clear that he's going to continue on as the member for Maribyrnong, and so there's a contribution still to be made.
Okay, but let me be clear on this. Would you be interested in running?
I'm not going to get into any of that, David. I think that
that's not a no.
But tonight is about this election. It's about a very significant moment in Bill making the decision that he's made, and it brings to an end, an era of very significant unity, but an era where there's been a lot of accomplishment within our party. And one thing I do think in relation to what Bill said then, which is I completely agree with, we can win the next election. We can absolutely win the next election, and the role now is to bring inspiration back to those in the caucus, obviously, and the broader party beyond, and ultimately the Australian people about why the country would be better served by having a Labor government.
There's a lot we can come back to here. Scott Morrison, we're waiting to see. He's not far off, apparently, at the Liberal headquarters there tonight. It's nearly midnight. I'm sure he would have not been expecting to still be waiting to give a speech, but boy, he won't mind because it's a victory speech that he's going to give tonight, and that's perhaps not something many expected, even just this time yesterday. But that's what he'll be delivering at that podium any moment now. Stephen Conroy, look, as a journalist, you can understand why I'm pressing Richard Marles there for an answer, but he's probably got a point. Tonight's about Bill Shorten. What did you think of that concession speech?
Look, I think it was gracious, appropriate. And Bill expressed, on behalf of all of the Labor Party and the Labor movement, disappointment and sorrow that everybody feels. And he was as positive as it was possible to be in the circumstances. Like Richard, as he said, we've both known him since he was a teenager. We've both admired him. We've worked with him. And it was good to see that he did it on his own terms.
We're standing by, as you can see, the Liberal Party event where John Howard and Gladys Berejiklian are standing by. Philip Ruddock, the New South Wales Party president, is there, all on hand to witness this moment in history, really. I think, as Michael Kroger put it a little earlier, perhaps one of the most impressive election wins for the Liberal Party in memory. Richo, is that overstating it?
No, it's not. This is an extraordinary win. I don't think anybody can take that away from Scott tonight. He's had a magnificent victory, and good luck to him. I mean, he worked his ring elf, and he paid dividends. You know, he is a fundamentally decent fellow, and I think that shows.
And a high-risk strategy, because if it had all gone pear-shaped, he had nowhere to hide. I mean, it was very much the Scott campaign. Him. Absolutely. Now, of course, he's Prime Minister, so if he had lost it, may well have left Parliament. Who knows? That's all history now. But I've just got a note from someone who's telling me that the Palmer vote is polling poorly in the Queensland Senate race. It looks like he won't get a seat at all, but it could be a seat to One Nation.
Yep.
For all the hoopla and carry on.
Sorry, say that Clive Palmer, I'm just going through messages here. Clive Palmer may not get $50 million.
It's $50 million.
Well, it is kind of heartening to think that you can't necessarily buy a seat.
It's heartening to think that he gets, sussed out by the Australian people, as does Rob Oakeshott. That's heartening.
But boy, oh boy, that's extraordinary. The amount of advertising that's gone on there. Perhaps not surprising, though, given the baggage he was carrying with all of that. But his national vote was sitting at about 3.4% earlier. I'm not sure if we have a.
He's on 3. So the last check I had was Labor have got 23% of the vote in the Senate, and the last position in Queensland will be between probably Labor and the Libs. The Libs are on 9%, and Palmer's, I think, only on...
It goes up there on the screen now.
Well, it's interesting, Malcolm Roberts is...
Okay, Queensland up. So this is the Queensland Senate race. Just talk me through what all that means in terms of...
Well, this is the first election, the first half Senate election. There's a new Senate voting arrangement. So unlike in the past, where you had automatic distribution of preferences below the line, with 97% of people voting above the line, you now effectively have a version of optional preferential. And so a lot of the vote...
exhaust.
I mean, essentially, the 2.56 and the 1.64 for Labor, I mean, I would predict that when there's a real possibility there that the LNP will pick up 3 and that Labor will pick up 2 when it's all said and done.
Can we just go back to Queensland? Sorry. I just wanted to see where that left the rest of the pack there. So sorry, you were saying how many for the Coalition and Labor? 2?
Well, it depends on a range of things that we can't see from here because it's no longer full.
But the point about Clive Palmer is, where is he?
He's not. He's obviously not in the lineup there. Yeah.
So, okay. Clive Palmer's done really poorly.
Yeah. Let's go back to the Liberal headquarters. Here comes Scott Morrison, Ben Fordham squeezing in a couple of questions before they get on stage.
I've always believed in miracles, mate. Let's go and do it. Good luck. There's the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison. He's making his way now into the room.
Introduced by Ben Fordham, which is most helpful. and he's making his way in to give this victory speech. We've just, no, the camera's gone a little bit wild there, but let's come back to it if we can there. We want to capture this moment and the grin on his face, and Jenny as well. Wow, maybe the girls have gone to bed already, but this has been a family affair.
Enters the room here. He's being jammed on.
And there they go. He's squeezing through the door there into the crowd of what will be cheering Liberal supporters tonight. Perhaps for many of them, most of them, an unexpected victory that they can celebrate tonight, and they have this man to thank for it. Scott Morrison has carried this campaign almost single-handedly. Yes, he's had the team support. There'll be plenty of shout-outs to all those who've done their bit. Andrew Hurst, the Liberal Party Federal Director, in his first campaign. Look, he's no novice at politics, but his first campaign as campaign director, and he's pulled this off. But Scott Morrison, clearly the one who deserves the most credit for all of this. Who would have thought back in August last year, when the Liberal Party was tearing itself apart on the leadership front, Scott Morrison emerged as a compromise candidate in many ways to pull it all together, to get into a campaign in enough shape to then win that campaign. And I can see his girls are there. They have not gone to bed, and they are looking pretty excited and wide awake as well.
Christmas Eve. Looks like Christmas Eve.
And isn't that great to see? Good for them. This is something they will remember forever. All right, and you can see the crowd are just getting as many selfies and snaps as they can of who will be a Liberal hero now, Scott Morrison. He's done the unthinkable for many in pulling off this victory tonight. We still don't know exactly how many seats they'll end up on. Bill Shorten called him about half an hour ago to concede defeat. We've seen him do that publicly as well. So now the way is clear for Scott Morrison. Perhaps not clear through that crowd just yet, but there are plenty of hands. He will be shaking. High fives as well. I'm just predicting here, how good is this? Might be the first words that come out of his mouth. All right. And the point we've been making tonight as well is not just the authority invested in him now having won this against the odds, but the clear field he now faces. I mean, the disappointment for the Liberal Party and Tony Abbott losing in Warringah tonight, his departure, that of Julie Bishop, that of others as well, means that he is now unrivalled now in the leadership, Scott Morrison. And he really has it in front of him now as he, I think, has a brief congratulations there and a hug indeed from John Howard, who's as happy as anyone in that room, given what he did to help during this campaign as well. I think the girls are going to go up on stage, are they, with Dad? Yep, they sure are. It's been a family affair throughout this campaign. No surprise, they're all going to be up there to celebrate this. Let's have a listen. Let's go back to the Liberal headquarters. Here comes Scott Morrison, Ben Fordham squeezing in a couple of questions before
Did you believe
they get on stage.
I've always believed in miracles, mate. Let's go and do it. Good luck.
Can I just start by saying, as you know, a little while ago, Mr. Shorten contacted me, and I thank him very much in the spirit in which he made that call, and I thank him very much for his kind remarks to me and to Jenny and to our family, and I would like to wish him and Chloe and his family all the best and God's blessings. I have always believed in miracles. I'm standing with the three biggest miracles in my life here tonight. And tonight we've been delivered another one. is Australia. And how good are Australians? This is the best country in the world in which to live. And it's those Australians that we have been working for the last 5.5 years since we came to government under Tony Abbott's leadership back in 2013. It has been those Australians who have worked hard every day. They have their dreams, they have their aspirations. To get a job, to get an apprenticeship, to start a business, to meet someone amazing, to start a family, to buy a home, to work hard and provide the best you can for your kids, to save for your retirement, and to ensure that when you're in your retirement that you can enjoy it because you've worked hard for it. These are the quiet Australians who have won a great victory tonight. Because it's always been about them. It's always been, for those of you watching this at home tonight, for me and for my government, for all of my team, it's all about you. Tonight is not about me, or it's not about even the Liberal Party. Tonight is about every single Australian who depends on their government to put them first. And so, friends, that is exactly what we are going to do. Our government will come together after this night and we will get back to work just as Gladys Berejiklian got back to work here in New South Wales just a few months ago. And that is our task, and that is my undertaking to Australians from one end of the country to the other. I said that I was going to burn for you, and I am, every single day. So let me talk about some of our other miracles tonight. Melissa McIntosh out there in Lindsay. Phil Thompson up there in Townsville and Herbert. Bridget Archer down there in Bass. The big unit, Gav Pearce down there in Braddon. Terry Young up there in Longman in Brisbane. Sarah Richards, we're bringing back Macquarie. But in saying that, can I also say thank you to some great service, and I hope will continue to be service, at least in a number of these cases. Can I start off by saying thank you to Tony Abbott for your service to this country. And to Sarah Henderson and Chris Cruther and Warren Mundine, who are still in there, and we've still got votes to count, and they're not stepping back. Can I thank them very much for the hard campaign that they have fought. To all of those in the seats that we held going into this campaign, who had to work hard to ensure that as a result of their incredible efforts, they were able to be returned tonight. Can I particularly thank Jason Wood, Michael Suka, David Coleman down in Banks, Lucy Wicks up there in Robertson, pretty much the whole state of Queensland. How good's Queensland? I never thought I'd hear that in this this room in New South Wales, this close to Origin, I got to tell you. But particularly to Bert Van Manen, to Peter Dutton, Trevor Evans, Luke Howarth, Michelle Landry, good old Ken O'Dowd, Warren Ench up there, right in the top, all of our Queensland members. I want to thank you. And we've got some great new members coming in as well. Dr. Katie Allen, she's down there in Higgins. Dr. Fiona Martin is here with us in Reid. Professor Celia Hammond over there in the west coming in Turton. Pat Conahan up there in Cowper. And Angie Bell up there on the Gold Coast. I want to thank all of my candidates, all of my members, all of you who have worked so hard to get them where we've been able to come to tonight on behalf of all of those Australians that we work for and we serve, and we do it humbly and we do it in great appreciation. I particularly want to thank a number of people who have been instrumental in tonight's result. I want to start by thanking Gladys Berejiklian, Stephen Marshall, the Premier of South Australia, and Will Hodgman, the Premier of Tasmania. They have led by example in their great victories, and they've shown us the way at a federal level. And they have worked so hard for us all around. Glad, particularly here in my home state. Thank you so much. And campaigning without drawing a breath, the great John Howard and Jeanette Howard. I, of course, want to thank all of my leadership team who have served so well and so loyally. To Michael McCormick and all of our team at the Nationals. To the Big Mac, as I like to call him, Michael McCormick, and to Bridget McKenzie. Thank you to all of those in the Nationals for the great job you've done in supporting us. We're a tremendous coalition, and we will be as we reform our government after tonight. I also want to thank Josh Frydenberg, my deputy, and to Amy and their kids. Josh is a great mate, and he's been a tremendous treasurer and a great deputy leader. And well done down there in Melbourne, Josh. You've held the whole team together, and we thank you, and I thank you very much. He's a pretty good budget too. Back in surplus next year. And of course to Matthias Cormann, who's been our Minister in Residence up in Queensland, and to Simon Birmingham, who has been our campaign spokesperson. But another person I particularly want to thank tonight is Greg Hunt. Greg Hunt is an outstanding health minister, and he stood up down there in Flinders, and it's great to have you back, mate. There's a lot of people to thank, but Andrew Hurst, our federal director, Hursty, and of course to Nick Greiner, who is a great son of New South Wales, our federal president. Together with Andrew Burns, our federal treasurer, I thank him very much, and all the state directors around the country. They have run an outstanding campaign. They have set a new mark, a new model, a new way for us to campaign as a Liberal and National team. And this has really set an entirely new benchmark, Hursty, and I want to thank you for your leadership of our CHQ. To my own team and my own staff, can I thank the Cunk, John Kunkel, my Chief of Staff. Can I thank you, Ron Finkelstein, my PPS, Andrew Carswell leading the media team. And can I also send a long thank you over the Nullarbor over to Benny Morton, who's been with me every step of the way, and all of my colleagues. It remains only to thank those who have been so close to me all of my life. Mary and John Morrison are here tonight. My parents and my brother Alan and his wife Susie. My mother-in-law Beth is here. They're just over here on the left. And Gary and Michelle, you all got to know Gary. How good's Gary Warren? Amazing fella. It's great to have you all here, and Jenny's family and Cecily and Rob. And my brother Alan, who I mentioned Alan. We shared a room tour in university. You've probably heard me tell that story about 20 times. But to the dearest of my family who are with me here tonight, to my beautiful miracle girls, Abby and Lily. And to the woman I fell in love with in my teens, and it's never let up. And now Australia has fallen in love with her, Jenny Morrison. So, friends, we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of work to do. And we're going to get back to work. We're going to get back to work for the Australians that we know go to work every day, who face those struggles and trials every day. They're looking for a fair go, and they're having a go, and they're going to get a go from our government. Every single day, they are who we'll have right in front of us as we put in place and continue the policies which we know will keep our economy strong, to guarantee the essentials that Australians rely on, that'll keep Australians safe and secure, and most importantly, that will keep Australians together. We are an amazing country of amazing people. God bless Australia.
A great victory for the quiet Australians. The re-elected Prime Minister Scott Morrison says there, well, there aren't too many quiet Australians in that room right now. They are cheering what many agree was an unthinkable victory, even as late as yesterday. But here he is, Scott Morrison, 8 months after obtaining the leadership, and again, in an unusual situation where he wasn't even a candidate for the leadership until the very end. But now, after 8 months in the job, he has turned things around for the Liberal Party and the coalition, turned things around during the campaign. Tonight, he's turned it around again, and here they are, back in power for a third term. And Scott Morrison protected now as leader with the change in the rules. He should be there for the full third term. And of course, he has that authority vested in him now as being the one who carried this campaign on his shoulders almost single-handedly. We heard him thank then all those who did help, including Matthias Cormann here on the panel with us, his deputy, Josh Frydenberg, the Nationals too. But there's no doubt Scott Morrison did far more of the heavy lifting in this campaign than we usually see. Tonight is a great night for Scott Morrison.
Well, there it was, the night that wasn't supposed to happen, but we are oh so happy that it did. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you for making that moment in history happen. Don't forget, the fight is never over. That was just one night in history. The fight is all day, every day, and certainly every night for me on Paul Murray Live. So join me tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern, as a new battle begins, because another election is never too far away. See you tomorrow.